Chapter 151, Meditation. Mengqing jumped back through the air and landed next to Lin Feng. She looked like nothing had just happened. The entire crowd was gasping in astonishment. They couldn't believe what they had just seen with their own eyes. They couldn't believe that such a beautiful and innocent-looking girl could be so strong and had injured the evil-looking man in blue clothes. The middle-aged man in blue clothes was ridiculous. He had come to capture Lin Feng and he had ended up being scared to death by Mengqing, yet still attempted to show off until the end. "Are you all right?" asked Mengqing to Lin Feng with an indifferent tone. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He wished she could sound more tender and affectionate, but it seemed like that was impossible for her. Even if she showed him that she was worried about him, her tone was always indifferent. "I'm all right. Just a small scratch," said Lin Feng while shaking his head and smiling at Mengqing. The middle-aged man in blue clothes had almost killed Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng had reacted quickly enough to avoid the strike being fatal. "I'm quite strong now, but I'm still much weaker than a cultivator of the Xianxi layer. There is a colossal gap between us," thought Lin Feng. He wished he could rapidly become stronger as he knew how weak he currently compared to others. Mengqing looked at Lin Feng's wound but said nothing. She just went behind him once again. "Let's go back," said Lin Feng, and then looked at the vice principal and said, "Vice principal, we're off." "All right," said the vice principal while smiling warmly. Deep in his heart, he was also amazed by Mengqing's strength. That divine-looking girl was strong, extremely strong. Besides, the vice principal had the impression that Mengqing hadn't used all of her strength and was still hiding her true power. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and said coldly, "Remember everything that happened here today. If you provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite." When he finished talking, Lin Feng started walking back to the palace. The crowd was stupefied. They suddenly thought of He Mo. They thought that He Mo had been unable to touch Lin Feng because when Ao Shui had protected him when he came to the military students' palace. The crowd was stupefied because they thought that Lin Feng had only acted the way he did because when Ao Shui was there. He Mo also underestimated Lin Feng's actual strength. At that moment though, the crowd would never doubt about Lin Feng's true strength again. He had just mercilessly cut down multiple people of the Lingqi layer, only requiring a single strike. Lin Feng also had another friend, Mengqing, who was at the Xianxi layer. Even He Mo would need to be careful when provoking her. When the crowd thought of Lin Feng's challenge to He Mo, they couldn't help but be excited. They were really looking forward to watching the battle. Lin Feng had just shown some of his strength, the crowd couldn't wait to see more. Even though Mengqing was definitely the one who had gained the most notoriety, nobody was going to forget Lin Feng's name either. He was definitely incredibly powerful. He Mo's strength, Lin Feng's potential, He Mo's background, Mengqing's incredible strength. How would the confrontation between them end? Lin Feng obviously wasn't considering what the crowd was thinking. At that moment, Lin Feng wanted to go to the cultivation tower when a sound made him stop. Zither. It was a beautiful melody. Lin Feng could hear someone playing the zither and it was very pleasant to his ears. "Is it him?" thought Lin Feng, who remembered the teacher on the day when he sat the exam to become a military apprentice. The friendly teacher had played the zither for their exam. Lin Feng liked him a lot. The teacher had allowed him to sit the exam twice and admitted that he was wrong to fail him. The melody that was being played at that moment reminded Lin Feng of the melody the teacher had played. That's why he was the first person he had thought of. "What's wrong?" asked Mengqing when she saw that Lin Feng had suddenly stopped walking. "Listen to the melody of the zither," whispered Lin Feng. Mengqing frowned and made a strange face before asking, "Listen to what?" "The zither," replied Lin Feng. "Zither?" asked Mengqing. She then shook her head and said, "I can't hear it." "Ha?" Lin Feng was dumbstruck. He was unable to be the victim of a hallucination, so he could not be wrong. It had to be a zither playing. Besides, Mengqing was much stronger than Lin Feng. How could she not hear it? There was only one explanation: that melody was directed at Lin Feng and he was the only one to hear it. "Mengqing, you can go back. I'm going out for a short while," said Lin Feng, who had just realized he might be the only one who can hear the melody. However, Mengqing immediately shook her head and said without the slightest hesitation, "I'm coming with you." Lin Feng was stupefied when he heard her. He then slightly nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." While walking, Lin Feng listened to the uninterrupted melody. After a short while, the melody started becoming clearer and clearer. At that moment, they arrived in a magnificent courtyard. There was an ancient pavilion such as the ones they built in ancient China. The grass was green and there were small ponds and streams inside. Suddenly, magnificent scenery had appeared in front of them. There was a forest of peach trees in blossom. The flowers and leaves were fluttering in the wind and a sweet fragrance invaded Lin Feng and Meng Qing's nose. What a wonderful place! I would have never thought that there was such a place within the academy, said Lin Feng while gasping in amazement. The palaces were imposing and magnificent but were totally different from this scenery. The other buildings made you want to become strong and practice to become stronger, but this place just made you want to sit down, smell the peach flowers and blossom and relax. How beautiful! Said Meng Qing, gasping in amazement as well. She had a peculiar expression on her face. While walking amongst the peach trees, an ancient pavilion appeared in front of Meng Qing and Lin Feng. There were some tables and chairs made of stone inside. There was someone sitting inside and he was playing the zither, both hands floating over the strings of the instrument as fluently as a flowing river. Even though Lin Feng and Meng Qing had arrived in front of him, he remained concentrated and kept playing, as if the 10,000 things of creation had nothing to do with him. That was precisely the teacher who had been in charge of the exam for the military applicants. Meng Qing suddenly shook her head, which surprised Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately understood what Meng Qing meant. Even though they had arrived in front of him, she still couldn't hear the music at all. Lin Feng was probably right about the fact that he was the only one who could hear it. What a terrific ability, thought Lin Feng. He had been able to hear the music from very far away, and besides he was the only one who could hear it. Cultivation, practice, mental state, chi layers, where water flows, a canal is formed, said the teacher in a deep and mystical way to Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Lin Feng was surprised. Compassion and kind-heartedness for those in need, as well as cold-bloodedness to kill those who are evil, those are the two highest achievements of a cultivator. It enables a cultivator to practice faster and more efficiently. Besides, those who show mercy and are kind-hearted will not necessarily kill someone. Everything depends on your state of mind, that's all. The deadly chi within your body is already thick, but your state of mind is the wrong one. Even if you already rapidly improve your strength like this, because you tend to forget your original intentions, it prevents you from understanding your true potential. These few words, as well as the unceasing melody of the zither, all penetrated into Lin Feng's eardrums. Lin Feng felt extremely relaxed and serene. If Lin Feng's state of mind wasn't the correct mindset, then he would never be able to mature. Lin Feng understood what the teacher meant and enlightenment flashed through his eyes. You need to meditate more, said the teacher, which made Lin Feng's heart jump as if he just understood something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, The Journey. Meditation, whispered Lin Feng. What the teacher meant is that Lin Feng seemed mature because he had high natural abilities, but it was also possible for him to fully unlock these natural abilities. Kind-hearted people have high natural abilities. That's right, what I do doesn't always correspond with my true state of mind, thought Lin Feng. After everything that had happened to him, the pressure from society and all these stupid people who constantly provoked him, it was hard for Lin Feng to find the time to meditate so he could contemplate spiritual problems. Lin Feng didn't know how to react in certain situations. For example, when Duan Tianlang destroyed the Yunhai sect, he had captured Han Man and Pajun, then sold them to the Bai clan, who then made them into slaves. How could Lin Feng not kill all the members of the Bai clan? He hated them from the bottom of his heart and hated how they had done that to millions of others. He knew that it was wrong, but he couldn't help it. He had to kill them, because those people would repeat their actions on others if they continued to live. Nobody could escape from the 7 human emotions. The strongest cultivators always acted on their ideals with firm convictions. Teacher, may I ask you to teach me how to play the zither? Asked Lin Feng very politely. Meditate, said the teacher indifferently, and then continued, your thoughts and behavior are not in perfect harmony. You need to meditate more often. You need to forget about the chaos that reigns in our world. You need to wash off the dust you have accumulated in your heart over the years. Don't let the chaos of the world to take control of your pure heart and prevent you from becoming stronger. Meditate, cleanse my heart, repeated Lin Feng in a low voice. As before, the music of the zither penetrated deeply into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng sat down in the middle of the peach trees and started meditating. He slowly closed his eyes. The teacher, as before, wasn't raising his head and continued playing the zither. When Meng Qing saw that Lin Feng was meditating, she moved behind him and continued to enjoy the view. She looked at the peach trees in blossom with pure admiration. She had never seen peach trees in blossom in her life because there weren't any within the Black Wind Mountain. The music was extremely peaceful and auspicious. It enabled people to forget everything and let the music invade deep into their hearts. In Lin Feng's mind, different images appeared, the moment when he first arrived in the continent of the Nine Clouds until the moment when he was disowned by the Lin clan and when he had to leave Yangzhou City. When he had returned to the Yunhai sect, Duan Tianlang annihilated the Yunhai sect. Then, he recalled the moment when he had left for Duanren City. All of these images were still very clear in his mind. But in Lin Feng's mind, there was no hate and no pain. It was as if he was another person who was observing all these things from the outside. He was calmly looking at all these moments in his mind. His heart was filled by the beautiful melody of the zither and was very peaceful. The music was probably suited for meditation. Even his spirit didn't represent as a hindrance to him benefiting from the positive effects of the music because it wasn't harmful to him. It was helping him to wash away all of the negativity and hatred that had gathered in his heart. Lin Feng was feeling so relaxed that he progressively fell asleep. The leaves of the peach trees were still fluttering in the wind. After some time, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he immediately saw the teacher who was still calmly playing the zither. Meng Qing was still looking as pure and innocent as ever, she was still standing there motionless. She almost looked like a statue which had been there since the beginning of time. Lin Feng slowly got up. At that moment, he looked surprised and had a strange expression on his face. Fifth Ling Qi layer? Lin Feng checked his cultivation level. That's right, he had suddenly broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer. Meditation, the result is amazing, thought Lin Feng. He had a big smile on his face. Breaking through to the different Ling Qi layers wasn't easy, but Lin Feng had broken through to the 4th Ling Qi layer a short time before and was on the precipice of breaking through to the 5th, but was unable to. Surprisingly, he had broken through to the next Ling Qi layer during meditation. Thank you, teacher. Lin Feng had been able to break through to the 5th Ling Qi layer thanks to the help from the teacher, so he was feeling very grateful. The teacher finally stopped playing. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with a soft and tender expression. No need to thank me. You broke through to the 5th Ling Qi layer relying on your own power. The pure qi in your body was already enough. You had already reached the peak of the 4th Ling Qi layer, which is why you managed to break through to the 5th Ling Qi layer so quickly. I just helped you clean the negativity which was holding you back, said the teacher while smiling. His tone really showed how much he appreciated Lin Feng. He treated Lin Feng like his own son. Even though the teacher's strength and power was probably immense, he had never been arrogant like the other teachers Lin Feng had encountered in the past. If you hadn't played the music, then I wouldn't have come here. If you hadn't played the music to help me, then I wouldn't have broken through to the next Ling Qi layer. Teacher, thank you so much, said Lin Feng honestly and wholeheartedly while smiling. The teacher slightly nodded, then smiled and said, all right, I am happy that I could help. Lin Feng had a warm smile on his face and said, Teacher, last time, you said that you would teach me how to play the zither, can you teach me now? The teacher looked at Lin Feng and said, are you not afraid of wasting your cultivation time? Shouldn't you be improving your cultivation level right now? Improving my state of mind is part of cultivation training, said Lin Feng while smiling. The teacher was pleasantly surprised and was nodding his head with a smile. Since you want to learn how to play the zither, I will teach you, replied the teacher. Whenever you have time, feel free to come here and I will teach you. Today, I just want you to listen. You must listen to others first before you can learn how to play for yourself. All right, said Lin Feng. Listening to the zither helped him improve his cultivation and it was pleasant to listen to, there was no reason to refuse. The teacher once again started playing the zither. Lin Feng and Meng Qing sat down next to each other under a peach tree and listened to him play. In Lin Feng's room, a few people had gathered. Lin Feng, Lu Fei, Han Man, and Pajun. Lin Feng looked at Han Man and Pajun and said, are you guys sure? Yes, Lin Feng, big brother, I am sure, said Han Man while nodding his head. He was wearing a golden mask to cover the slave mark on his face. These slave marks that were carved into their faces would most likely be there forever, but if they managed to reach a higher cultivation level, then they would possibly be able to remove them. This is why Han Man and Pajun were eager to become stronger as quickly as possible. Who could live with the shame of having such a mark on their face forever? Lin Feng, big brother, I'm sure too, said Pajun. They were both older than Lin Feng, but they still called him big brother as a sign of respect. Lin Feng wasn't going to contradict them either. They were both 2 years older than him, it wasn't that large of a gap. It would be very different if they were much older than him. All right, I will not try to prevent you from doing it, said Lin Feng while looking solemn and nodding. He then looked at Lu Fei and said, Fei Fei, sorry for bothering you, could you write the letter and give it to them please? Lu Fei nodded, took out a pen and immediately started writing. Han Man, Pejun, what weapons do you use? Asked Lin Feng. I don't need weapons. The earth is my weapon, said Han Man while shaking his head. Pejun didn't reply for a few seconds and then said, I use a spear. All right, said Lin Feng while nodding. Lin Feng stretched his hand, a light flashed and suddenly a pitch-black spear appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Ha! Pejun and Han Man were stunned. Had the spear really just appeared from out of nowhere? No need to be surprised, I have a precious stone which enables me to carry a great deal of items with me at all times, said Lin Feng. Pejun was extremely moved. Not only had Lin Feng saved his life but he was also so kind and generous towards him. Pejun, that spear is for you, said Lin Feng while handing over the spear to Pejun. As he grabbed the spear, suddenly the chi from the spear rushed into his flesh and blood. It was as if that pitch-black spear was alive. This is a spiritual weapon. Be kind to that spear and take care of it during battle, said Lin Feng. Han Man and Pejun wanted to go and protect Duanren City. Spiritual weapon? Pejun's eyes shrank. He had already heard of spiritual weapons before. Spiritual weapons contained an extremely sharp energy and a pure chi. They were extremely precious. Cultivators of the Ling Chi layer would rarely get the chance to use spiritual weapons, but surprisingly, Lin Feng was giving one to Pejun. Pejun felt like his hand was incredibly heavy. At that moment, Lu Fei came back to them and gave a letter to Han Man. When you arrive in Duanren City, give that letter to my father and he will understand. All right, said Han Man while nodding. He then said, Lin Feng, big brother, we're off. Be careful, said Lin Feng while nodding. Han Man turned around and started walking. He was determined, but their training wasn't going to be easy. Pejun bowed in front of Lin Feng and followed Han Man. Lin Feng couldn't accompany them outside, it would have drawn too much attention. He just looked at their backs as they left and hoped they would take good care of themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Demonic Fire Lion. Lu Fei was standing behind Lin Feng. She looked at the two silhouettes and said softly, don't worry, they are strong. If there is a problem at the border, they'll know how to handle it. Lin Feng didn't comment at all. The border was a dangerous place, how could she guarantee that it wasn't dangerous? But Pejun had said that with the slave marks on their faces, they would have to constantly wear masks while inside the imperial city, so the best solution was to go and protect the border. Pejun's decision was that of a hot-blooded cultivator and required a great deal of courage. These were the traits required when studying as a military student within the academy. You have almost completely recovered from your injuries, but you still need to rest more, said Lu Fei when she saw that Lin Feng wasn't replying. Lin Feng laughed and said, so you really do care about me? Lu Fei's expression changed and she said, who else would? You perverted bastard. While talking, Lu Fei immediately walked towards the door. Lin Feng smiled wryly. It seemed like Lu Fei would always consider him to be a pervert. Lin Feng shook his head and started to leave. Behind him, he could hear that someone was following him. It was Meng Qing. She was silently following behind him. Lin Feng stopped, turned around, smiled wryly and said, Meng Qing, you don't need to come with me this time. Meng Qing shook her head and didn't reply. She just moved closer to him. Lin Feng's wry smile grew several times larger, but he didn't say anything. After all, Meng Qing was just worried that something could happen to Lin Feng. Besides, it wasn't a bad thing if Meng Qing was with him when he was outside. He had a lot of enemies. Don't worry, nothing will happen this time. I will be careful, said Lin Feng again, but Meng Qing remained indifferent no matter what he said. Meng Qing, people won't recognize me this time, but if you are with me, they will instantly recognize us, said Lin Feng while taking out a silver mask and covering his face. Meng Qing finally reacted and immediately said, alright, you go alone but be careful. I will, said Lin Feng while slightly revealing his face for a few seconds to smile to her. He then turned around and left. Lin Feng arrived in front of a place which looked like a small city inside the imperial city. He paid the tax and entered. Without the slightest hesitation, he went to the prisoner arena. Just like last time, the prisoner arena was filled with a large number of people. Lin Feng looked at that sea of people from the top of the arena. Lin Feng started walking down the stairs. He was slowly able to see the arena more and more clearly. Inside the cage, there were more slaves and ferocious beasts. That was a scary place filled with the smell of death. At that moment, someone moved in front of Lin Feng and obstructed his way. Lin Feng looked at the person in front of him from under his mask. Lin Feng gave him a purity stone of medium quality and the other person immediately let him pass without any problems. He was approaching the lower rows of seats. Lin Feng sat down on one of the first rows and calmly looked at the arena. At that moment, a snake beast was fighting against a cultivator. The head of the snake was flat and wide. It looked really ugly. Black smog was coming from its mouth. That snake was very vigorous. It was still small compared to its matured state. It was a second-level Ling ferocious beast. It still needed time to reach maturity. Ferocious beasts and practitioners were quite similar when it came to cultivation. Fighting enabled both to become stronger with increased life and death experiences. Just like humans, all ferocious beasts were not equal. Some humans had high natural talent and abilities while others didn't. Ferocious beasts were the same in that aspect. There were some of them which could become terrifying when attaining maturity while some others had a very limited strength. That species of beast was already incredibly strong when reaching the Ling level. It was even said that when reaching the peak of the Ling level, they could sometimes defeat some other ferocious beasts of the early Shen level. They were usually extremely strong. But the snake which was battling at that moment was only a second-level Ling beast. It was far from reaching maturity. What surprised Lin Feng is that he surprisingly recognized the cultivator who was fighting against the snake. He knew him incredibly well. It was Lin Hong, Lin Badao's son, Lin Qian's brother. He used to study at the Ice and Snow Mountain village before but had come to join the Holy Courtyard. At that moment, Lin Hong had already broken through to the second Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng didn't have the impression that Lin Hong was particularly strong. The Lin clan used to hate Lin Feng and called him a piece of trash. They thought that he was exceptionally weak. But at that moment, he had already broken through to the fifth Ling Qi layer. There was probably no junior member of the Lin clan who could defeat him. Amongst the elders of the clan, there also wasn't many who could defeat Lin Feng. The fact that Lin Hong had already reached the second Ling Qi layer was actually quite normal and was nothing exceptional for someone of his talents. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. Then, a group of people drew his attention. They were also sitting on the viewing platform. They were watching Lin Hong and muttering between themselves. Look at that snake, even though it is very strong, Lin Hong can easily defeat it. Lin Hong's ice attacks could easily freeze the entire snake. He will obviously win this battle. Hee, of course. It's great that Miss Qian allowed Lin Hong to fight against that snake. Lin Feng could hear everything that these people were saying. He smiled coldly. It seemed like Lin Qian has also gained strength from when they last met. She was sitting with Chu Zhanpeng, who had also become a student at the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. With his strength, it would be easy for him to take care of Lin Qian. Being close to him, Lin Qian's status in society could only climb higher and higher. Ice and Fire Universal Spirit. I wonder what your cultivation level is these days, thought Lin Feng. He then stopped looking at Lin Qian. She meant nothing to him anyway. He turned around and continued to watch the battle. At that moment, Lin Hong's chi was oppressing the body of the snake and he was close to winning the battle. At the same time, Lin Qian, who wasn't sitting that far away from Lin Feng, frowned when she looked at him. She looked at Lin Feng's silver mask. The person who was wearing that silver mask was sitting in the viewing platform and calmly watching the battle. A light flashed through Lin Qian's eyes. Ha! Thought Lin Qian while intensely staring at that silver mask. Back in Yangzhou City, she had already seen that mask, and at this moment, she saw the same mask again. Could it be a coincidence? Thought Lin Qian. She could never forget the piece of trash who had been expelled of the Lin clan, or the same mask. It couldn't be him though because the Yunhai sect had been completely destroyed. The survivors had mostly become slaves. It was impossible for Lin Feng to calmly sit there in the prisoner arena and comfortably watch battles. Besides, he was sitting in the front rows. Lin Qian hadn't learned about the fact that Lin Feng had survived. She just knew that an entire army of Qi Xia armored cavalry had gone there and destroyed everything. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if someone had managed to escape? That sort of rumor would never spread anyway, it would be too ridiculous to believe. At that moment, Lin Hong finally defeated the snake. He took his 8 purity stones of medium quality and walked towards the exit of the cage. The one in charge of that side of the cage brought the dead body of the snake out and replaced it with a new ferocious beast. When the crowd saw the new ferocious beast, they were all stupefied. That ferocious beast was entirely red and was covered with flames. An extremely sharp qi emanated from its body. That ferocious beast looked incredibly hideous. When it opened its mouth, a wide forest of teeth sharp as razors appeared. That beast looked so majestic that it almost looked like the king of beasts. What astonished the crowd is that it had two fiery red wings on its back. What a terrifying, ferocious beast! Thought Lin Feng when he saw it. It looked majestic and an extremely strong qi was released from its body. Looking at it was almost enough to scare people away. Even when the one in charge of the cage had brought the beast inside, he had been very careful as if he was scared that the ferocious beast could attack him at any moment. It's a demonic fire lion. What the? Many people recognized the demonic fire lion. It was an extremely terrifying species of ferocious beast. There were some rumors about them which were widely known. If it reached the Shen level, it was said to acquire special powers and become almost invincible. The man who brought the beast into the cage started talking loudly. This is a demonic fire lion. It is a 5th level Ling beast. The person who defeats it will win 20 purity stones of medium quality. If you are able to tame this beast without killing it, then you can even take it away with you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, The Scandal. When the one in charge of the cage finished talking, the crowd burst with excitement. The one who could tame it could take it away with him. That was incredibly tempting for all the cultivators in the arena. Owning such a beast would provide a cultivator with terrifying battle ability. But the problem was with taming the beast, being unsuccessful would likely result in death. Most of the people in the crowd would never want to fight against such a powerful, ferocious beast. Besides, even cultivators at the 5th Ling Qi layer probably wouldn't be advised to fight against it. It would be extremely hard for them to stay alive, let alone tame the beast. Then, the one in charge of the cage started talking again. Of course, to enter the cage you should be at least at the 5th Ling Qi layer to fight against it. If you have broken through to inferior Ling Qi layers, you can also fight against it, but it would not be recommended. If you can't tame it, then just kill it. We will also give you 100 purity stones of medium quality. Many people were tempted to give it a try. The group of people with whom Lin Xian had come with were all students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. At that moment, everybody was staring at Lin Xian. Mu Fan, don't you want to capture that demonic fire lion? Said one student to another called Mu Fan. He was captivated by the lion in the cage. He had broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer, the same level as that ferocious beast. Mu Fan, bro, if you want to give it a try, I can talk to the guy running things, then even if you lose it won't be a big deal, just don't get injured. Said another student. Mu Fan was growing more and more tempted. If any of them had to go into the cage, then Mu Fan was probably the best choice. If he won and managed to tame the beast while fighting it, he could take the beast away as his own, but he probably would have to give up on the 20 purity stones of medium quality. They probably would not give the purity stones and also let you leave with the beast. It would be too great of a prize. Even if he lost, it wasn't a problem either as long as he didn't get injured. Who could refuse such a tempting offer? Suddenly, Mu Fan looked relaxed and said, "Alright, I will give it a try." Mu Fan looked delighted. From what he had understood, the other student was actually proposing to give the lion to him as a present. That was exactly what it was in Mu Fan's head. Mu Fan, brother, you're very brave, said the other student. Mu Fan then jumped through the air and landed in front of the cage. His eyes were filled with greed when looking at the beast. What a nice agility technique, Mu Fan, bro. Show them how powerful we students at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu are, shouted another of Mu Fan's fellow students so that everybody could hear. Oh, so they're students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, no wonder they are so strong. The students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu are so amazing. They will probably become the most important people within the country over time. Various comments spread throughout the crowd. The students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu had a proud and arrogant expression on their face when they overheard all of the comments. Since the holy courtyard of Shuiyu had been created, some other cultivation academies and institutes had already started suffering from its power. The students of the holy courtyard were always trying to make their institute gain in prestige and reputation. They wanted it to become the first cultivation institute in the country. In the future, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu would probably become much more influential than the Celestial Academy and would also become much stronger than all the sects of the country. The students from the holy courtyard felt extremely proud. Lin Xian's beautiful face expressed a lofty arrogance. It was very clear to her that in the future, she would go back home wearing luxurious clothes and show to everyone how prestigious she had become after she left Yangzhou City. Mu Fan was walking towards the door of the cage and was about to get in when suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of him. The students of the holy courtyard suddenly all had angry looks on their faces, especially the young boy who had been trying to convince Mufan to go and fight against the lion. He looked particularly angry. That person only needed to take one more step to enter the cage. When Mufan saw the scene, he could help but shout, "Stop!" The silhouette in front of him stopped. He was wearing a silver mask which gave everyone the sensation of coldness. That person was of course, Lin Feng. "What's wrong?" said Lin Feng aggressively. His voice sounded strange when he was wearing the silver mask. "Oh, I see. Your Highness, haven't you seen that I was the first one to come?" said Mufan sarcastically. He was convinced that there had been nobody in front of him when he had moved towards the cage. Lin Feng had come from behind him and passed by to the cage. "Did you say to the person running things that you wanted to enter into the cage?" asked Lin Feng coldly. Mufan had an ugly expression on his face. He had not actually announced to anyone other than his fellow students that he wanted to battle against the lion. When Lin Feng saw that Mufan wasn't replying at all, he continued, "Since you didn't announce that you would be the person to fight against the lion, the rule is, the first one to go inside the cage is the one who gets to battle." A light flashed through Mufan's eyes and he said, "My fellow students of the holy courtyard of Shui, you really want me to fight against that lion? Give me that battle, otherwise I'll lose face in front of them." When saying that, Mufan made sure to clearly and loudly state the words, "Holy courtyard of Shui." He had said these words loudly and slowly to make sure that Lin Feng would hear him and understand his meaning. Lin Feng smiled. "The holy courtyard of Shui? I'm sorry, I've never heard of the holy courtyard of Shui, and besides, I don't know you, so I have no reason to care about your face," said Lin Feng. At that moment, many people were stupefied. How strange. He had never heard of the holy courtyard of Shui. All the students of the holy courtyard of Shui stood up and furiously looked at Lin Feng. That guy was crazy. "Don't do something that you will regret," said Mufan while evilly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Oh really, I really don't know what you mean." Then, Lin Feng turned around and was about to enter the cage. Wait, said someone while quickly interrupting Lin Feng's movement. Lin Feng stopped, turned around and saw it was another student of the holy courtyard of Shui. It was precisely the one who had convinced Mufan to go fight against the lion. "What do you want now?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. All those people were students of the holy courtyard of Shui, they were Mufan's fellow students. Lin Xian was also sitting amongst them. "Let my brother Mufan fight this lion," said the young man coldly and indifferently yet sounding strict. He was wearing a set of magnificent and expensive clothes. It was clear to see that he was a noble from a powerful family at a single glance. "Since when do you decide who can fight or cannot in the cage of the prisoner arena?" asked Lin Feng coldly. "I didn't decide about that. You can ask the one in charge of the arena who arrived first," said the young man indifferently. He sounded quite confident. Everybody turned around and looked at the man who had brought the lion into the cage. The man pointed at Mufan and said indifferently, "He was the first one to arrive at the cage. He will fight this beast." When he heard these words, a huge smile appeared on the face of the young man who had just helped Mufan. When Lin Feng saw the arrogant expression on Mufan's face as well as on the faces of the other students of the holy courtyard of Shui, he said, "You're the one who decides here, good. I will not return to this place to be scammed into paying for this. I also advise to everybody else never return to this place again, stupidly spending purity stones to watch pathetic losers fighting rigged fights." When the young man heard Lin Feng, he frowned and said, "What do you mean? Was I not clear enough for you? I will explain again then," said Lin Feng while smiling underneath his mask. "I have heard a few times about the scandals which take place here. Surprisingly, there were some people who were seen losing fights in the cage but were saved. Can you believe it? I didn't believe the rumors, but now I see that this kind of scandal must actually be a common occurrence. The prisoner arena is unable to properly apply their own rules. This place is a joke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 155, Battle to the Death. When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they all started whispering amongst themselves. Many people had also heard about the scandals which occurred here, and some had even witnessed these things with their own eyes. At that moment, the faces of the young man and the man in charge of the cage drastically changed. They looked extremely cold. When the man in charge of the cage saw that Lin Feng had returned to the viewing platform and didn't try to come into the cage, he turned to Mufan and said, "Alright, since the problem is solved and you were the first to arrive at the cage, you may enter. Show everyone how majestic and heroic the students of the holy courtyard of Shui are." Show to everyone how easy it is for people like you to tame the demonic fire lion. Everyone was surprised. The man didn't care at all about what Lin Feng had just said. Lin Feng had been the first to arrive at the cage, so why was the man now saying that Mu Fan had been the first one to arrive? Lin Feng was disgusted. Besides, the man was also publicly advertising how great the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was. Lin Feng thought that such obvious methods were pathetic. But of course, Lin Feng's words had made everyone furious. He had humiliated them all, and not everyone could just ignore him. "I don't want to hear anything else from your filthy mouth," said the young man on the viewing platform coldly. Lin Feng looked at him through his mask, laughed and said, "That's the way noble cultivators do it, by cheating. If you want to give him the demonic fire lion as a present, you just decide to change the rules of the prisoner arena and use your influence to rig the fights. Isn't it nice to be able to use such a grand arena to give presents to your friends? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Directly giving him the demonic fire lion as a present will not help the holy courtyard of Shuiyu gain prestige, so the whole purpose of this fake show has failed," said Lin Feng coldly and indifferently. His words were getting sharper. Most people in the crowd agreed with Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng was being very aggressive, nobody could refute what he was saying. He had been able to force the man to give Mu Fan the right to enter the cage before Lin Feng only because the young man on the viewing platform had a high status. That was unfair. This was definitely premeditated. The young, noble cultivator was furious. At that moment, Mu Fan looked at Lin Feng and said, "Since you're angry about it, then why don't we fight and the winner can go inside?" "For what reason would I battle against you?" said Lin Feng while glancing at Mu Fan. He then indifferently said, "You never said that you wanted to battle against the lion in the first place and I arrived before you, but you still wanted to go in first by using unfair arrangements," said Lin Feng. Mu Fan would definitely win the battle against the demonic fire lion, but that wouldn't be a real victory because it wouldn't help the holy courtyard of Shuiyu gain a better reputation. It would actually be the opposite. It would be a humiliation for the holy courtyard. Mu Fan didn't want that. Mu Fan smiled and said, "I understand now. You just have a big mouth and like to talk big, but in practice, you aren't able to do much." "Exactly. Apart from a big mouth, you don't have much else to show. You don't even dare show your true colors." Hee, how could that liar compete with Mu Fan anyway? Mu Fan is considered as a genius at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Defeating the demonic fire lion is a piece of cake for him. Each and every single student of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was bragging about how great their institute was as if they were all extremely strong, as if they were all the best cultivators in the world just because they cultivated in that institute. Lin Feng then said, "The holy courtyard of Shuiyu seems to be filled with the mightiest cultivators in the entire world. It seems like I was pretty ignorant." Yes, he acted recklessly. He surprisingly dared to provoke Mu Fan. More and more people firmly believed that Lin Feng was scared to fight against Mu Fan. But at that moment, Lin Feng smiled and said, "But I am really curious to see how strong a genius of the mighty holy courtyard of Shuiyu really is." All the students of the holy courtyard were pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng surprisingly accepted the fight, which meant that he was going to die and they would regain their face. Everybody looked at Lin Feng, who slowly turned around and said, "You and me go inside the cage. If you win then you get to live, but if you lose then I will kill you. How does that sound?" When Lin Feng finished talking, the entire atmosphere in the prisoner arena became completely silent. Everybody, especially the students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, was astonished. "If you win then you get to live, but if you lose then I will kill you." Lin Feng knew how to talk big. Many people had their mouth wide open and simply stared blankly at Lin Feng. How cruel! How heartless! Not only had he accepted the battle, but he was proposing a battle to death. He was probably sure that he was going to win, otherwise he wouldn't stupidly gamble with his life at stake. Mu Fan was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. How could that guy be so arrogant as to propose a battle to the death? When Lin Feng saw that nobody was talking, he smiled and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I only know how to talk big and overestimate myself. After all, he's a genius of the mighty holy courtyard of Shuiyu." He proposed the battle to save himself from losing face. "I've just been showing off so far, but the students of the majestic and great holy courtyard of Shuiyu should be able to easily defeat me. After all, he has the power to defeat a demonic fire lion extremely easily. There is no reason for him to refuse." Lin Feng sounded extremely aggressive and was clearly making fun of him. The students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu were gnashing their teeth and fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Immediately after, they looked at Mu Fan. The prestige of the entire holy courtyard was in his hands at that moment. When he felt that everybody was staring at him, Mu Fan felt oppressed. He felt like his heart was weighed down by a 1,000-ton weight. After everything that happened, he had no way out of this situation. Defeating Lin Feng was the only possibility, as he had to show everyone that he was strong and protect the reputation of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. If he didn't fight, he would never be able to look people in the eye again. People would also start to have a mediocre opinion about the holy courtyard of Shuiyu as well. Mu Fan had no choice. Besides, he could see Lin Feng's eyes through the mask. His eyes always looked calm throughout their whole exchange. Seeing such emotionless eyes staring at him was terrifying. Lin Feng had challenged him to a battle to the death. Could it be that he was sure of his power to win? Mu Fan wasn't weak. He was quite strong and confident in his own power. But at that moment, Lin Feng's confidence had shaken his belief in his own power. He felt like the pressure was too high. A light flashed through Mu Fan's eyes and he said, while gnashing his teeth, "I accept your challenge to a battle to the death. Now, let's get into the cage," said Mu Fan coldly while walking inside. Wait, said Lin Feng at that moment. Mu Fan stopped, turned his head and said, "What's wrong? You and the man in charge of the cage already have an arrangement, as I already stated. I don't want to fight with both of you in the cage at the same time." "What do you mean? Do you think that I am going to interfere and hurt you?" asked the man in charge of the cage to Lin Feng. "The same thing happened a few days ago here. I heard the story on my way here. If it has happened once, then it can happen again. I heard it is also a very normal thing here." The man in charge of the cage was speechless. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Well, what do you want?" "I want someone else to referee our battle to the death. Of course, it cannot be a student of the Holy Courtyard and it also cannot be someone who works here in the prisoner arena. PFFF, where are we supposed to find someone like that to referee the battle? You are being ridiculous. Are you fighting or not?" said Mu Fan impatiently. But at that moment, someone in the crowd spoke, "I will referee your battle to the death." At that moment, everybody looked at that person. He surprisingly wasn't sitting in the first rows of the viewing platform. He was actually a young man who sat at the back of the viewing platform. He looked incredibly friendly and courteous. He had a warm smile on his face, which gave the impression that he was incredibly friendly and easy to get along with. But he also gave other people the impression that they were inferior in comparison with him. The noble, young man shrank back when he saw that young man. He was gasping with astonishment. It was him. He surprisingly was there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Energy Attack. The smiling young man moved down towards the arena and slightly nodded at Lin Feng. He then said, "I'll referee the life and death battle, but I don't know if anyone has any objections to me being the referee?" Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The young man had a very kind and friendly look to his face. He had a warm smile on his face, and he gave off a gentle impression. He was perfect to referee. Nobody would believe he held ill intentions when seeing the young man. Even though Lin Feng didn't know him, he thought he seemed like a perfect referee. Lin Feng's gut feeling made him think that there must be something wrong. It was too perfect to possibly be true. "I agree with that," said the young, noble, and wealthy cultivator. He looked surprised. Mu Fan was astonished when he heard his friend. Mu Fan didn't know the young man who had just appeared. However, the young man who had proposed to be the referee had to have a high status, otherwise, his friend would have never accepted. Besides, he couldn't contradict the young noble cultivator even if he wanted to. "What about you?" asked the young man towards Lin Feng. He smiled and added, "Don't worry, I will make sure that the rules are applied and that you both can have a fair battle. I will also make sure that nobody comes provoke you after the battle." "What nice words!" Lin Feng looked pensive. He was trying to guess who that young man could be, but he had no idea. Lin Feng was sure that the young man had a very high status and wasn't an ordinary person. "Alright, since it's that way, you can referee our battle," said Lin Feng while nodding. Even though Lin Feng had the impression that it was too perfect to be true and that there was something happening behind the scenes, he still agreed. If he had a high status, then he wouldn't propose to referee and then violate the rules, he would lose face. And that would be unnecessary. "Thank you," said the young man while smiling and nodding his head in a very polite way. Lin Feng turned around, looked at Mu Fan and said, "Shall we?" Mu Fan stared at Lin Feng's eyes but couldn't see anything inside except coldness and calmness. There wasn't the slightest bit of anxiousness. The man in charge of the cage left. Mu Fan and Lin Feng were facing each other in the cage. Lin Feng still looked calm and fearless. Mu Fan raised his head and asked ironically, I am Mu Fan, student of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, would you like to tell me your name? Duo Ming, said Lin Feng without thinking. At that moment, Lin Qian and Lin Hong were astonished. Duo Ming. Why did that name sound so familiar? His name was surprisingly Duo Ming. Back in Yangzhou City, Lin Feng had also worn that mask when he introduced himself as Duo Ming. Lin Feng? Whispered Lin Hong. It was such a coincidence that Lin Hong couldn't believe they were different people. It can't be Lin Feng, said Lin Qian while shaking her head. If it were Lin Feng, how could he remain that calm while next to us? He even calmly glanced at us a few times. Besides, Lin Feng was not weak, but in Yangzhou City, he had only recently broken through to the first Ling Qi layer. It is impossible that he broke through to the fifth Ling Qi layer within half a year. There was a 4-layer difference between the first and the fifth Ling Qi layer, and it was a huge difference. The great majority of people required much more time to achieve something like that. If somebody was able to break through to 2 Ling Qi layers in less than a year, they were definitely a great genius. But even the greatest cultivation genius in the world could never break through 4 Ling Qi layers in 6 months. Lin Hong nodded when he heard Lin Qian. Lin Feng would have never been willing to fight against the 5th-level demonic fire lion. Therefore, it was impossible for that person to be Lin Feng. What was happening at that moment was just a coincidence, nothing more. Inside the cage, Mu Fan laughed and said, Duo Ming? We'll see if your arrogance is founded. When he finished talking, Mu Fan released a cold force which crashed into Lin Feng's body and oppressed him. He had the feeling his body was being weighed down by a mountain of weight. Force? Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought that his opponent would be able to control forces. No wonder that the noble young man was willing to give him the demonic fire lion as a gift. Mu Fan was a talented genius and would probably be able to tame the demonic fire lion with only a little work. When Mu Fan saw that Lin Feng was surprised, he felt proud of the power he had obtained. It seemed like Duo Ming had overestimated himself after all. If he was already feeling oppressed by such a small amount of force, it would be easy to win against him. You just have a very big mouth. You're oppressed by just a little bit of force. Your strength doesn't even enable you to resist my power. Don't worry, I can release much more force than this. You could never compete with me. I now know that I was wrong to think you could be my opponent. You were just rushing to your own death, said Mu Fan. When he finished gloating, he took a step forward and released even more force, which immediately surrounded Lin Feng's body, causing him to feel extremely heavy. Force, so what? Said Lin Feng while smiling. His body made a slight movement, and suddenly, the force around his body weakened a great deal. Lin Feng took a step forward, transformed into a shadow, and then he moved directly into the opposing force. With each movement Lin Feng made, whirlwinds were created around him and the atmosphere was emitting noises which sounded like tearing paper. It seemed like Lin Feng wasn't affected by the force and was tearing through it. Ha! Mu Fan frowned and groaned. He took another step forward and released an incredible amount of his force, which emanated extremely high-pitched whistling sound. His force was getting sharper and sharper as it moved towards Lin Feng. But at that moment, Lin Feng raised his hand and ignored the force released by Mu Fan. Something, which looked like a poisonous qi, emerged from Lin Feng's hand and surprised everyone. Lin Feng controlled force on a much higher level than Mu Fan. The force he released was different from that of Mu Fan. Because Lin Feng had a great deal of understanding when it came to forces, he knew how to make force almost invisible or change it to a thicker and heavier force. That is why Mu Fan's force didn't affect Lin Feng in the slightest. When the crowd saw the small amount of force that Lin Feng was using, which wasn't sharp at all, they were all surprised and had the impression that he was in an incredibly dangerous situation. I can control forces and my attacks are extremely powerful. Besides, I have already broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer. I am not scared of you at all, said Mu Fan while laughing. He stamped his foot onto the ground, which made a cloud of dust rise into the air. An even larger quantity of force emerged from his body and was moving towards Lin Feng's shadow at full speed. Suddenly, a bright white light illuminated the area between them. Everybody's eyes were wide open watching this scene. That guy is very strong. He can move quickly, he can control forces, and I can even feel some pure qi, said some people in the crowd while gasping in astonishment. It seemed like Mu Fan was incredibly dangerous. He definitely deserved to be a member of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. He was extremely strong. The situation was getting dangerous for Lin Feng. That guy, Duo Ming, will regret that he acted so aggressively against brother Mu Fan. He will not be able to withstand a single attack that our brother Mu Fan will launch. Mu Fan will definitely be able to kill Duo Ming with little effort, said the students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. They all agreed on that and were all convinced that Lin Feng was just going to die. Lin Feng's calm expression never left his face. It seemed like everything that was happening had no effect on him, as if the battle wasn't affecting his mood at all. Lin Feng and Mu Fan were moving closer and closer to each other. The forces were getting more and more intense within the atmosphere. Dust was sent flying all around. The two silhouettes were becoming hidden within the cloud of dust. There was still energy in Lin Feng's palm, which emitted a dazzling light. PSSS, suddenly, a small noise spread through the air, and a small dark light flashed through the air which made Mu Fan's body freeze in terror. Energy attack. How terrifying. In his mind, Mu Fan could only see the hideous silver mask transforming into an omen of death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Humiliation of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. Energy attacks were an extremely powerful tool for cultivators. Not only did it enable a cultivator to absorb all the energy around them, it also enabled them to control it and use it as their own. The energy attack was incredibly faint and did not look dangerous at all, but in fact, it was terrifyingly powerful. Mu Fan's force was absorbed by Lin Feng's energy attack. All the energy in the atmosphere was combining and adding to Lin Feng's power. How could he compete with him? At that moment, Mu Fan understood that Lin Feng could use an energy attack, which is why he hadn't been affected by his attacks. A cultivator of the 5th Lingqi layer who could carry out energy attacks was beyond strong. How frightening! Mu Fan had only thought about retreating and escaping once he saw the energy attack. A cloud of dust appeared around Mu Fan and he started retreating backwards at full speed. Too late, said Lin Feng in a terrifyingly cold tone. Lin Feng moved like a shadow and his hand was rushing towards Mu Fan's body. Boom! A gigantic cloud of dust appeared all around the cage. Lin Feng's energy attack had struck Mu Fan's body in the blink of an eye, tearing apart Mu Fan's body and leading to his immediate death. Ha! The crowd was wondering what was happening inside of the cage. They couldn't see anything through the cloud of dust that was surrounding the cage. The students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu were nervously looking at the cloud of dust and trying to see what was happening inside. That guy, Duo Ming, dared be that aggressive and arrogant. He must already be dead by now. It's a shame that we cannot see his end through the dust, said one of the students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, which confirmed everyone's thoughts about the battle. Nobody was worried about Mu Fan losing against some nobody with no background. That's right. How could a person, whom nobody knew, compete with a genius of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu who could control forces and had broken through to the 5th Lingqi layer? However, they did not know that the person was Lin Feng, and he could easily overshadow Mu Fan. They would never put the likes of commoners in their eyes. Brother Mu Fan, congratulations on your victory, said the young noble student of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. He was convinced that Mu Fan had won the battle. If he lost, all of the students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu would lose face. How was it possible for Mu Fan to lose to a nobody? Don't get excited too early, said a cold and indifferent voice coming from the cage. Everybody was astonished, and they could feel their hearts pounding in their chests. Someone who has no determination to risk their life on the path of cultivation. Someone who relies on status and puts themselves high above other cultivators can never be strong, said the voice coming from the cloud of dust, which was slowly fading until only Lin Feng could be seen standing in the cage. Lin Feng slowly turned around. Mu Fan's body was lying on the ground in a terrible state. There was no doubt when looking at this scene that Mu Fan was dead and almost split in two. Boom! It was as if a bomb had detonated in people's brains. Their hearts were racing at full speed. The result of the battle was completely different from what they had expected. Lin Feng had won the battle. They had never heard of this person before and he was wearing a silver mask to hide his face, yet he had required only his bare hands to mercilessly kill a genius of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu with a single strike. Lin Feng's eyes were still calm and his emotions were still steady. He had known the result of the battle since the beginning. Mu Fan lost? Each and every single student of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu had their eyes wide open in shock. They couldn't believe the results of the battle, especially that Lin Feng had required only a single bare-handed strike to kill Mu Fan. A genius of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu only amount to this much, I see, said Lin Feng indifferently. Everybody from the holy courtyard felt anger in their hearts. They had been humiliated time and time again by his words. Lin Feng had just humiliated the students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu to the extreme and thus indirectly humiliated the entire holy courtyard. If the geniuses of the Holy Courtyard of Shui were not even strong, how could it even have a chance to become recognized as the strongest institute? The students of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu had such evil expressions in their eyes that it wouldn't be surprising if they ignited and flames burst forth. You were lucky to win, that's all. So you shouldn't be arrogant like that, said the noble and wealthy young man, which stupefied Lin Feng. How was it possible to be so unbelievably shameless? Alright, shall we test my luck again? You can be the next to come down and fight me, said Lin Feng while raising his head to look at the young man. The young man was shocked. When Lin Feng saw that the young man wasn't replying, he continued, I guess as a student of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, you are too weak to fight against me. Go and flap your filthy mouth somewhere else. The young noble student furiously glared at Lin Feng. Each and every single one of you keeps bragging about how strong and powerful you are, but when you are in a real battle, you cannot withstand a single attack. You often advertise how great the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu is, but you are relying on such weaklings who fight rigged battles. You are all remarkably shameless, said Lin Feng, ignoring the young man's expression, and then continued, but I understand that you guys need to gain some prestige. You need to make other people believe that the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu is influential and powerful, but it is clear from what happened that the Holy Courtyard only knows how to put on a show. Lin Qian was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. This guy's words were sharp. His words had killed all hope of the publicity strategies having any success for the Holy Courtyard. Everybody was wondering why this young man hated the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu so much that he would directly interfere with their publicity efforts. The friendly young man was staring at Lin Feng and paying attention to every single movement and detail of his body. He's only broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer and he can already carry out energy attacks. That's not an easy accomplishment, thought the friendly young man who had been the referee. He still had a warm smile on his face, and he said, winner. At that moment, a silhouette was quietly leaving the cage. Lin Feng wasn't talking anymore. He turned around, looked at the cage and started to leave. Lin Feng said to the man in charge of the cage, can I come in now? The noble young man still did not reply to Lin Feng. It seemed like everybody actually gave a great deal of face to the warm and friendly young man. He then said, since he won the fight, what are you all looking at him for? Everybody was surprised, especially the students of the Holy Courtyard, who then nodded in a docile way. Alright then, 20 purity stones for killing it or you can tame it, said the man in charge of the cage to Lin Feng. It seemed like everybody was particularly scared of the friendly young man, especially those students of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. Who could talk that calmly and make the students of the Holy Courtyard obey so easily? Lin Feng was looking at that demonic fire lion and smiled. That beast was really a terrifying monster. It was extremely strong, quick and agile. These two wings could lacerate the atmosphere. How could the noble young man refuse to offer it to Mu Fan? Besides, if Mu Fan had accepted, he would have had a debt towards the noble young man. Lin Feng happily handed over 20 purity stones, and the man in charge of the cage immediately let go of the demonic fire lion. He looked at Lin Feng with an envious expression. Roar! Roared the demonic fire lion. Its body started shaking and it moved towards Lin Feng. It opened its gigantic mouth and unleashed flames from its mouth. The entire atmosphere was fire-red and filled with a scorching heat. Lin Feng was surprised. He jumped up into the air, brandished his long sword and moved it towards the beast. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Auction Square. Crack. Rah. Oh. Two clear and distinct sounds spread throughout the atmosphere. The first one was the sound of bones being crushed. The second one sounded like an extremely painful howl. Both sounds were emitted by the demonic fire lion. A gigantic sword mark was slashed across the back of the demonic fire lion. A blurry blood stain appeared on his fur. Its gigantic body was crawling across the ground in pain. A weak white chi emanated from its mouth, but it was still mixed with some scorching flames. The crowd was stupefied when they saw the result of the attack. Even though Lin Feng was incredibly strong, how could the extremely strong 5th level Ling demonic fire lion not withstand a single attack from him? Lin Feng was quite surprised as well, but immediately, a big smile appeared on his face. This battle was definitely interesting. So this was the plan all along, the lion couldn't withstand a single blow from an opponent. Thank you for your gift. I really appreciate it, said Lin Feng while raising his head and looking at the noble student on the viewing platform. Lin Feng was sneering at him with eyes filled with delight. The demonic fire lion had surprisingly been unable to withstand a single attack, and there was only one explanation as to the reason for this. They had weakened the demonic fire lion before the battle even started. They had prepared this weakened beast as a gift for Mufan, then Mufan would have easily been able to defeat it. A student of the holy courtyard of Shuyu defeating such a strong and powerful ferocious beast with a single strike, how much prestige would the institute gain from such a feat? Everyone's thoughts were chaotic. They were confused because nothing had happened according to plan. Lin Feng had defeated the demonic fire lion. Lin Feng had tamed the beast while Mufan had lost his life with a single strike. Lin Feng understood why the one in charge of the cage had looked at him with envy a moment before. He knew that this purposely weakened beast was ultimately going to belong to Lin Feng. When he heard that Lin Feng was thanking him, the noble student looked annoyed. His expression was incredibly ugly. Anyone would be able to guess that he had made the beast weaker so that he could rig the victory in Mufan's favor. The entire crowd looked at the group of students of the holy courtyard of Shuyu as if they were despicable. The holy courtyard of Shuyu was really shameless and its methods were really cowardly. They were not as strong and influential as they always acted. They always tried to make it seem so, but in fact, this was not the case. They were all just frauds. The young noble student coldly smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Why thank me? Even though you brought the demonic fire lion under your control, it doesn't mean that it will always follow and obey you. It's not that easy to tame such a ferocious beast. It would be best for you to be very careful, just in case the beast feels like devouring you someday." When Lin Feng heard what the noble student said, he looked amused and said, "Don't worry, what you're saying is not my concern even if the demonic fire lion is many times stronger than me." When he finished talking, Lin Feng went to the man in charge of the cage and said, "So this demonic fire lion now belongs to me, right?" "Yes, it does." The man said, not sounding reluctant to hand it over, but Lin Feng didn't wait to hear the reply. He had already grabbed the chains on the beast and started to pull the demonic fire lion out of the cage. Lin Feng walked out of the cage and took a deep breath to savor and enjoy this moment. Lin Feng then glanced at the incredible amount of people who were watching him. Under his mask, he had a huge smile on his face. He then said, "Being able to win a 5th-level Ling ferocious wild beast is indeed a great thing. Once it grows to maturity it will reach the Xian level. I have really made quite a sum." The crowd was surprised. Made quite a sum? He actually meant that the demonic fire lion had earned him money. What did Lin Feng mean? Nobody had time to ask before Lin Feng continued, "If you like this demonic fire lion, it's still not impossible for you to obtain it. Shall we go see how much this will sell for? Let's head to the auction." Everybody was astonished when they heard what Lin Feng said. How very cruel of him. Auction? He wanted to sell such a valuable ferocious beast after winning it? At that moment, the crowd understood what Lin Feng had said before. He would not get devoured by the demonic fire lion because he initially didn't intend to take it with him. Lin Feng had never wanted the demonic fire lion to begin with. Is that guy crazy? That's a demonic fire lion, what? Many people thought that Lin Feng was crazy for selling such a beast. They all thought that selling the demonic fire lion was a stupid choice. Of course, it was Lin Feng's choice to make and he didn't feel like having the ugly demonic fire lion walking by his side. He would do best not to commit the crime of cherishing a jade ring. He wasn't strong enough to keep such a valuable beast. Even if it was a great ferocious beast to possess, he couldn't afford attracting the provocation of so many people. While he would not shy away from provocation, he did not want to invite it. He understood that in this world he would attract the attention of the wrong types of people and possibly get into trouble that could be avoided by having such a valuable pet. What Lin Feng needed at this moment was to become stronger and quickly. He did not want to rely on the strength of a ferocious beast. Lin Feng couldn't afford attracting other people's envy, which would cause him trouble. He already had too many enemies. Owning such a beast would be like provoking people to become his enemy. The opinions of other people wouldn't make Lin Feng change his mind. It was difficult to make him change his mind. He understood that he did not have the strength to own this pet. Lin Feng then left with Beast and left the prisoner arena. He was walking towards the market district. Some people from the prisoner arena left and followed alongside Lin Feng. The entourage looked incredibly majestic. Some people wanted to see how agitated the auctions would become with such a beast. Some others were interested in trying to purchase the demonic fire lion. Many of the people who followed from the prisoner arena were not short on purity stones. They had enough purity stones to spare and a demonic fire lion was extremely valuable to them. If they had a demonic fire lion, they would be able to raise it until it reached the Xian level, which would make it invaluable. Besides, having such a ferocious beast walk next to them as they traveled would make them have an impressive and commanding presence. As Lin Feng and the group of people were walking, the crowd was growing larger and larger. The people were attracted by the prestigious impression this crowd gave. It was slowly getting out of hand. They were the subject of a widespread discussion. The news that somebody wanted to sell a demonic fire lion was quickly spreading through the districts. That's why more and more people were approaching to see the spectacle. Lin Feng was satisfied with this. He had feared that there wouldn't be enough people who would be interested in buying it. The more people that were interested, the better it was. That way, the price would be extremely high, which was a very good thing for Lin Feng. Lin Feng arrived in front of a square made especially for auctioning. There was a pavilion with several thousands of seats. The place wasn't as big as that of the territory of the prisoner arena. This place gave a cozy feeling when looking at the scenery. People could watch the auctions while being served tea and decide whether or not they wished to purchase the treasures. When Lin Feng saw this place, he smiled and walked towards it. When Lin Feng was about to arrive at the auction square, a group of people appeared in front of him which made him stop. "Someone like you cannot have a demonic fire lion," said a boy coldly while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked and said indifferently, "If I were you, guys, I would get the hell out of my way and go far away from here." These people were stupefied when they heard Lin Feng speak. Cold chi was being released from their bodies. All of them were far from being weak. "We will pay 100 purity stones of medium quality and take the demonic fire lion with us," said one of the group. "I gave you a chance, yet you are still morons," said Lin Feng coldly and then continued, "I will count up to 3, if you don't get out of my way, I will have the crowd of people behind me kill you. Who would sell a demonic fire lion for 100 purity stones of medium quality? How stupid can you be?" When they heard Lin Feng, the expression on the group of people's faces changed. There were many people who were behind Lin Feng who suddenly stepped forwards and gave intimidating looks towards the group. They were eager for the group to give them a try. 1. Lin Feng started counting. At that moment, even more people started moving forward from the crowd. 2. Continued Lin Feng. He had a strange smile on his face when he noticed that these people were not reacting. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly revealed murderous intent which made the group blocking his way completely shocked. "Remember me, this is not over," threatened the leader of the men who was blocking the path, and then their group started moving out of the way. "As expected, you do not accept my goodwill, bunch of morons," said Lin Feng coldly and then added, "In your next life, learn how to use your brains and remember not to threaten someone who just showed you a great kindness. How could someone dare to try and get my demonic fire lion for 100 purity stones of medium quality? Kill all of these people for threatening me and I will set aside 100 medium purity stones for you regardless of who wins the auction," said Lin Feng coldly. He was extremely calm as always, but the expression on the faces of the people who blocked the way suddenly changed drastically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Noble Cultivator Seating Area. Lin Feng was looking at all the corpses on the ground with his normal calm expression. Lin Feng had already given them an opportunity to leave when they had attempted to intimidate him and buy the demonic fire lion. But even after showing them mercy, they dared to threaten him. Since they had decided to make him their enemy, there had been no other choice but to kill them, or have they would have caused greater trouble in the future. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, he hadn't needed to move a single finger. A simple sentence had been enough to make many people move forwards to kill them. Many people had listened to Lin Feng thinking that if they managed to win the auction, then Lin Feng would definitely decrease the price for them. 100 purity stones of medium quality wasn't a small amount either. Lin Feng would obviously set aside the 100 purity stones of medium quality for them, no matter who won the auction. "There are many strong cultivators within the Imperial City," thought Lin Feng while looking at all the people around him. A lot of them had already broken through to the 7th or 8th Ling Qi layer. There were even some people at the 9th Ling Qi layer. They were not dressed too extravagantly, but they could kill other cultivators as if they were stray dogs. Lin Feng continued walking towards the auction pavilion with his demonic fire lion. A pebble street was built leading into the pavilion. People of every status could walk on that pebble road freely. Lin Feng arrived at a passage inside the pavilion. Between 2 flights of stairs, there was a beautiful woman who was there to assist guests. She had a red face and looked very fresh and alluring. She was wearing very bewitching clothes. It made Lin Feng feel very comfortable seeing such a beautiful girl. "May I help you, sir?" asked the beautiful woman in the middle when she saw Lin Feng arrive with the demonic fire lion. She was smiling at him and welcoming him as she would for any customer. She seemed friendly and her voice was pleasant to listen to. "Yes, you can. I would like to sell this demonic fire lion," said Lin Feng while smiling back at her with a friendly attitude. The beautiful girl looked at the demonic fire lion, smiled and said, "Please follow me." The beautiful woman then made Lin Feng follow her into the passage. The crowd who was sat on the seating platform inside the pavilion suddenly saw a demonic fire lion arrive with Lin Feng. They were stupefied. They fixedly stared at Lin Feng. Could it be that that guy wanted to sell his demonic fire lion? Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the excited people within the crowd, and instead, he paid attention to the atmosphere inside the pavilion and thought that the place seemed very warm and comfortable. It seemed like it was specially made to make people feel comfortable and at ease. At the end of the passage, there was a stage where things would be sold. There was a set of heavy curtains at the side of the stage. "Sir, this way, please," said the beautiful woman when they arrived near the high stage. She then continued and went behind the curtains. But when they arrived behind these heavy curtains, there were other curtains, and going through them led to a place dedicated to the people who had placed things up for auction. "Master Roan, this good sir would like to sell a demonic fire lion," said the beautiful woman to an old man. The old man was already standing up when Lin Feng entered the backstage of the auction pavilion. He was looking at the demonic fire lion and looked very interested. "The demonic fire lion of the Bai clan ended up in your hands," said the old man while smiling at Lin Feng. That smile was mysterious, but the old man seemed very happy. "Bai clan?" said Lin Feng. "Yes, the prisoner arena is owned by the Bai clan," said the old man while smiling. His smile was very strange, which made Lin Feng feel strange when seeing it. Now it makes sense. The Bai clan are the sole owners of the prisoner. This is why they used to call Bai Zhe the young master, and which is also why they sent some people to the Celestial Academy to catch me. But whether it is the young man in yellow clothes who was with Bai Zhe or any of the people working at the prisoner arena, I hate them all," thought Lin Feng. He was wondering what the relation was between all of those people and the noble student who had wanted to offer it to Mu Fan. He knew they were all connected, but he did not know how. I heard that many members of the Bai clan went to the Celestial Academy and got killed. Even Bai Zhe got killed when he went with those members. It seems like their strength is not infinite after all. Sooner or later, they were bound to offend the wrong person," said the old man. A light flashed through his eyes. His eyes seemed to be revealing that he knew something that he was not saying. Lin Feng was almost sure that this small city inside the Imperial City had only one owner, and that its many districts were divided between many clans who were in direct economic competition. For example, the owners of this auction square and the owners of the prisoner arena would have been in direct competition. The owners of the prisoner arena were probably making more money than the auctions. "Do you have a particular request as far as the auction is concerned?" asked the old man while looking at Lin Feng, and then continued, "For example, what is the minimum price you are willing to receive? Or will you accept only certain specific items for an exchange?" "Purity stones are good," replied Lin Feng. "Alright, at the time of the auction, it is possible that some people will want to use other goods to bid. We will accept those items and then convert them into purity stones equivalent with their economic value. Then, we will take a small transaction fee from the total." "Alright. Can you please put 100 purity stones of medium quality aside after the auction and provide it to those people within the crowd? I promised those people in the crowd that I would provide it to them for their help," said Lin Feng. "There is no problem," said the old man while nodding. He then handed a golden sheet, on which the full contract was written, to Lin Feng. He then said to Lin Feng, "When the auction is finished, come back here and provide that sheet to receive your purity stones." "Alright," said Lin Feng while nodding, and then left. The beautiful girl smiled to Lin Feng and said, "Sir, our auction market has many good products. You can have a rest and see what we have to offer. If you are interested, you can also bid on the items." "Of course," said Lin Feng while smiling. He didn't need that girl to tell him that. He would obviously bid if he was interested in something. "Sir, this way, please," said the beautiful girl while showing Lin Feng to an available seat. There were already many people sitting and watching the auctions. Besides, Lin Feng noticed that many of the people there were wearing masks. They were all hiding their identities like he was. Nobody wanted to be recognized and let other people know their social status. "Why did you bring me here?" asked Lin Feng perplexedly, as this was obviously a place for the wealthy guests. "Sir, this is where our distinguished guests are seated, and all noble cultivators are also seated in this area. Only those who bring us valuable items to sell or who have a high status in society are allowed to sit within this area. This offers the best view of the auctions for all of our esteemed clients," explained the beautiful woman to Lin Feng. Her voice was so sweet and gentle. She was so pleasant to listen to that many people would patiently listen to her explanations. "Noble cultivators," thought Lin Feng while laughing. No wonder so many people were wearing masks. They didn't feel like being recognized by other people when buying from the auction. That would be too inconvenient. Those who didn't wear masks were just ordinary people. When Lin Feng walked towards them, everybody glanced at him and immediately ignored him. "Sir, please sit here," said the beautiful girl while pointing at a seat which was available. Lin Feng nodded and sat there. The seat that the beautiful girl had chosen for him was quite good. He could see everything with a single glance from here. He could clearly see all the items that were being sold. That woman was criminally beautiful. Her beauty and charm would definitely appeal to many men. Lin Feng moved towards the stone seat that the beautiful woman had shown to him and sat down. "Ha!" At that moment, Lin Feng had the sensation that the people behind him were staring at him and directing killing intent in his direction. He couldn't help but slowly turn around. A young man wearing magnificent clothes was sitting behind him. That young man said coldly, "Get lost, can't you see that you're preventing me from seeing the stage?" Lin Feng was stupefied. The beautiful girl then politely said to the young man in magnificent clothes, "Sir, you can sit on those seats over there as you please. If you don't like your current one, then I will gladly help you find a better seat." "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" said the young man while slowly turning his head towards the beautiful woman. He looked incredibly cruel. He then looked at the beautiful woman with an evil smile on his face and said, "You're just a servant, nothing more. Come sit next to me, I will take you home and discipline you, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 160, Who's Furious? When the girl heard the young man's evil words, her facial expression slightly changed, but immediately after, she smiled again and said, "Young master, please don't joke like that. Who would waste their time joking with you? Get over here, damn it. You're just a servant, that's all. There is no need act like a noble woman," said the young man, sounding impatient and aggressive. Lin Feng frowned when he heard these words. In the imperial city, there were many strong cultivators who kept to themselves, but it seemed like there were even more of these arrogant and idiotic noble cultivators, who thought that everyone else was beneath them. The beautiful woman turned ghastly pale. She bit down on her lips. Her social status was indeed extremely low. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, being a servant was really one of the lowest positions one could have. Her job was just to welcome every guest with a big friendly smile. Her status was closer to a slave than a noble. Therefore, if that young man wanted to humiliate her, she really had no choice but to accept it without the possibility of defending herself. She remembered that one of her friends had been abused by someone from one of the noble families. He had bought her, then forced himself upon her. He had been so violent and brutal to her that shortly afterwards she died. What a tragic death. However, the auction market didn't intervene in such situations. Servants were just like slaves and not worth angering someone from a powerful family. They had been trained to entertain guests. That was their job. When the noble young man saw the woman's expression, his evil smile started to grow. He then continued, "I remember last time Meng Chong found a servant he liked, he enjoyed her until she literally died. If you don't come over here and do as I tell you, I will send you to the military barracks and we'll see how many men you can satisfy before you die." The woman was scared to death. Surprisingly, there was someone who wanted to take advantage of her. At that moment, a murderous light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. What a shameless animal. That guy was pleased with the fact that he had the power to cause such a vulgar scene. The fact that the people of this world allowed animals like him to continue breathing was tragic. He was the filth and impurity within the world that needed to be cleansed. "You're not shutting the hell up because you obviously don't know how disgusting it is for other people to hear you speak, right?" said Lin Feng, still wearing his silver mask, while turning around and coldly glancing at the noble young man. Lin Feng's words surprised the man, who coldly said, "Do you know with whom you are talking?" "Of course, I know," said Lin Feng while nodding, which made the noble young man look interested. The noble young man smiled coldly and said, "Since you know who I am, don't you care about the consequences of talking to me that way? Or is it that you lost yourself because of the woman? Do I even need to think about the consequences when talking to a stray dog?" said Lin Feng with a mocking tone. He. When the other noble cultivators heard Lin Feng, they couldn't help but giggle and laugh. Lin Feng was utterly humiliating this young noble. When the noble young man heard the other people laugh, he was stupefied. His expression became even colder and he shouted, "Cripple his cultivation and throw him the hell out of here. Now bring the girl over here." "All right." Someone who was sitting next to him stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. That cold-looking man was wearing a simple gray robe. His posture was very straight. A whistling sound was emerging from his body as he moved. Lin Feng was stupefied when he saw the man launching himself towards Lin Feng, as he clearly had murderous intentions. The qi that he was releasing from his body looked like the deadly qi which military troops released. He then remembered that when the noble young man spoke he had mentioned the military barracks. Could it be that he had a military background? Wait, said a loud voice at that moment, which made the man in the grey robe stop and turn to the person speaking. At that moment, a silhouette approached and said to the young man, "Young Master Meng, everybody who is here is a distinguished guest participating to our auction. Therefore, within the territory of our marketplace, I must ensure that everybody is safe. Please abide our rules. Sorry for the inconvenience. Of course, if you are interested in that woman, I can give her to you and then you'll be able to use her as you wish." The person who had come was extremely polite, which made the young man suddenly look relaxed again. It wouldn't be a good idea to cause the managers of the auction to lose face. After all, their status was also extremely high. Consider yourself lucky, the noble young man coldly said to Lin Feng. He couldn't attack Lin Feng in the marketplace, but as soon as he left, he would make sure to teach him a good lesson. That servant girl can come to me herself. I will make her taste my hard rod in front of everybody here, said the young man, which made the girl turn even paler. She had given up all hope. She hadn't thought that a simple and innocent sentence would put her in such a difficult situation. Besides, she hadn't made any mistakes. The young man could have sat somewhere else if he didn't like his initial seat and she had offered to help him. But in this world, being right or wrong wasn't important, strength was important. Evil cultivators could do as they wished as long as they had the strength or status to do so. "All right," said the manager. He then looked at the beautiful woman and said, "Haven't you heard what young Master Meng said? Why have you not gone to his side already?" The beautiful woman was scared to death. She could only stand there shaking. She didn't know what would happen to her if she went over to the young man. How could this world be so wrong? Ha! The young girl had tears in her eyes and was starting to sniffle. She had to accept that this was the way of this cruel world. She then started walking towards the young man. When the noble young man saw that, an evil smile appeared on his face. But after one step, the woman was surprised that she had been stopped. She only saw that her little and delicate hand had been grabbed by a strong manly hand, preventing her from moving any further. "Sit here next to me," said Lin Feng coldly, which stupefied the beautiful woman. She looked moved yet hesitant to listen to him. "I am telling you to sit down here, you have no need to go anywhere else," said Lin Feng while holding her hand even more tightly and forcing her to sit down. The crowd was astonished. "I hope you will not make things any more difficult for us," said the manager of the auction. It seemed like Lin Feng didn't realize that the manager was doing him a favor. Lin Feng was treated as a distinguished guest. The manager hadn't considered how Lin Feng felt. The manager had even come in person to protect him, but Lin Feng couldn't distinguish good from bad, so obviously the manager didn't care about being polite. "Make things more difficult?" said Lin Feng while smiling and looking at him. He then asked indifferently, "Am I a distinguished guest here or not?" "Obviously, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here," said the manager while nodding. "Indeed, I am a distinguished guest, which is why she had to receive me properly as was her job, but because she did, she is going to get punished and you want to give her to that filthy mutt. Don't you think that your actions are not respecting me at all?" said Lin Feng coldly. The manager did not care about respecting Lin Feng or him losing face. That beautiful woman had taken care of Lin Feng and had done her job properly, which is why the noble young man had gotten angry. Because of that, she was going to be forced into a fate worse than death. He was done being a bystander to the wrongs of this world. How could Lin Feng not intervene? From the beginning, the manager hadn't taken Lin Feng's thoughts into consideration and had completely ignored him. To avoid making the young man furious, he didn't care about Lin Feng becoming furious. When the manager heard what Lin Feng had said, he was surprised. He had indeed not taken Lin Feng's thoughts into consideration at all. He had only cared about the young man. Besides, he thought that the young man's status was much higher than that of Lin Feng, so Lin Feng should have shown him gratitude for stepping in. The manager suddenly looked less pensive and said to the beautiful woman, "Who allowed you to sit? Didn't you hear what I said? Go to young Master Meng." The young man had been furious because of Lin Feng, but because of what the manager had said, he felt overjoyed. Lin Feng and his status weren't even on the same level. "He's really shameless," said the noble young man in a low voice. He had a warm smile on his face. The manager of the auction market also thought that Lin Feng was being shameless. Lin Feng was stupefied. He looked at the manager and said indifferently, "What did you just say?" "Humph," snorted the manager. He pointed at the beautiful woman and said coldly, "Let her go to young Master Meng." Boom! The sound of stone being broken spread in the atmosphere. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Compassion. When the crowd heard the noise of stone being smashed during the auction, they all looked in Lin Feng's direction. The crowd was stupefied. That area was reserved for distinguished guests. How could anyone make trouble in that area? There were also many people who had come with Lin Feng, and they couldn't help but be stupefied when they saw Lin Feng smash the stone seating table into pieces. Lin Feng had caused trouble in the prisoner arena and was now causing trouble again. The beautiful woman was astonished as well. A moment ago, she had hidden her tears behind her hands by covering her face, and when she put her hands down, she saw the table and chair had been reduced to tiny pieces. She didn't know what to think anymore. Surprisingly, there was one person who was protecting her at her workplace, and it wasn't the manager. The manager was also surprised to see that Lin Feng had become so furious that he had reduced the furniture to rubble. Because he had ignored Lin Feng again, Lin Feng had become furious, and the manager was actually slightly frightened. He was staring at Lin Feng. He looked cold yet vigilant. But Lin Feng ignored his facial expression and said coldly, "I brought my demonic fire lion to sell it here at your auction market, which makes me a distinguished guest here. Is this how you treat your distinguished guests though, by ignoring them and humiliating them?" The people in the crowd were very nervous. The demonic fire lion was very attractive. But they were very curious about Lin Feng. Someone who had brought a demonic fire lion had to be a distinguished guest of the highest level, but why was it that he was being ignored by the manager? "But I am one of your distinguished guests, just like him, but from the moment I got here he has not stopped offending me. I did not go out of my way to offend him. You obviously have no idea how to treat your clients. You disregard me to make him happy and want to hand over the waitress that was serving me to him. You never once asked for my opinion or cared about offending me. He was the one in the wrong, and yet you grovel to him like a dog. As one of the managers at the auction market, by acting with such disregard for me, do you believe I am unable to sell my demonic fire lion anywhere else?" said Lin Feng. He then stood up and said, "Since you have treated me with complete disregard, I want my demonic fire lion back. I don't care about being a distinguished guest here. I will take the demonic fire lion and all of the customers that followed me to another auction." But when the crowd heard these words, they all looked at the beautiful woman on his side, as well as the noble young man who was sat behind him. They instantly understood that the young man was part of the Meng clan. This is why the manager did not dare to offend him. However, by doing that way, he was disrespecting Lin Feng, who had become furious. He was making Lin Feng lose face. Anyone who was in Lin Feng's position would also be furious. To be ignored and humiliated to such an extent was infuriating. The manager's face had a rigid expression. That little bastard. He didn't know that Lin Feng was the esteemed guest who was selling the demonic fire lion. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would react so aggressively. The manager had no way to justify his behavior towards Lin Feng. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in the area reserved to distinguished guests. It was the old man from the backstage of the auction who had previously spoken with Lin Feng. It was clear that after hearing the noises from backstage he was angry. "Apologize now. You do not know how to treat esteemed guests," said the old man while sounding extremely angry at the way the manager had behaved. "Apologize? Do you think words are enough?" said Lin Feng in a cold tone. The old man's body diffused a cold energy and he transformed into a shadow. Boom! The old man's shadow slapped the manager who had angered Lin Feng across the face. The power contained within this strike sent his body flying backwards. "What a useless person," said the old man coldly. That young manager was completely not even worth his time. Even though as a manager he has a high status, how could he ignore anyone sitting in this area? How could he completely disregard one customer and side with the other who was causing the trouble? Treating Lin Feng that way in front of everyone was like a slap in the face. How could Lin Feng not be furious? Was no one capable of using their brains? The manager was crawling on the ground, stood up and wiped the blood from corner of his mouth. He looked furious. He then looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes, but he didn't dare say a word. "Are you still not begging for forgiveness?" shouted the old man coldly. The manager was stupefied, but when he saw the old man's murderous expression, he started shaking. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "I'm sorry. You initially thought that you were smart to put him first, but now you know you are nothing but a fool," said Lin Feng when he heard that the manager wasn't sincere in his apology. He then added, "Get him out of here. Didn't you hear him? Get lost," said the old man. The manager was so furious that his cheeks were burning. He evilly glanced at Lin Feng. Immediately after, he turned around and left. How he looked at the moment was a huge contrast in comparison to a moment ago when he had seemed so majestic. When the old man saw that the manager was leaving, he smiled at Lin Feng with a regretful expression and said, "Are you satisfied with how things were solved?" Lin Feng looked at the old man and pointed at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, "That will take it out on her because of me. If I ask you to give her to me, will you refuse?" "Your intentions are good, of course you can have her," said the old man while looking at the beautiful woman. She was lucky to have met Lin Feng. Besides, giving her to Lin Feng wasn't a problem for the auction market as they had plenty of servants to replace her. Lin Feng slightly nodded, looking satisfied. He then said, "I hope that every distinguished guest will be treated the same from now on and not be more degenerates who will cause trouble." The noble young man's pupils shrank and he looked at Lin Feng in a very aggressive way. Lin Feng had humiliated him many times, calling him a dog and a degenerate. When the old man heard Lin Feng, he understood what he really meant. He then immediately turned to the young man and said, "Young Master Meng, this is the auction market and I hope that you do not plan on making us lose face. We will not accept such a disturbance from you again in the future. What you do outside is your business, but when inside the auction market, you best behave." The young man looked at Lin Feng in a particularly evil way and thought that after the auction, he would be able to deal with Lin Feng. He would definitely kill Lin Feng after the auction. This was not finished. The old man took the silence as an understanding to his warning. "Thank you, young Master Meng, for understanding," said the old man indifferently. He then immediately added, "I hope that everybody else will be wise enough to respect our rules. Now, I have spoken enough, let the auctions continue." When he finished talking, the old man glanced at Lin Feng one last time and his silhouette flashed as he left. Lin Feng looked at the vanishing silhouette while smiling happily in his heart. The old man had made things extremely clear. If the young man wanted to fight against Lin Feng outside of the auction, then he could, but as long as they were inside he would be under the old man's protection. Lin Feng had made the young master furious, but as they were still inside the auction, he had no choice but to calm down and let Lin Feng sit in peace. However, the moment that Lin Feng left that old man's protection, the young master would have his revenge. "Thank you, kind sir," said the beautiful woman while looking at Lin Feng. The expression in her eyes looked infinitely grateful. She clearly understood that Lin Feng had felt compassion for her, which is why he had asked the old man to become her new master. She understood that Lin Feng knew that her situation would be miserable in the future. Lin Feng was saving her from an extremely tragic destiny. "I just did what any good person should do, no need to thank me," said Lin Feng. But the beautiful woman shook her head, showing that she disagreed with him. In her eyes, the young man wearing the silver mask was so mysterious. He looked insolent and arrogant, but actually beneath his mask he was hiding many emotions. Looking very strong, he had attracted everybody's attention by smashing the table, which had purposely gained the attention of the old man to their current situation. The beautiful woman was endlessly grateful to Lin Feng. In spite of everything else, Lin Feng had protected her and had humiliated the noble young man because of her. He had also humiliated the manager of the auction because of her. If Lin Feng hadn't taken care of her, she would have become the property of the young man and her death would have been certain. Before, she used to think that she was just a servant in the auction market. She was just a servant who was only slightly above a slave. If she hadn't been beautiful and kind, then she would have probably been forced into slavery. She had never been respected by anyone, her dignity never mattered to anyone. But Lin Feng had protected both her life and her dignity. He had saved her from trouble and even thought about her well-being. She would be loyal and devoted to Lin Feng ever since the moment she became his. Lin Feng hadn't thought about any of this. Lin Feng had only done this because the mask could not hide the compassion which was within his heart. That woman had been humiliated by the young man because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't stand watching such a beautiful woman get defiled. He could not stand by and watch someone innocent suffer without doing something. Such actions were not within his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Ba Dao. The auction continued. The heavy curtains opened and two silhouettes came out. It was the old man and a slave with a huge marking carved into his face. The marking was Ba in huge letters on his face, which was the mark of his enslavement. His arms and legs were restrained with chains. The huge mark coupled with his long and messy hair made him look like a savage. Cultivation slave, thought Lin Feng, stupefied. Surprisingly, there was a cultivation slave at the auction. Surprisingly, one could buy actual people at the auctions. At that moment, the crowd became really excited. especially those who had come from the prisoner arena and would frequently watch the fights on a regular basis. Ba Dao. It's Ba Dao. Finally, Ba Dao had reappeared. Part of the crowd had been waiting to see him again for a long time. The old man glanced at the crowd and saw that they were all very excited, which caused him to have a smile across his face. Ba Dao has broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer. He has won 81 battles at the prisoner arena, said the old man indifferently, which astonished the crowd. 81 victories? How scary. He had killed 81 people and had never lost a single battle. How terrifying. Lin Feng was stupefied as well. Winning 81 battles was easier said than done, especially against extremely strong cultivators of the 6th Ling Qi layer. 81 cultivators of the 6th Ling Qi layer had fallen by his hand. That wasn't a small amount. That was a terrifyingly large number, and to make things even more terrifying, he never got to choose his own opponent. Making the blood of 81 extremely strong cultivators flow had made him as strong as he was at that moment. I do not need to talk much about the price. Everyone understands that he will most likely break through to the Xian Qi layer. When he does, then he will be able to compete with even one of the 8 high officials. Everybody can imagine what it's like to possess a slave who is as strong as one of the 8 high officials, said the old man indifferently while smiling, and then continued, for Ba Dao, the starting price is 200 purity stones of medium quality. Let the auction begin now. When the old man finished talking, the crowd became even more enthusiastic and excited. Everybody was fixedly staring at Ba Dao. That's right, in the future, he would be as strong as one of the 8 high officials. If he was free, how powerful a figure he would be. As if he had just realized how enthusiastic and excited the crowd was, Ba Dao slowly raised his head. At that moment, a sharp force burst from his body. The crowd was shocked and got the feeling that it was dangerous to even look at him for too long. Ba Dao was glancing at the crowd. When he looked at Lin Feng had the feeling that Ba Dao's sharp glare could cut through anything. It gave Lin Feng a shiver down his spine. That was definitely blade force. While Ba Dao and Lin Feng were looking at each other, blade force and sword force filled the entire atmosphere. It was very sharp. But very quickly, Ba Dao glanced at other people, which suddenly relieved Lin Feng. His heart was pounding. How strong and powerful. That slave can control blade force. His force is also extremely thick and powerful, thought Lin Feng. No wonder that he had won 81 battles and never lost a single time. He could control blade force much better than even Mu Fan. It seemed like his blade force made him invincible against cultivators of his own layer. If there was a person like him who could use energy attacks, he would be able to oppress extremely strong cultivators who are even a few layers higher. The noble young man behind Lin Feng was extremely excited. A slave of the 6th Ling Qi layer who had killed 81 people. How tempting. If he could buy that slave, who would probably break through to the Xian Qi layer in the future, he would look imposing and majestic when ordering him around. 300 purity stones of medium quality, said one person. He immediately raised the starting bid by 100 purity stones. 500 purity stones of medium quality, said another person without hesitation. That price was already extremely low. A slave of the 6th Ling Qi layer wasn't necessarily very valuable, but a slave who had killed 81 people and would probably break through to the Xian Qi layer in the future was extremely valuable. 1,000 purity stones of medium quality, said another voice sounding detached, which made Lin Feng's heart twitch for a second. These people were really rich. Lin Feng remembered how poor he was in the past and how miserable that was. He was now much better off, but he still did not have the money that these noble cultivators had. The one who had just said that bid would probably spend the money of his family to buy that slave. 5,000 purity stones of medium quality, said another voice just at the moment when Lin Feng was thinking about how high the previous price was. He was stunned. 5,000 purity stones was a terrifying price. That was enough to practice in the cultivation tower for as long as you wished. Besides, that price had come from the noble young man behind Lin Feng. It was young Master Meng who wanted to buy the slave. When the crowd heard that price, they were all astonished. Many people were making a wry smile. At 5,000 purity stones of medium quality, they couldn't afford to pay more. That price was even slightly expensive for the slave. The old man uncommunicatively looked at the crowd, smiled and then said, "Young Master Meng has raised the bid to 5,000 purity stones of medium quality. This is a slave who, in the future, will break through to the Xian Qi layer. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" said the old man, trying to tempt the others into bidding, but everybody remained silent. After all, 5,000 purity stones of medium quality was a terrifying price. 5,001, said a calm voice. The crowd was stupefied. They looked in the direction of the person who had just bid. The bid had come from directly in front of the young nobleman, and it belonged to Lin Feng. The young man's pupils shrank. He coldly stared at Lin Feng's back. 5,100 purity stones of medium quality. 5,101, said Lin Feng as calm as before. The crowd felt like they were watching a marvelous show. It seemed like Lin Feng was increasing the bid by a single purity stone each time on purpose. 5,500, said the young man, sounding colder and colder. 5,501, said Lin Feng, sounding calm and indifferent. The young man looked even more ferocious. But at that moment, the man next to him, who was wearing the grey robes, loudly interrupted him. "Young master, the auctions are just one method." The young man was surprised and then started smiling coldly. Indeed, if he wanted the slave, he didn't necessarily need to get him through the auctions. The crowd was stupefied. He had probably said that only to scare Lin Feng. The young man had decided not to bid again. A short moment later, the old man said, "Congratulations. The slave is yours. Leave him in the back for when I leave. You can auction my demonic fire lion and take the purity stones for the slave from its sale," said Lin Feng indifferently. The old man remained silent for a few seconds and then said, "No problem. The price of the demonic fire lion was always going to be much higher than the price of a slave. After all, when the demonic fire lion reached the Xianqi level at maturity, it would become a god-like existence." When the demonic fire lion came out from the backstage, the crowd became extremely excited and enthusiastic. They were almost going insane with excitement. In the crowd, there was one person with long golden hair who looked very strange with a golden glow in his eyes. The young man with the golden hair whispered indifferently, "Nobody can take that demonic fire lion from me today." The old man on the stage was calmly looking at the excited crowd. He waited until the excitement of the crowd reached its climax. He then raised his hand to make the crowd calm down and immediately said, "I don't need to say much about the value of this demonic fire lion. I am convinced that many of you have already seen it at the prisoner arena and dreamed of having it for yourself. Finally, it is now available at our auction market. Now, everybody has an opportunity to win this fierce beast. As it matures, it will reach the Xianqi level and maybe even break through to the higher Tianqi level." The old man was extremely excited too. He didn't understand how the demonic fire lion of the Bai clan had ended up in Lin Feng's hands. The Bai clan would have never given it to someone who wasn't a member of their clan. They also wouldn't ever dream of taking it to the auction. It would always remain within their clan. The old man had no idea of what had happened at the prisoner arena. Back then, the young man in yellow clothes had wanted to give the demonic fire lion to Mu Fan as a gift, but it hadn't worked. Lin Feng had killed Mu Fan. But what made the young man in yellow clothes feel even more depressed is that he was also at the auction market and was forced to witness the sale of the demonic fire lion. He hadn't had a chance to steal the beast back from Lin Feng, as what he had expected was that Lin Feng was going to use the demonic fire lion himself and not immediately sell it. He had never thought that before he had a chance to act, he would see the demonic fire lion on sale at the auction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Horrifying Price. The old man looked at the crowd who were bursting with excitement. He then finally said, "Alright, the starting price for the demonic fire lion is 500 purity stones of medium quality. Now, let the auction begin." When the old man finished talking, the crowd became extremely agitated. 1,000. 1,200. 1,500. Many people were quickly raising the price, but everybody knew that the real bidding had yet to begin. How could a few thousand purity stones of medium quality be enough for a demonic fire lion? Lin Feng looked calm and indifferent on his seat. He had underestimated the price of the demonic fire lion, but after he had seen the price of the Ba Dao, he had understood that the price of the demonic fire lion was going to be extremely high. The beautiful woman next to Lin Feng was looking at him. The eyes under that silver mask surprisingly looked extremely calm when watching this scene. "Master, how should I refer to you?" asked the beautiful girl to Lin Feng. "Refer to me?" thought Lin Feng, surprised. He then immediately said, "You can call me Master Feng." "Master Feng, my name is Yi Shui," said the beautiful girl in a sweet voice. Lin Feng slightly nodded, and at that moment, the price of the demonic fire lion had already been raised to 3,000 purity stones. It wouldn't last too long until it reached the same price that was paid for the slave. The young Master Meng glanced at Lin Feng with a cold smile across his face. He stood up and walked towards the edge of the area reserved for all the distinguished guests. He put his hand on the railing and said, "Today, I, Meng Song, am determined to obtain this demonic fire lion. Nobody should try to make me unhappy, otherwise it will not end well for that person. If you don't make me unhappy, then there will not be a problem and we can be good friends after the auction." When the crowd heard what Meng Song said, they were surprised. What a bastard! He was suddenly threatening the entire crowd. This area was filled with noble and powerful cultivators, and yet he dared to threaten them all. They had the choice: become his friend or become his enemy. Many people were staring at Meng Song, but when they thought that he was from the Mang clan and was a distinguished guest for the auction, most people chose to remain silent. There was only one aristocratic family in the imperial city, and their family name was Meng. "Now, I say 3001 purity stones of medium quality," said Meng Song with an indifferent smile on his face while glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had dared to outbid him for the slave that he wanted, so he would prevent Lin Feng from obtaining a high price on his demonic fire lion. The old man looked at Meng Song from the stage. The fact that he was behaving like this had made the old man feel uncomfortable. "The demonic fire lion is now mine," said Meng Song, sounding proud. Suddenly, a strong and imposing voice said, 4,000 purity stones of medium quality." "Who said that?" said Meng Song with an extremely cold tone. As proud he was a moment ago, he wouldn't have thought that someone would dare to make him lose face. That was intolerable. Meng Song glanced at the crowd looking for the person who had bid higher than him. "I said that," said a cold and indifferent voice. Immediately after, a silhouette in the crowd slowly stood up. It was a man with golden hair. He looked strange, and it seemed like he was surrounded by a golden light. When the crowd saw him, their pupils shrank. It was him. Kwang Shi. Meng Song's eyes shrank. "What do you want?" said Kwang Shi. His golden eyes were looking directly towards the area where Meng Song was sitting. Meng Song was surprised. His facial expression had frozen. He then said, "He, you are a brilliant disciple of the Wanshou Men sect. Since you want that demonic fire lion, I will not make you lose face and I will let you have it." Kwang Shi turned around and ignored Meng Song, which made him even more furious. He was being humiliated over and over again. He. Some laughing and giggling sounds spread in the atmosphere. While everybody was silent, this laughter sounded particularly sharp in Meng Song's ears. His face was disgusting to look at. He slowly turned around and looked towards Lin Feng. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at people who proudly say words that are worth less than a fart," Lin Feng said sharply. Meng Song was extremely aggressive and had threatened everyone within the crowd, but once Kwang Shi had come out, he had taken back everything he had said. He was even using the excuse that he just didn't want to make the other person lose face. It was just ridiculous and laughable. The Wanshou Men sect was one of the strongest sects in the Shuiyu country, and they were considered extremely strong even in the imperial city. Even though Meng Song's status was extraordinary, even he didn't dare to offend a member of the Wanshou Men sect. At that moment, Meng Song was silent. On that day, he had already been humiliated a few times by Lin Feng and had not been able to regain face. He initially wanted to get the demonic fire lion to regain face and wanted to take advantage of his social status to threaten everybody within the crowd. He hadn't thought that he would be humiliated again, but this time by Kwang Shi. And even after that, he had been humiliated again by Lin Feng, who loudly made fun of him. Meng Song had made his entire clan lose face. But nobody took his mood into consideration. The old man smiled indifferently. He was still standing on the stage and said, 4,000 purity stones of medium quality, is there anyone else who wishes to bid on the demonic fire lion? This demonic fire lion, I guarantee it will reach the Xian level in the future and could even reach the Tian level. It would become the overlord of the Shuiyu country. 4,500. Said someone after hearing the old man's words, which were very tempting. Even though they probably wouldn't be able to get the lion from Kwang Shi, they still might get lucky. That was a demonic fire lion, who didn't want to try their luck. 5,000. Said Kwang Shi, looking expressionless. If he wanted something, he would definitely get it. Even Meng Song had had to retreat because he understood Kwang Shi's temperament. 6,000. Said an old man in a black changpao while gnashing his teeth. 10,000. Said Kwang Shi calmly, which stupefied the entire crowd. When he said that, he looked absolutely unperturbed. No wonder people thought that the Yunhai sect was one of the sects with the least influence in the Shuiyu country. It seems like it was really true, thought Lin Feng. The Yunhai sect was really surpassed in wealth. The Yunhai sect lacked natural resources. It didn't have any vein of the earth for its disciples to practice within. A single disciple of the Wan Shou Men sect could spend 10,000 purity stones of medium quality while remaining unperturbed. The Yunhai sect still regarded purity stones of lower quality as extremely valuable. 11,000. Said the old man in black, Chang Pao, looking angry while exhaling through his gnashing teeth. His strength had already reached a bottleneck and he needed the aid of a ferocious beast. 15,000. Said Kuang Shi. The crowd was astonished. Immediately after, some people smiled wryly. As expected, nobody could compete with that guy. 15,000 is a sum that many wealthy and noble people couldn't afford. Coming from a single person and not a clan, it was even more monstrous. Nobody wanted to continue bidding after that. Finally, the final price for the demonic fire lion ended at 15,000 purity stones of medium quality. Lin Feng was smiling. He was very satisfied by the price. He had promised 100 purity stones of medium quality to the crowd of people who had come with him. He had never thought that he would manage to get such a monstrous price. He originally thought that if he could sell it for 4,000 purity stones of medium quality, then it would be a great sum for him. He walked towards the backstage with Yi Shui. At that moment, a group of people came out with a pile of purity stones. There should be 9,300 purity stones of medium quality here. You can check yourself, said the old man while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. 9,000 was much more than what he had anticipated. He took the purity stones and instantly the purity stones disappeared. The old man was stupefied. He looked at Lin Feng with a strange look. I must be too old. My sight is getting blurry, said the old man while staring at Lin Feng's eyes under his silver mask. He had given so many purity stones to Lin Feng, that wasn't easy to carry. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng had a Na stone. Ordinary people didn't possess a Na stones. Lin Feng was so mysterious. Lin Feng smiled under his silver mask. The old man didn't ask much either. He pointed at Ba Dao and said, he's also yours now. Take him with you. At that moment, the old man was curious. Ba Dao had already broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer. Would he obey to Lin Feng who was only at the 5th Ling Qi layer? Was Lin Feng strong enough? Come with me, said Lin Feng while looking at Ba Dao and sounding indifferent. Immediately after, he left and took the lead. Ba Dao was already unchained, he looked expressionless and was following behind Lin Feng. A short moment after leaving the auction market, Lin Feng turned around and stopped walking. He coldly looked at Ba Dao through his silver mask. Ba Dao looked cold and expressionless. If a cultivation slave was unchained, he could do whatever he wished. He didn't need to obey a master. After all, a cultivation slave was a human being. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, The Dangerous Follower. Lin Feng looked calm and serene under his silver mask. Ba Dao looked calm as well and didn't look agitated in the slightest. Lin Feng wanted to say something and then immediately asked, do you want to be free? Ba Dao frowned. The letters that were carved onto his face made him look extremely cold. Ba Dao remained silent and uncommunicative. This was his way of staying obedient. Of course he wanted to be free. Who enjoyed being someone's slave? I'm not the one who carved these letters onto your face. I don't force people into becoming slaves, said Lin Feng while looking at Ba Dao, who remained silent. He then slowly added, if you want to leave, you can turn around and leave now. I will not try to convince you to stay, and I will definitely not try to stop you. If you want to stay with me, then you will need to follow me. When Yi Shui heard what Lin Feng said, she was surprised. She was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. He was surprisingly willing to let Ba Dao go even though he had spent over 5,000 purity stones of medium quality to buy him. 5,000 purity stones of medium quality was a great quantity and was enough to buy a great deal of strong slaves. Ba Dao seemed like he was going to say something. His bestial eyes were staring at Lin Feng. He looked pensive. I am only going to give you this single chance to make up your mind. If you want to leave, leave now. If you want to stay with me, then you will follow me and never betray me, continued Lin Feng. He would give Ba Dao only one chance and no matter what his choice was, he would have to live with it. Ba Dao's choice would influence his future destiny. Ba Dao's facial expression became sharper. His cold and aggressive eyes were intensely staring at Lin Feng through the silver mask. Lin Feng's eyes looked as calm as before. Lin Feng could lose 5,000 purity stones of medium quality if Ba Dao left him, but if he decided to stay with Lin Feng, he would have to follow Lin Feng for the rest of his life and would not be allowed to regret his choice. Destiny often depends on choices. If Lin Feng hadn't bought him at the auction, then Ba Dao would still have been a slave, but now, Lin Feng was giving him the opportunity to regain his freedom. However, if he decided to stay, then he must follow Lin Feng and never betray him. Lin Feng couldn't afford spending so many purity stones on someone who would only cause him trouble in the future, as his virtue had limits. Lin Feng and Ba Dao were staring at each other. Their expressions were as sharp as blades, and the atmosphere was incredibly intense. In the atmosphere surrounding them, a cold and deadly qi filled the air. Yi Shui started shivering just from the atmosphere created by these two staring at each other. How cold! That coldness didn't make a person's body feel cold though, the cold penetrated deep into the soul. I will follow you, and I will never betray you, said Ba Dao after having remained silent for a while. His sharp and cold expression vanished. His voice was soft, and he was nodding to Lin Feng. All right, said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng had spent over 5,000 purity stones for this slave. If he had decided not to stay with him, then Lin Feng would be slightly disappointed. Now that Ba Dao had decided to stay with him, it was obviously the best outcome for Lin Feng. Remember what you said and make sure to never go back on your words. You could have had your freedom, but you chose to stay. You chose to stay and follow me. Since it's that way, if you betray me in the future, I will be forced to punish you, said Lin Feng coldly. The air around him became much colder too. Ba Dao remained silent and nodded. He understood what Lin Feng meant. On that day, if Lin Feng hadn't been there, he would have been sold to someone else. If somebody else had bought him, then they would have wanted to exploit him as a slave, but Lin Feng had given him his freedom. Lin Feng wasn't treating him like a slave and gave him a choice. Lin Feng was treating him like he would anyone else, and he was not being treated like a slave. Ba Dao was just a slave. He had his name carved into his face. If he had chosen to leave Lin Feng, then no matter where he went, he would still be treated like a slave. People would have tried to capture him again, and he would have never been able to break free. If he was to gain his freedom, he would never be able to show his face again. The markings on his face had made him a slave, and that is how people would treat him. Therefore, the choice that Lin Feng had given to Ba Dao was to follow Lin Feng, who would not treat him as a slave, or attempt to find a place which would treat him as mercifully as Lin Feng. Since it was Ba Dao's decision and he had been given the right to choose, he would never be able to regret his choice. He had chosen his destiny for himself. Lin Feng had not attempted to influence his decision. Let's go, said Lin Feng while starting to walk. Yi Shui and Ba Dao quickly followed behind him. At that moment, Ba Dao started walking slightly faster, and he moved close to Lin Feng without completely catching up and said from behind, "There are some people who are following us." "I know," said Lin Feng, who sounded indifferent and didn't even turn his head. Ba Dao looked at him in a strange way. Yi Shui's heart was also beating faster. She couldn't help but turn her head around. She just saw that about 100 meters away, a man in gray robes was following them while glaring at the group. He didn't even try to hide, acting as if he didn't care about being spotted by them. "It's him," said the beautiful Yi Shui. The man behind them was the man in gray robes who was with Meng Song before. "Ignore him," said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. Yi Shui turned around. She couldn't understand how Lin Feng could remain so indifferent. She found it uncomfortable. He's broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer. His blood vessels are very strong and he is filled with power. The qi that he keeps releasing is very strong and thick. A deadly qi is emerging from his body as well. He must be very used to killing, so he will be very hard to defeat. It would be very difficult for me to fight against him, and if the battle lasts for too long, then I would probably lose, said Ba Dao in a low voice. Ba Dao was surprisingly able to determine other people's strength and abilities only by looking at them. Lin Feng was stupefied. He looked at Ba Dao with an incredibly strange face. "Well, do you know how strong I am?" asked Lin Feng. 5th Ling Qi layer. You have a strong and thick qi. Your blood vessels are extremely vigorous. Besides, it seems like all the energy within your body is in perfect fusion. If I am not mistaken, it seems like you understand sword force to an extremely profound level. Any ordinary cultivator of the 6th Ling Qi layer would be unable to defeat you, and maybe even myself. I would not guarantee that I could defeat you in a fight, but... Ba Dao said these words very calmly, which stupefied Lin Feng. It seemed like when he was describing the strength of the man in grey robes, it was very precise. With only a glance, Ba Dao could clearly determine a person's actual strength before actually fighting against them. Yi Shui was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. He had just broken through to the 5th Ling Chi layer, and he surprisingly had dared to buy a slave of the 6th Ling Chi layer. Besides, he looked extremely confident and careless. "We'll solve the problem." Lin Feng didn't speak much more. After that simple sentence, he started to accelerate his pace and kept walking forwards. Besides Lin Feng and the two others, the man in grey robes was surprised and then immediately smiled coldly. He said, "I can easily catch up with you. Do you think that you can escape?" Lin Feng was walking with a slave of the 6th Ling Chi layer and had over 9,000 purity stones of medium quality on him. This was definitely tempting. The man in grey robes started walking on the tips of his toes. His entire body looked extremely skillful and agile while floating over the street like a gentle breeze. He was moving closer and closer to Lin Feng. But at that moment, Lin Feng and the two others changed their direction and went inside a restaurant. The man in the grey robes frowned. He then started walking even faster and finally arrived at the restaurant. He looked inside the restaurant but didn't see Lin Feng and the others. First floor. The man in the grey robes raised his head and looked at the flight of stairs when he saw a handsome young man standing around the stairs with a smile on his face. "Get lost," said the man in the grey robes while walking towards the flight of stairs and moving past the handsome smiling boy. While the man in the grey robes was walking up the stairs, a silhouette appeared at the top of the stairs. That person was holding a long dagger. An extremely strong and sharp chi was emerging from it. Blade chi filled the atmosphere and an overwhelming blade force was present, which made the people in the restaurant shrink back in fear. What sharp blade chi, and he is actually using blade force. When the man in grey robes saw Ba Dao, he smiled coldly and said, "Ba Dao, join our young master Meng, he will be sure to treat you well. There is no need to bring about your own destruction." Ba Dao ignored what the man in grey robes said and raised his long dagger into the air. An extremely sharp force was being released from it. While force was continuously flowing from his dagger, the atmosphere continued vibrating under the pressure. Pshhh. The man in the grey robes jumped into the air. Ba Dao's dagger released a magnificent light, which rushed through the air like a meteor. The mark of a blade suddenly appeared where the man in grey robes once stood. A rumbling noise spread down the flight of stairs. Suddenly, the rumbling noise stopped. The man in the grey robes saw the power of that strike and then shouted, "Die!" While shouting toward Ba Dao, the man in the grey robes made a quick movement with his hands. An incredibly strong force emerged from his hands and moved straight towards Ba Dao's dagger. Under the pressure of the force released by the man in grey robes, Ba Dao's body was slowly being pushed down. The man in grey robes raised his hand and was about to launch an attack, but at that moment, he had the sensation that something dangerous was behind him. His heart started to beat faster. He suddenly had the impression that he hadn't been vigilant enough and it had almost cost him his life. He turned around and immediately saw the handsome young man he had seen a moment ago. He had forgotten all about him, but at that moment, the young man's black eyes looked expressionless and cold. They were filled with endless desolation. His heart cruelly twitched once again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, Frozen to Death. It's him. The heart of the man in grey robes was unceasingly pounding. He finally understood that he had forgotten about someone. He had surprisingly forgotten his initial target, Lin Feng. It was the friendly-looking and handsome young man he had just encountered at the bottom of stairs. At that moment, blade force filled the atmosphere once again. It seemed like the blade force was lacerating the entire atmosphere. The man in the grey robes was still floating mid-air. He did not know what to do. No matter if it was Ba Dao's extreme strength or the young man with the expressionless eyes, he had the feeling that both were extremely dangerous. He suddenly had an idea and finally came to a decision. Ba Dao, who had broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer, was the one who scared him the most. If Ba Dao was behind him, then it would be way too dangerous. 81 people of the 6th Ling Chi layer had died by Ba Dao's hands. He used to be a slave at the prisoner arena, where his life was at stake during each battle. He was not someone who could be taken lightly. Ah! The man in the grey robes was strongly shaking. His robes were fluttering in the air. His rigid body suddenly released a violent and deadly chi. The extremely strong attack of the man in the grey robes moved through the air straight towards Ba Dao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire restaurant was shaking. The force that was released by the two fighters was ripping the ornaments in the restaurant and the furniture was being crushed. People were moving farther away from the fight. The tables and chairs where they were sitting were breaking apart and some even exploded under the pressure. The blade force was extremely cold. Under the pressure of Ba Dao's dagger, the man in the grey robes progressively moved back down the stairs. He glanced towards Lin Feng and saw that Lin Feng was moving towards him as well. He looked as cold and expressionless, which sent shivers down the man's spine. "Heavy mountain fist!" shouted the man in the grey robes. He surprisingly still had the ability to attack Lin Feng from such a dangerous position. His fist attack was extremely powerful. At that moment, he had a strange and evil expression within his eyes. PSSSSHH. At that moment, a clear and distinct sound spread through the atmosphere. It was as if something was being cut apart. The man in the grey robes wanted to move but couldn't. The forearm of the man in the grey robes was firmly being held by Lin Feng and his other hand was holding a mysterious dagger. The glow that it was diffusing couldn't be seen because the blade of that dagger had already penetrated into the throat of the man in the grey robes. Only the handle of the mysterious dagger could be seen. The eyes of the man in the grey robes were still looking at Lin Feng's incomplete shadow. That attack had been so quick. How could he possibly be that quick? Besides, how could he dodge his fist attack so easily? "In your next life, you should serve a righteous person," said Lin Feng coldly while pulling his mysterious dagger out of the man's throat. Blood poured onto the ground. The man's throat immediately collapsed and blood gushed forth. Even though he was dead, both his eyes were still open as if he was unable to close his eyes in death and pass on peacefully. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his dagger and put it away. His facial expression became cold and indifferent once again. He was calmly looking at the man's corpse. That man was of the 7th Qi layer. He was extremely powerful. If Ba Dao hadn't been there to distract him, then Lin Feng would have never been able to defeat him so easily. At that moment, Ba Dao and Yi Shui moved down the stairs. They looked at Lin Feng's handsome face and were deeply moved. What a genius! Lin Feng was only about 17 years old, but his strength was monstrous. He had killed the man with a single deadly strike. He had immediately gone for the man's vitals. Ba Dao knew he had become powerful over time. He had evolved in an environment full of blood and fighting. That's how he had become so powerful. But Lin Feng, his qi and blade force were very dense and his fighting abilities were extremely high. His attacks were almost masterful. A light also flashed in Yi Shui's eyes. A moment before, she thought that Lin Feng was weak because he had only broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer, but at that moment, she didn't have the same impression any longer. She also hadn't thought that such a handsome face was hiding under the silver mask, which made her unable to break her gaze from Lin Feng. She couldn't look anywhere else. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. After saying that, he started walking and left the restaurant. Ba Dao and Yi Shui followed behind him like before. They were closely following Lin Feng. Behind them there was only a corpse lying on the ground in the restaurant. In the blink of an eye, a strong cultivator of the 7th Ling Qi layer had been slaughtered by two people who were weaker than him, in the presence of the entire restaurant. No matter if it was the slave with the name Ba Dao marked on his face or the handsome and delicate-looking young man, the crowd just had the impression that they had just dreamt what had happened. Suddenly, a black silhouette appeared and moved inside the restaurant. The crowd was surprised again. That black silhouette hadn't emitted any noise, just like a ghost or a spirit. It had just appeared in front of them. Such a thing was terrifying. "He died," said the mysterious silhouette. When the black silhouette saw the corpse on the floor, it looked irresolute. The hand of the black silhouette moved and a strong energy was released. It enveloped the dead body and immediately the body disappeared. The entire crowd was incredibly surprised. A mixture of veneration and dread-filled thoughts rushed through the minds of the onlookers. Xian Qi layer. That black silhouette was of the Xian Qi layer and seemed to have been following the people from a moment before. The black silhouette flickered and disappeared from the crowd's vision. A short instant later, it appeared outside of the restaurant. It was looking into the distance, then the silhouette flickered again and it disappeared from that location. Suddenly, the black silhouette was surprised and stopped moving. Because at that moment, there was a calm-looking person who had blocked the path of the black silhouette. That person was whiter than snow and it was floating in the air like a celestial being. It was a woman and the black silhouette could only see her back. Even if one wanted to pass, it seemed impossible. She looked like a glacier separating him from his desired location. How monstrous! The black silhouette could determine that holy and pure silhouette was an extremely strong cultivator of the Xian Qi layer. She was very dangerous. "You followed us for such a long time. Now you have finally stopped." That holy and pure silhouette slowly turned around. Her face was covered by a fine veil. People could only guess what was underneath and would be very eager to gaze under the veil. The black silhouette hadn't been so anxious for a very long time, but at that moment his heart was pounding inside his chest. Breathtaking, stunning. At that moment, a stunning body was slowly moving towards the black silhouette. The atmosphere was becoming colder and colder. Following every single movement, a freezing coldness invaded the atmosphere. The atmosphere around that person was covered with frost. That was a very strange coldness. Even strong cultivators who were far away were looking in that direction, gasping in astonishment. The expression of the black silhouette seemed to have solidified, and a shiver ran down his spine. The silhouette transformed and shot away like an arrow being released from a bow. He released a violent energy from his hand as he retreated. Ice Heart. The white silhouette just said these two words. At that moment, the body of the black silhouette started shaking from head to toe. These two words seemed to have encircled his heart with a layer of ice, as if it was trapped by the ice. An ice-cold chi was released in the atmosphere. The black silhouette resisted the extreme coldness. The energy that had been released from his hand had turned white and had frozen inside the atmosphere. This scene looked like a dream. Kacha, kacha. The ice in the atmosphere was growing thicker and thicker. It seemed like the entire atmosphere was covered with a layer of ice. The energy emerging from the hand of the black silhouette were bombarding against the white ice. But that freezing white ice seemed to be endless, as if the entire world belonged to this ice. Ice reigns over the world. A cold and detached voice came from that stunning silhouette. The entire atmosphere suddenly froze solid, and there was not a movement to be seen. The black silhouette suddenly sensed an extreme coldness invade his body. He quickly thrust his palm forward. A pure energy started pouring out from the black silhouette's palm. But in that world of ice, everything seemed to belong to the ice. The ice was becoming thicker and thicker. It seemed like the entire world was turning into a single block of ice, oppressing the body of the black silhouette. Finally, his body and heart were completely frozen. What did they see? That world of ice was actually a gigantic block of ice as big as a house. Such a thing seemed like a dream. After a long time, that block of ice finally started to crack and rapidly started melting under the hot sun. Ice-cold water started to flow down onto the ground. In the middle, there was a black silhouette which had been frozen in the moment of its death. This person was already long dead but had been frozen in the scene of their own death. That black silhouette had once been an extremely strong cultivator of the Xin Shi layer, but at that moment, it was only a frozen corpse. It was silent and breathless, it was completely lifeless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Slave Exchange. Lin Feng had no idea what had happened after he had left the restaurant. Even though he had a little bit of a sixth sense, he had never sensed that a cultivator of the Xin Shi layer was following him. Lin Feng hadn't realized that Meng Qing was also following him the whole time. She had been following him since the moment when he left the Celestial Academy. She had never once left his side. Lin Feng had put on his silver mask again, which gave him a majestic and cold appearance. He wasn't the only one for whom that was the case, it was the same for Ba Dao, who was on his side, who was now wearing a bronze mask. Ba Dao looked ferocious and savage, especially when wearing the bronze mask. Ba Dao, except for auctions and fights to the death, are there other places where cultivation slaves of the prisoner arena end up? Asked Lin Feng while walking down the street. Yes. Muttered Ba Dao irresolutely. He then immediately nodded and said, no need to talk about those who have already died in the arena. The ones who are docile and obedient enough are allowed to stay inside their cages to be sold. Those who aren't sold at an auction will eventually be sent to the black market. Many of them are sold on the black market to people who need cultivation slaves. Lin Feng looked at Ba Dao. It was clear that he was very stubborn and hardly the docile type. Where can we buy slaves? Asked Lin Feng. I don't know. Replied Ba Dao while shaking his head. He then added, I have never been a witness to slaves being bought before. I am just familiar with what happened to me. Lin Feng looked pensive. Then, Yi Shui, who was standing on his side, said, there is a slave exchange where you can purchase slaves, it's widely known in this district. The wealthy and noble cultivators go to the slave exchange when they need slaves. They can exchange purity stones or other items and receive slaves. Exchange? Lin Feng was surprised. Surprisingly, there were places called slave exchanges. Yi Shui, take me to the slave exchange. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Yi Shui was surprised. She looked at Lin Feng and immediately nodded, all right. They immediately started walking. Soon, they had arrived at the slave exchange. Lin Feng could already see the slave exchange from a distance, as the roads of the city were vast and wide. When he saw the slave exchange, his pupils shrank. On both sides of the road, there was a large number of cages with slaves inside. Their powerful masters were sitting there looking indifferent, waiting for people to come and buy their slaves. In that place, slaves were like animals. There was nothing humane about the slave exchange. These slaves were war prisoners, prisoners sentenced to death, or people who had offended an influential clan. For example, those who had survived the massacre of the Yunhai sect had been turned into slaves by Duan Tianlang. These survivors were humiliated and maltreated to the extent that they wished that they could die. Many of them did. Besides, the exchange marketplace was very busy. People were unceasingly walking on the central road and buying slaves. There were some very strong slaves and they belonged to the noble families that had purchased them. Lin Feng and the two others entered the slave exchange. They glanced at all the cages on both sides. There were all sorts of slaves, skinny ones as well as robust ones. There were also extremely attractive male and female slaves. The nobles of the city who were fond of beauties could buy them in order to enjoy various pleasures. Master Feng, this area is for slaves who are mainly at the Qi layer. Slaves of the Ling Qi layer are very expensive. The large clans of the imperial city have the monopoly over them. Don't even give them a look. At that moment, Yi Shui explained these things to Lin Feng. She didn't know why Lin Feng would want to come to that place. However, if Lin Feng was going to buy slaves, then it was no use to look at slaves of the Qi layer. Alright, let's go and see the slaves of the Ling Qi layer, replied Lin Feng. He started walking again, but he didn't feel comfortable, and he actually felt very uneasy seeing the scenes around him. Each and every slave was staring at their group. It was clear that these slaves had been mistreated, and the master looked truly disgusting. This was the impurity of the world. Shortly after, they arrived at the middle of the slave exchange. It didn't look like the outside area at all. While the rest of the exchange was like a market, the area here was a small ancient castle. Master, this is the biggest place to exchange slaves. 80% of them are slaves of the Ling Qi layer. Yi Shui whispered these words into Lin Feng's ears. Outside of the ancient castle, a silhouette was intensely staring at Lin Feng and the others. When a slave merchant heard Yi Shui call Lin Feng Master Feng, he quickly interrupted, Master, did you come here to purchase slaves? I can guarantee you that you will find very high-quality slaves here. Show me, said Lin Feng indifferently. His eyes under his silver mask were fearless. As you wish, Master. Please follow me, said the slave merchant sounding extremely polite while smiling. Lin Feng and the two others entered the building, which looked like a small fortress. The interior was huge. Only half of the cages were locked while others had been left open. The interior was full of slaves. They were all sitting on the floor looking sluggish. When they saw Lin Feng enter, a deadly qi started invading the entire atmosphere. Master, you can choose one from here. The number of chains that they have on their body represents their strength. If they have one chain, it means that they have broken through to the first Ling Qi layer, or if they have 5 chains, it means that they have broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer, said the slave merchant to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could look at the slaves and determine their strength depending on the number of chains on their body without them having to move. There are 200 slaves of the Ling Qi layer here. The strongest ones are at the 6th Ling Qi layer. Their masters must be from the influential clans, thought Lin Feng as he roughly glanced at the slaves. There were about 200 slaves, and they had all broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Besides, they were all quite young. If they had all been outside slavery, they would have definitely been an influential power. They could have even composed a small sect. Master, don't worry. All of them have come from the prisoner arena. Amongst them, some were disciples of the Yunhai sect, which was destroyed by Duan Tianlang. Many of them used to be elite disciples or even core disciples. There is absolutely no chance for you to be disappointed. The slave merchant was talking attentively. Lin Feng was greatly astonished. Disciples of the Yunhai sect? He had finally found some of them. Last time, Lin Feng had heard that many people of Yunhai sect had ended up at the prisoner arena. He was hoping to find some of the former disciples of the Yunhai sect, which is why he had come to this place. I plan to go hunt some extremely strong ferocious beasts in the forest, and for that, I need slaves to open the way. It seems like I ended up in the perfect place. Lin Feng was smiling. All these slaves looked at him with a cold glare. He wanted them to open the way for a strong ferocious beast. This meant that they were all going to be sacrificed. What a bastard. He. Master, you really came at the right moment, said the slave merchant while smiling. In his heart, the slave merchant was cursing Lin Feng. He didn't know which noble clan he was from, But he was stupid enough to tell the slaves his plans for them. "What is the price for the slaves in here?" asked Lin Feng. "Slaves of the first Ling Chi layer are 10 purity stones of medium quality, those of the second Ling Chi layer are 30, those of the third Ling Chi layer are 80, those of the fourth Ling Chi layer are 200, those of the fifth Ling Chi layer are 500, and those of the sixth Ling Chi layer are 1000. Lin Feng slightly nodded. He looked at all the slaves and said, "Those who were the former disciples of the Yun Hai sect can serve my purpose. Who will be coming with me?" When the slave merchant heard him, he cursed him again. What an idiot! Even the slaves were looking at Lin Feng indifferently. There was no solution. Who would be willing to go with him? It wasn't written on any of their faces that they had once been disciples of the Yun Hai sect. If they didn't want to leave, they didn't need to. If they didn't say that they belonged to the Yun Hai sect, who would even know? Even Ba Dao and Yi Shui didn't understand Lin Feng's actions. But Lin Feng looked as calm and indifferent as before. He took out a ring and placed it onto his finger. Lin Feng had taken out a ring which looked ordinary, but when the slaves saw it, they were stupefied. That ring looked ordinary, but amongst these slaves, many of them had already seen it. It had belonged to the patriarch of the Yun Hai sect, Nan Gongling. They had already seen it on his finger many times. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Inspiration. Each and every single disciple of the Yun Hai sect stood up and stared at Lin Feng, or more precisely, at his ring. They couldn't understand what was happening. But at that moment, Lin Feng put his hand on his waist and said to the slaves, "Those willing to follow me, stand up." The hearts of these Yun Hai sect disciples were pounding. They were stupefied. Flashes of hope appeared in their eyes. That was the patriarch's ring. Lin Feng might be a disciple of the Yun Hai sect, just like them. "I am willing to follow you." At that moment, a silhouette stood up and walked towards the edge of his cell. He looked excited. "I am willing to follow you. I also want to follow you." More and more people were standing up and expressing themselves. The whole situation stupefied the slave merchant. He was deeply surprised by the actions of these slaves. Why were so many people willing to follow Lin Feng? They would certainly bring about their own destruction. Could it be that they found living here so horrible that they had chosen death? Ba Dao and Yi Shui were astonished too and looked at Lin Feng, trying to get a hint of what was happening. Lin Feng had just said that he was looking for slaves to clear the path against some ferocious beasts. How could they be so willing to go with him? More than 30 slaves had stood up and were standing at the entrance of their cells. Lin Feng sighed with mixed emotions. The number of people who had managed to survive that day was quite important. They hadn't been killed on the spot, but their lives was far from being one of happiness. They had been made into slaves, and a great number of them had died in the prisoner arena. There were also many people that had been sold in the slave exchange previously. "Release them, I want to buy all of them," said Lin Feng indifferently. A light flashed in the slave merchant's eyes and he slightly nodded. Even though he didn't understand what was happening, he couldn't deny that someone buying so many slaves at once was a large amount of business. "Are you sure that you want me to release all of these slaves?" At that moment, the slave merchant wasn't smiling any longer and was no longer trying to sell his slaves. He looked solemn and calm as if it was a completely different person. Lin Feng looked at the slave merchant in a strange way, but, immediately after, was relieved. The slave merchant was concerned that Lin Feng wasn't strong enough and something bad would happen to him if he was unable to control the slaves. "Yes, I am." "Release them," said Lin Feng while nodding. It was clear to him that the slave merchant was worried about him not being strong enough, which would be problematic if he did not have the power to control all of these slaves. But did Lin Feng need to keep them under control? "Since you have insisted, I will release them," said the slave merchant while nodding. The slave merchant moved to the large cell in which most of the slaves were inside and unlocked it. He then said, "Those willing to follow him, come out one by one. If you dare do something suspicious, you will die." When the slave merchant finished talking, a deadly energy emerged from his body and spread into the air. A light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. How powerful! The slave merchant had broken through to the 7th Ling Chi layer. It seemed like this person was a completely different person from the one a moment before. The slaves had their heads down and did not look anyone in the eyes. They were all moving out of the cell one by one so that each person could fit through the small door. Their hearts were pounding out of excitement. Very quickly, 32 people were standing by Lin Feng's side. "How many purity stones?" calmly asked Lin Feng. 8 slaves of the first Ling Chi layer, 9 slaves of the second Ling Chi layer, 7 slaves of the third Ling Chi layer, 5 of the fourth Ling Chi layer, 3 of the fifth Ling Chi layer and none of the sixth Ling Chi layer. That's 3,400 purity stones of medium quality, said the slave merchant after having counting the total in his head. Lin Feng slightly nodded. A light flashed and at that moment, a thick pure chi emerged. In Lin Feng's hand appeared a huge number of purity stones. He can store things in a pocket of space. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng surprisingly could store things into a special pocket. That didn't seem like an easy thing for one to achieve. You can count them if you would like. Lin Feng put all the purity stones on the ground while saying this. The slave merchant indifferently glanced at the ground and then immediately said while smiling, "No need to count. You can leave with your slaves now." "All right," said Lin Feng while slightly nodding. He turned around, looked at the slaves and said, "Come with me." When Lin Feng finished talking, he started walking. Those 32 slaves followed behind him as a group. Everybody's pace was surprisingly identical and their formation was clear and neat, which surprised everybody that saw. It didn't seem like that group of people came from the slave exchange at all. The way they moved in formation was way too strange. They looked like Lin Feng's subordinates, calmly following behind him. The slave merchant of the slave market looked at the backs of the departing slaves and a thought flashed through his mind. He then said, "Master, walk slowly." Walking on the large road with 32 slaves would obviously attract everybody's attention. How could people outside not see the marks that the slaves had on their faces? Besides, they were still within the slave exchange. If they were outside, then they would draw even more people's attention. In a mansion not far from the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, Lin Feng, Ba Dao, Yi Shui and 32 slaves were cultivating. The place they were training was a rocky terrain. There was a pavilion in the middle with a small bridge, flowing water, and even a small lake. This was the mansion that Lin Feng just recently bought. He spent 500 purity stones of medium quality to buy the mansion, which was incredibly expensive. Lin Feng needed a place for the slaves to stay. The Celestial Academy wasn't his after all. Even if he could enjoy all the benefits of the academy, he couldn't draw everybody's attention by walking in with so many slaves following him. That would not have been appropriate. Each and every slave from the Yunhai sect was looking at Lin Feng. They were curious to know who he was. They were very troubled by not knowing who it was under the mask. They all wanted that mask to be removed so they could see the face underneath. Who could be wearing the Patriarch's ring? Lin Feng calmly glanced at the crowd and said, "You've gone through a lot of hardships." While talking, he put his hand on his mask. The heart of the people in the crowd started beating faster. Lin Feng then slowly took off his mask. Boom! Seeing Lin Feng's face made the group completely shocked. Everybody knew the young man, who was wearing the Patriarch's ring. It was Lin Feng. That was the unique, exceptional, and frivolous Lin Feng. Back in the days of the Yunhai sect, Lin Feng had stood out because he had killed the elite disciples and he defeated top-ranking elite disciple, Wen Renyan. He was like a conquering hero. In the life and death arena, he had made the Patriarch regret his actions and reflect upon his mistakes. How imposing was he when reprimanding the Patriarch? Lin Feng had become a source of hope for the future of the Yunhai sect. Everybody thought that, sooner or later, Lin Feng would make the Yunhai sect rise again to new heights and regain its place in the Shuiyu country. But the Yunhai sect, instead, had been the victim of a tragedy. And at that moment, they could see Lin Feng again. Their hearts were beating from just looking at the wonderful disciple of the Yunhai sect standing there alive. It was the young man who had refused Duan Tianlang's offer because he stayed true to his own convictions. They were infinitely touched and surprised by his actions. Lin Feng was still alive. Lin Feng had freed them from their slave status and took them from the slave exchange. They wouldn't have to live as slaves again and could regain their humanity. They wouldn't be enduring pain and humiliation on a daily basis. No need to look at me that way and no need to be too excited either. Don't forget that your faces still have the mark of the slave carved into them. Your hearts are still filled with an endless shame," said Lin Feng when he saw that the crowd was growing excited. Lin Feng's coldness quickly ended the excited feelings that had begun. That's right, they still had the mark of a slave carved into their face, so they still had the status of slave. Have you forgotten how our sect was destroyed? How you've forgotten the people who carved these letters into your faces? Said Lin Feng coldly. The crowd was filled with hatred. They hated Duan Tianlang. He was the one who had destroyed the Yunhai sect. They were marked as slaves because of him. He had made them become slaves. Because the Yunhai sect was weak, it was destroyed. It didn't have the power to even defend itself. As far as you are concerned, you are weak, that is why you have the mark of a slave carved onto your face. This is why you were humiliated each day," said Lin Feng. He then slowly added, "If you do not have enough strength, you will never break free from your status as a slave. You will, as before, remain slaves and could even get taken away just like an animal." Lin Feng's words were not pleasant to hear, but every single sentence made their heartbeat even faster. Lin Feng was right though, if their strength didn't increase, they would never be able to change their destiny. If you are sick of being bullied and humiliated, if you want to change your destiny and not be a slave for your entire life, if you want to hold a festival to celebrate the end of your past hardships and humiliations, there is only one way," said Lin Feng, whose voice was becoming louder and louder, while looking at everyone in the crowd. He then spat out the following words: "Become stronger. Unceasingly stronger. Only the strong can change their destiny. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 168, Forbidden. Become stronger. All of these Yun Hai sect disciples were turning red, with anger boiling in their hearts. Lin Feng was right. If the Yun Hai sect had been strong, who would have been able to destroy it? If they were strong enough, they would have never had the mark of a slave carved into their faces. Exceptionally strong cultivators could annihilate a whole sect and even a country. This is what only the really strong cultivators could do. They could shake both heaven and earth. However, the weak of the world could only get bullied to the extent that they would become slaves and be treated like animals. This was the fate of the weak Yun Hai sect. Lin Feng looked at the crowd and felt that his words had the desired effect. They were all clenching their fists to the extent that their tendons could be seen on their arms. Their hearts had been filled with shame. Now they truly knew what the words humiliation and shame meant. They understood that, in this world, the weak would always be at the mercy of the strong. If their determination and willpower became stronger, then they would also grow much stronger too. Suddenly a few agility techniques and martial skills appeared with a wave of Lin Feng's hand. They were from the temple of the Yun Hai sect. Now that he had become the patriarch, he needed to help the disciples become stronger, so they needed to have access to these skills. Nan Gongling, before dying, appointed me as the new patriarch of the Yun Hai sect. All of these martial skills and agility techniques are at the Xian level. You can look for a few which would be suitable for you. Once you find one, just go and practice it to perfection. Lin Feng laid these skills and agility techniques on the floor. Everybody was stupefied. Martial skills and agility techniques were extremely attractive to any cultivator. A few of the disciples rushed towards the agility techniques and martial skills to choose, but many people stayed in their initial position while staring at Lin Feng. "Get back!" Lin Feng moved forwards and released a burst of qi and force into the air, which surprised the people who had already rushed forward to greedily choose their own skills. They all raised their head and looked at Lin Feng. "Damn it, I said get back!" Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He looked extremely cold. This group of disciples didn't understand why Lin Feng was losing his temper, but they all moved back towards the other disciples who were patiently waiting. Patriarch. Amongst those who hadn't moved a moment before, there were some who suddenly decided to bow and give face to Lin Feng. The ones who rushed forward understood and bowed to Lin Feng as well and said, "Patriarch." Lin Feng coldly looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "You have all disappointed me." But when they heard him, the crowd was stupefied. "I don't want to hear you all call me patriarch. I just want to see how many of you can control your hearts when faced with greed. Someone who is just interested in satisfying their own interest and their own greed will never be able to gain a strong heart. They will never take into consideration the others around them and will only work to satisfy their own desires. I'm telling you, you're a bunch of idiots." Lin Feng said very impolitely, "I don't know if it's because you've been slaves for too long, but some of you no longer have honor and integrity. Do you think that I released you so you could greedily help yourselves to skills without showing the slightest bit of respect or consideration? Do you think that I wanted to hear you shout patriarch to satisfy my own ego? Do you think I want people who will only call me patriarch because I am the one with the power? What happens if the person with power changes? You all disappoint me." Lin Feng repeated himself again. The cheeks of the Yun Hai sect disciples who were bowing to Lin Feng felt like they were burning. "Do you think I owe you something? I spent thousands of purity stones to buy your freedom. Could it be that you think I did this so you could continue to think of your own interests? Do you think I bought you so you could continue without a sense of integrity and honor? Do you think I need people who forget to show gratitude to those who show them kindness? If I teach you to only care about yourself and how to grow stronger, then in the future, you might just end up selling out your comrades or even me. If I taught you that, then you would be no better than the people who made you slaves." Lin Feng stared at the crowd and continued, "Of course, because you have been living like animals, you may have forgotten what it is to act like a decent person. What I said just now is only to remind you of what it means to be a good person. You need to remember that in the future you will need to think about others and be selfless, or you may end up dead in the future. Remember that I don't want to hear any bullshit and I have heard enough from moronic people already." The people in the crowd looked at Lin Feng and slightly shook their heads. They had realized that their hearts had truly started to become selfish. "Remember that you will be judged on your own choices," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, he turned around and started walking away while saying, "You can choose from any of the martial skills and agility techniques on the ground. You are not allowed to leave the pavilion, use that time to meditate and train. In 3 months' time, I will come back." Lin Feng started leaving while Li Shui and Ba Dao were calmly following behind him. "Ba Dao, you stay here too," said Lin Feng to Ba Dao. A martial skill appeared in Lin Feng's hand and he handed it over to Ba Dao. He then said with a soft tone, "Ba Dao, that martial skill is perfect for you. Take it, learn it, and practice it. If any of them try to run away after receiving their skills, kill them." When Lin Feng said the word kill, a strong killing intent could be felt from him. Ba Dao and Yi Shui were stupefied when looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked expressionless and continued to walk, leaving the mansion. Lin Feng only thought about the future of the Yun Hai sect from the beginning. This world was definitely a selfish and cruel world. These people were the former disciples of the Yun Hai sect. He had spent a fortune of purity stones to change their fate and had given them agility techniques and martial skills for only one reason: the Yun Hai sect. Lin Feng had saved them, but if they had chose to run away with the skills or continue to live selfishly, then Lin Feng would kill them. If they showed no gratitude and had no honor, then he would remove them. If they had chosen to run away and steal from the Yun Hai sect, then they should have thought about it. They would have known they were betraying the mercy of Lin Feng and the Yun Hai sect itself. Even if they were former disciples of the Yun Hai sect, why would Lin Feng need people who only thought selfishly and did not care about the Yun Hai sect or the kindness that Lin Feng had shown them? The former disciples in the mansion were the new generation of the Yun Hai sect. Lin Feng wasn't going to abandon them, but he was not going to let his sect be corrupted. Ba Dao, who had stayed behind, was watching Lin Feng's back as he left. He then started looking at the martial skill that Lin Feng had given to him. It made him shiver. Tyrannical Blade. A blade attack of pure energy, D-level martial skill of lower quality. Pure energy is released from the user in the form of blade which annihilates anything in its path. Tyrannical Blade. D-level martial skill of lower quality. Ba Dao whispered these words to himself as if he did not believe it. That martial skill seemed to be perfect for him. Besides, it was a terrifying technique of the D-level. Ba Dao raised his head again and looked at Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng's heart was mysterious and unfathomable, but one thing was sure: he was an extremely intelligent person and he definitely had a very good nature. He had confidently given that martial skill to Ba Dao. He had faith in Ba Dao and trusted him, even though they had spent such a small amount of time together. Ba Dao was very moved by the trust that Lin Feng had shown him. He could never repay the kindness which Lin Feng continued to show him. Lin Feng returned to the Celestial Academy. He first brought Yi Shui to a suitable living quarters and then immediately went to the peach orchard where he could hear a pleasant zither melody playing. Lin Feng had said 3 months to the slaves. This was not just for their cultivation but his as well. He wasn't going to forget his own cultivation for his battle against Mo. At that moment, Lin Feng had broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer, and with his current power, he could defeat cultivators of the 6th Ling Qi layer. But Mo was at the peak of the 6th Ling Qi layer. At the academy, those of a similar level couldn't even compete with him. Even many cultivators at the 7th Qi layer didn't dare to fight against him. Mo was extremely powerful and could cross the gap in power between the layers. Mo was one of the 10 strongest students of the Celestial Academy, and considering his talent, that was a well-deserved title. Besides, who could say that Mo hadn't also become much stronger in these 3 months? Was he supposed to stay the same level for Lin Feng to catch up? Lin Feng's strength wasn't sufficient. He lacked in many areas compared to Mo. Mo could defeat a cultivator of the 7th Ling Qi layer with confidence, but Lin Feng would come close to death when fighting against one. He had defeated 2 cultivators of the 7th Qi layer, however one had greatly injured him and the other had fought with someone. Like in the restaurant, if Ba Dao hadn't helped him, the man in the grey robes would have been very difficult to defeat alone. This is why Lin Feng went to the peach orchard to find serenity. Once he found serenity within his heart, he immediately headed towards the cultivation tower. What Lin Feng needed the most was to increase his cultivation. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't go to the higher floors at all. He immediately went to the 4th floor. Only by stepping on the floor, he could feel the deep and intense pure chi of heaven and earth fluctuating around him. It was extremely pure. Some people who passed the fourth floor saw Lin Feng, who had stopped. It looked like he was looking for a training room within the cultivation tower. However, he was currently acting strangely. They didn't understand if Lin Feng was a new military student, since he didn't seem to understand how things worked. On the fourth floor, one thing that was important to know, each room was reserved by someone and the room was only used by them. In other words, each room on the fourth floor belonged exclusively to someone. Even if they weren't there and the room was empty, nobody would enter them. Therefore, when Lin Feng was checking the fourth floor, he surprisingly found that there were 2 cultivation rooms which were empty. Nobody was practicing inside them. Even more surprising was that the people who were passing by didn't stop and continued walking. In the middle of these 2 rooms was a stone tablet which had the word forbidden. Next to that was a name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Who Kills? Forbidden. Lin Feng was reading the words written on stone which made him smile indifferently. The cultivation tower was one of the resources the Celestial Academy provided. It was there so that all of its students could benefit from it. Strong students could go to the cultivation rooms on the lower floors and have priority over other people, but preventing other people from entering a cultivation room while not being there was much too exaggerated. Could they really prevent other students from accessing the resources of the academy when they are not even using them? Lin Feng stretched his hand and with a flick of his wrist, his chi erased the name on the stone. He didn't even look at the name that was written next forbidden. Whoever that person who thought they owned the room wasn't important. That room was not being used, that was the main thing. Lin Feng took out his purity stones and placed them inside the hole to activate the room. At that moment, a light appeared from inside the room. The door of the cultivation room opened itself while emitting a loud rumbling noise. At that moment, a thick pure chi emerged which made Lin Feng feel both happy and comfortable. He took a deep breath. At the moment when Lin Feng was about to move inside the cultivation room, someone shouted, "Stop!" When Lin Feng heard that shout, he stopped and turned around. He saw a beautiful woman who was walking towards him. Surprisingly, it was a girl. She was wearing revealing clothes and looked very seductive. She was very slender and her waist was swinging with each of her steps. Each of her steps made her entire body look demonically bewitching. Her manner of walking looked both soft and smooth. A light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. As far as that woman was concerned, her beauty wasn't equal to that of Lu Fei. Even though her body was very similar to Lu Fei, it was much more enchanting than Lu Fei's body. While walking, her back was straight and her chest was pushed forward. She looked very flirtatious and her waist was slender. Her forearms were folded comfortably under her chest. She could easily make most people burn with lewd desire. From the front, Lin Feng could even see her cleavage protruding from her clothes. Her snowy white bosom was very large. She looked very alluring. She simply looked perfect. If that woman had been a model in the previous world, she would have been internationally famous. Lin Feng was secretly talking to himself. Lin Feng suddenly controlled and made his heartbeat slow down again. His determination and willpower as a cultivator was very strong. He could control all of his bodily functions much better than ordinary people. Haven't you seen what's written by the door? This room is mine. The girl had a light smile on her face, but her eyes revealed a certain coldness. She actually looked insufferably arrogant. I really haven't seen anything. Lin Feng was speaking in a cold and detached tone. The girl took a few steps and looked at the stone between the rooms. Obviously, her name and the words forbidden couldn't be seen anymore, they had disappeared. Someone had completely erased them. Did you do that? The girl frowned while asking that question. At that moment, Lin Feng could feel the cold chi she released. Since you can carve things into the stone, why can't someone erase things from it? Replied Lin Feng indifferently without openly admitting that he was the culprit. She was looking at Lin Feng, then suddenly, a bewitching and alluring expression appeared in her eyes which surprised Lin Feng. Immediately after, the girl walked towards another cultivation room and suddenly punched its door which emitted a loud noise. Ha! Lin Feng looked surprised. What was that girl doing? Why was she attacking the door of somebody else's cultivation room? What surprised Lin Feng the most is that she didn't stop hitting the door. She moved towards another door, then she punched the other stone door which made it slightly shake. Loud noises spread through the air. A door slightly opened. A cold and detached voice spread through the atmosphere. An extremely cold chi emerged from the room. Who is it? Immediately after, the two people came out of their respective cultivation rooms. They were stupefied to see the alluring girl waiting for them. Deep in their heart, they were annoyed, but the cold expression on their face vanished. With a big smile on their face, they said, "Jiao Jiao, what's the problem?" "Zhu Ning, someone is bullying me." That girl was trying to look lovely so she could manipulate these two young men. She was holding onto one boy's arm while her large chest gently pressed against the other's body, which made the one called Zhu Ning become frozen. He then started looking at her body, looking like a crazed pervert. Their willpower and determination on the path of cultivation was high, and they could easily stop themselves from losing their mind because of a woman's beauty. They both wouldn't lose themselves in her beauty. However, once in a while, they liked to enjoy carnal pleasures. People who would openly refuse such things were rare. Especially at the Celestial Academy, it was said that nobody had ever enjoyed being with this bewitching beauty. Yu Jiao was a gorgeous girl. The other young man, when he saw that Yu Jiao was pressing her breasts against Zhu Ning, looked extremely jealous. Yu Jiao made him drool with lewd desire. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to be with her. At the Celestial Academy, the person who managed to spend a night in bed with her would become very famous. "Kachang, that guy is surprisingly using my cultivation room. He even deleted my name from it. He is bullying a weak little girl like me." Yu Jiao moved away from Zhu Ning and then got very close to Kachang. She grabbed Kachang's hand and hugged it tightly. Kachang's forearm was in contact with her entire voluptuous body. Kachang had the impression that he was imploding with desire. Lin Feng was still calmly standing at his original place watching this scene unfold. That girl was using her body as a weapon. She had managed to arouse both Zhu Ning and Kachang. They were both fixedly staring at Lin Feng, getting ready to fight for Yu Jiao. "Trying to use Jiao Jiao's cultivation room was a reckless act on your part," said Zhu Ning in a loud voice while coldly staring at Lin Feng. "Hee, what an uneducated animal. Don't you understand the rules here?" said Kachang while smiling coldly, unwilling to lose against Zhu Ning. "Reckless? Animal?" Lin Feng's expression was slightly cold. He looked at the two guys with a cold smile. They wanted to use Lin Feng to show off in front of this girl? Yu Jiao giggled and released Kachang's arm. She then said while smiling, "I'm free tonight. I don't know if either of you would be interested in joining me in my room, so I have someone to talk with." Zhu Ning and Kachang were stupefied and glanced at each other. A smile appeared on their faces. Even if she had said it would only be to talk with them, it was already a very good start. They might even have the opportunity to enjoy carnal pleasures. "Are you going first or should I?" asked Zhu Ning to Kachang. "We're, of course, going together," said Kachang with a cold smile on his face. If he said he wanted to go first, how could Zhu Ning accept? "That's precisely what I thought," said Zhu Ning while smiling coldly and said, "Well, let's see who can kill him first. How does that sound?" "All right. The first to kill him wins," said Kachang while nodding. Immediately after, the two students looked at Lin Feng with clear killing intent and then quickly rushed towards him. 6th Ling Qi Layer. These two guys were releasing a cold qi and force into the atmosphere so Lin Feng could determine their strength. They had broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer, but they were still infinitely weaker than Ba Dao or Heimo. They still had a great deal to learn about cultivation. Boom! A terrifying energy invaded the atmosphere. Zhu Ning and Kachang's silhouettes were moving at incredible speeds. "Get out of my way!" Suddenly, a voice shouted, which stupefied Lin Feng. Zhu Ning, who had started moving towards Lin Feng at the same time as Kachang, was suddenly punching towards, not Lin Feng, but Kachang. "I knew that you would do something like this sooner or later," said Kachang while also attacking Zhu Ning. At that moment, an extremely strong wind emerged separating the two bodies from each other, but immediately after, they started moving shoulder to shoulder towards Lin Feng. However, they both remained extremely vigilant of the other. Lin Feng was calmly standing there looking at the two students who were attacking him at the same time. The expression in Lin Feng's eyes clearly showed that he found this scene to be ridiculous. They were enemies and were fighting each other, and at the same time they were also joining force to attack Lin Feng. Two stormy waves of energy vibrated in the air. Zhu Ning and Kachang looked at each other again, and immediately after they both punched towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, a piercing force moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Zhu Ning, who was on the right side, had a hideous grin on his face. His left hand thrust out attacked Kachang. They were both using their right hand to attack Lin Feng. At that moment, Kachang was on Zhu Ning's left. If Kachang wanted to attack Lin Feng, he had to dodge the strike from Zhu Ning. Arg! Kachang groaned and shivered. He increased his speed even more to dodge Zhu Ning's attack and rushed forwards. His life is mine, said Keqiang with a hideous grin on his face. The palm of his hand was about to reach Lin Feng, but at that moment, a vast sword force suddenly burst out while emitting a whistling sound. It was extremely sharp and gave the impression of death. It was terrifying. That sword force made Keqiang's body become frozen in fright. A glow of light suddenly emerged in the air. In that bright resplendent light, a thick and grey deadly chi was floating. This doesn't look good, said Keqiang, whose facial expression drastically changed. How was this possible? He knew all the strong military students, but he had never seen Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng be so strong? Besides, how could he control such a powerful sword force? Zhu Ning was one step behind Keqiang and his expression had also drastically changed. He suddenly stopped moving and froze in place. That young man was strong. He could sense the terrifying power of that bright and resplendent glow. Retreat! That was Keqiang's only thought at that moment. He didn't want to attack Lin Feng. He had looked down on Lin Feng, he had attacked him alone because he wanted to avoid Zhu Ning's attack. He hadn't been given any time to think. When he stopped and wanted to retreat, that bright and resplendent sword glow had already reached him. Keqiang was gasping with astonishment. He regretted that he had taken the initiative to attack Lin Feng alone. He was attentively looking at the resplendent sword which had finally reached him. Immediately after, his head no longer had a body to call its own. Boom 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 boom, dot. Zhu Ning and Yu Jiao's heartbeats could be heard, resounding through the atmosphere. They were fixedly staring at the corpse of Keqiang on the ground and were shaking with fear. Beheading Keqiang without a second thought had taught them a good lesson. A lesson which needed to be paid in blood. You killed Keqiang inside the cultivation tower? Said Zhu Ning while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Ning as if he was joking. When they wanted to kill him, they didn't care that they were inside the cultivation tower, but when they found out that he was stronger than them, they immediately remembered the rules. It was as if they had selective memory when it came to them killing people. Not only did I kill him, but I will also kill you. Lin Feng's words coldly flowed from his mouth. He then slowly started walking towards Zhu Ning, whose heart started violently pounding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Sword Awakening. Yu Jiao was staring at Lin Feng. Her bewitching look had disappeared. Now she only looked like a scared little girl. A moment before, the chi which Lin Feng had released was only at the 5th Ling Chi layer, but he knew how to control sword force to perfection. He had killed Keqiang because Keqiang had underestimated him. He hadn't really paid attention to his opponent. However, it was undeniable that Lin Feng was very strong even without this fact. Indeed, his strength was enough to threaten some cultivators at the 6th Ling Chi layer. Yu Jiao frowned. She had never seen Lin Feng either, which is why she had despised Lin Feng for removing her name, but because of her carelessness, Keqiang had lost his life. Yu Jiao giggled and said, Zhu Ning, Keqiang was so useless. He underestimated his opponent. Even though that guy knows how to control forces, a cultivator at the 6th Ling Chi layer is definitely able to defeat him, said Yu Jiao with a gentle smile on her face. She had first told him that Keqiang was useless and that he had underestimated the opponent, but then she told him that a cultivator at the 6th Ling Chi layer could definitely defeat Lin Feng. Since one had already been killed, this was weird logic. Zhu Ning frowned. Even though he knew that Yu Jiao was trying to incite him to fight, he also thought that what she said was true. Could a cultivator at the 5th Ling Chi layer defeat him because he knew how to control forces? Zhu Ning looked irresolute for a few seconds and then the fear disappeared from his heart. He blinked and instantly became ready to battle once again. Zhu Ning, could it be that you're scared because Keqiang died? Yu Jiao's voice sounded strange. Zhu Ning was stupefied. He gnashed his teeth and while looking at Lin Feng, he said, how could I be scared? He's just a brat at the 5th Ling Chi layer, that's all. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said jokingly, why are you still standing there then? Zhu Ning was stupefied by Lin Feng's confidence and coldness. An ugly expression appeared on his face. His heart started beating faster. At that moment, a pair of eyes appeared behind Zhu Ning. They were hovering mid-air and looked like the eyes of an eagle. They looked extremely sharp and fierce. From the moment that the pair of eyes appeared, Zhu Ning's expression also became strange and evil. It's his spirit. Lin Feng was astonished. What was floating behind Zhu Ning was obviously a spirit. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that he had never seen such a spirit. Lin Feng was surprised, but he knew that the continent of the 9 clouds was vast. Lin Feng just didn't know exactly to what extent. The Shuiyu country was just one of the countries in the continent. There were, in total, 4 empires and 9 countries. This was only the Shuiyu country, an ordinary country. The number of spirits he had never seen were almost infinite. Roaring thunder. Lin Feng's sword slightly vibrated and he thrust forwards. Thunderous roars were spreading through the atmosphere with his attack. Zhu Ning's 2 strange eyes were staring at Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he remained motionless and was waiting for Lin Feng to make the first move. He just slightly turned and avoided Lin Feng's attack with extreme precision. At the same time, Zhu Ning raised his hand. He thrust his hand forward, which gave a similar feeling to the spirit. It was emitting a sharp resplendence as it moved straight towards Lin Feng's eyes. This was a truly diabolic attack. Lin Feng's long sword made a buzzing sound as it rotated in the air to block the attack. Zhu Ning's body simply moved to another angle with his hand still rushing towards Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng slightly crouched and jumped backwards using his moonlight feather agility. Then, without hesitation, he started his next attack. His sword started to glow as it moved as swiftly as thunder towards Zhu Ning. "Your sword probably wishes it had met another opponent and not me," said Zhu Ning in a cold tone. His body slightly moved, and he avoided Lin Feng's attack again. However, this time, it was very extremely close. An iota closer and Zhu Ning would have been struck by Lin Feng's sword. Those 2 eyes can predict my actions from my movements and help him dodge my attacks. My celestial spirit gives me a similar ability to see things as if they were in slow motion. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and started to think. His energy gradually became colder. He looked expressionless. His eyes suddenly became pitch black. When he noticed the changes to Lin Feng's body, Zhu Ning frowned. Lin Feng's chi had suddenly changed. Lin Feng looked completely void of emotion. This change made Zhu Ning's heart beat faster. If Zhu Ning's eyes were strange and evil, Lin Feng's eyes, at that moment, were those of nightmares. They were cold, expressionless, and didn't even look like something that should belong to a human being. "You say my sword wishes it met another opponent?" said Lin Feng with a deep tone. An extreme coldness suddenly moved towards Zhu Ning's body. The sword force was growing sharper and sharper. It also contained a deadly chi. "Deadly sword," said Lin Feng while unsheathing his sword, which looked like an illusion, as he threw himself towards Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning groaned and then a swift and fierce chi emerged from his strange and evil eyes. His body slightly flickered and dodged the sword attack. Fatal sword. Lin Feng still looked expressionless. His sword moved through the air again. He was now releasing a fatal chi. A fatal chi surrounded Zhu Ning's body as well, which made him feel like he had been frozen. Even though he was of the 6th Ling Chi layer, he didn't dare approach Lin Feng's sword. Sword masters who knew how to use sword force were much too powerful. His body transformed into an illusion. Lin Feng's fatal sword moved even faster, forming an arch-shaped trajectory in the air. He could still see it very clearly and avoid it with precision. At that moment, Lin Feng was fixedly staring at Zhu Ning. Through his eyes, Zhu Ning was moving extremely slowly, so Lin Feng could see everything very clearly and distinctly. Lin Feng could see Zhu Ning, just like Zhu Ning could see Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's sword kept moving in the air. His sword was unceasingly moving to where Zhu Ning was. He was continuously changing the trajectory of his sword, making Zhu Ning retreat backwards. While looking at the sword, Zhu Ning kept moving backwards. A cold expression appeared on Lin Feng's face. He then said in a low voice, "It's the end." He sounded very calm and emotionless. His words were also filled with confidence. All of this made Zhu Ning's heart race. Immediately after, he had the impression that the sword force had completely vanished and nothingness had replaced everything around him. It wasn't cold anymore and there was no sharpness either. There was only one sword, an incredibly ordinary sword moving towards him. Zhu Ning was staring at that sword, and he didn't feel convinced. He was curious to see how that attack could end the battle. Zhu Ning slightly moved leftwards and then his pupils shrank. The sword was still aiming at his chest. His evil and strange eyes emitted a sharp light. Zhu Ning's body flickered again. He was staring at that simple sword. What shocked him was that Lin Feng's sword looked like a snake that followed him wherever he moved. There was absolutely no deviation and it continued to move towards his heart. Besides, what terrified Zhu Ning was that the sword was getting closer and closer. How's this possible? I couldn't have missed his movements. I have an eagle-eye spirit. Zhu Ning's heart was pounding. He suddenly realized that that simple-looking sword was actually the same deadly and fatal sword as before. The closer the sword was getting, the more Zhu Ning wanted to escape. He then realized that his spirit was willing to escape, but his flesh was unable to. Since he wasn't able to dodge, he raised his 2 hands to block. A swift and fierce energy emerged in the atmosphere, making Zhu Ning's heart drop. His face revealed that he had finally given up all hope. That energy was much more powerful than the endless force Lin Feng had released earlier. That ordinary sword was actually an energy attack. Lin Feng was also looking at his sword as it consumed the energy around it. It looked like force, but it was all the energy within the atmosphere which enhanced the attack power. Energy attacks were a mixture of all the qi and force present. It was delicate and subtle. This attack contained a perfect combination of all sword energy. Every time, the attack looked simple but was extremely powerful. That was the magic of a real energy attack. Lin Feng's eyes returned to normal, and he didn't look expressionless anymore. Instead, there was a smile on his face. Energy fusion required for energy attacks was similar to using force. It was just the next level above forces. Depending how much a cultivator practiced, it was only possible to control energy attacks after having mastered a force to perfection. Besides, just like for forces, there were different levels of mastery. At that moment, Lin Feng had only reached the first level of mastery with his fusion of energy. At that moment, Lin Feng's sword didn't penetrate into Zhu Ning's body in an extraordinary way. It softly pierced into his chest, and in the blink of an eye, all of his internal organs were destroyed. Zhu Ning's eyes were blankly staring at Lin Feng. The evil and strange expression in his eyes disappeared. He then said his last words, "I regret so much." He only managed to say that before he died. Lin Feng looked expressionless. Zhu Ning's body collapsed lifelessly on the floor with blood flowing from his chest. Lin Feng then turned his attention towards Yu Jiao, sending shivers down her spine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, The Rules. Lin Feng had killed Ku Chang. Maybe the reason was because Ku Chang had underestimated Lin Feng and he was also fighting against Zhu Ning at the same time. However, Zhu Ning had witnessed Ku Chang's death personally. It was obviously impossible for Zhu Ning to go easy on Lin Feng. He had to use his maximum strength from the beginning, which he did. Zhu Ning directly released his eagle spirit and fought at his maximum ability. Nonetheless, Lin Feng still killed Zhu Ning. Lin Feng, relying on his strength of the fifth Ling Qi layer, had suppressed Zhu Ning's body until he had become unable to escape and then killed him with a simple sword strike. That guy is so strong. He even killed Zhu Ning. How come I've never seen him before? Many people had already gathered on the fourth floor. They were whispering all sorts of comments between themselves. They had all seen how Lin Feng had killed Zhu Ning in one sword strike, which seemed completely simple. You don't know him? That's surprising. His name is the name that is currently spreading through the academy. Lin Feng. Yu Jiao looked stupefied. 16 or 17 years old, an authentic swordmaster, frivolous and extremely confident. When Yu Jiao recalled all the things that were said about Lin Feng, her heart started beating faster. Fifth Ling Qi layer and he could kill Ku Chang and Zhu Ning, and I've never seen him before. That guy has to be Lin Feng. Yu Jiao was feeling a bit shocked. She had, just like Ku Chang and Zhu Ning, broken through to the sixth Ling Qi layer, but she wasn't a match for either of them. If she had fought against Lin Feng, he would definitely kill her too. Lin Feng was holding his sword with the tip pointed at Yu Jiao, which made her tremble with fear. Her eyes revealed a terrified expression. We are not enemies. If you want my cultivation room, I will give it to you. There is no need to harm a weak girl such as myself. Yu Jiao was smiling and trying to seduce Lin Feng with her charms. He just smiled coldly. That girl could still smile and flirt even under these conditions. She was so manipulative that it was scary. Initially, there was no hatred between you and me, but a moment ago, if I had been a bit weaker, I am afraid that I would be the one lying dead on the ground right now. You say that there is no need to harm a weak girl like you? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Said Lin Feng coldly while continuing to walk towards her. Well, what do you want? Asked Yu Jiao. Cripple your cultivation. Said Lin Feng, sounding detached. Even if it was a beautiful girl, she had to pay for her behavior. Crippling her own cultivation. Yu Jiao was shaking in fear. Practicing cultivation all the way to break through to the sixth Ling Qi layer had been incredibly difficult. Would he really have her cripple her own cultivation? Life would become torture. Aren't there any other solutions? Asked Yu Jiao with a flirtatious gaze. There isn't any. Replied Lin Feng with absolute resolution. Yu Jiao's expression was rigid. While gnashing her teeth, she said, "Damn it." While talking, she had moved through the crowd and over to another cultivation room. She immediately punched the door, which emitted a rumbling noise. She then moved to another one and then another one. For rumbling sounds spread in the air. The crowd opened the way for Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to walk. Immediately after, loud rumbling sounds emerged from the 4 cultivation rooms. 4 silhouettes appeared. On the 4th floor, there were 8 cultivation rooms. 2 were already empty, those of Ku Chang and Zhu Ning who had been killed. As these 4 people had come out, all the rooms on the 4th floor were empty and everyone was now standing outside. But at that moment, nobody dared to fight. For many people, the 4th floor was almost like a restricted area. Only those who had reached a certain strength could go there. "Yu Jiao, what do you want?" asked a young man while frowning from inside one of the rooms. "Somebody wants to kill me," said Yu Jiao. "Kill you?" said the 4 silhouettes who had just come out of the rooms, sounding quite surprised. Surprisingly, someone wanted to kill such an alluring woman. "Somebody wants to kill you, what does that have to do with us?" said one of them as a joke while smiling. "Gong Luan, you really are heartless," said Yu Jiao while seductively smiling at the young man. She then smiled and said, "Who will play with you tonight if I die?" "Play with me?" said Gong Luan with a demonic smile on his face. A light flashed in his eyes while glancing at Yu Jiao's body and he said, "Even when you are alive, have I ever had the chance to play with you?" Yu Jiao looked at Gong Luan with a seductive look in her eyes and said, "If you really want to play with me, just do one thing for me." "Oh?" said Gong Luan with the same evil smile on his face and said, "Don't count on me to do something impossible though." "Of course, I won't. I just hope that you can help me kill him. If you can, I will let you play with me tonight," said Yu Jiao while giggling with a seductive look. The crowd's thoughts were filled with lust when they heard what she said. Yu Jiao was really a treasure to behold. "Same for you 3, if you kill him, I will sleep with all of you," said Yu Jiao to the 3 others while pointing at Lin Feng. Gong Luan and the 3 others had lust burning in their eyes. That offer was very tempting. If I am not mistaken, Ku Chang and Zhu Ning must have been killed by him. "You want us to kill him, will it not be dangerous for us?" "It is forbidden to kill in the cultivation tower," said one of them with a wry smile while looking at Yu Jiao. "Indeed, he killed them. He has broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer and can control sword force. He is a really strong cultivator who can fight above his own cultivation. He surprisingly dared to humiliate me. He stole my cultivation room. How should I have reacted when seeing such a thing? That's why I asked Ku Chang and Zhu Ning to fight against him, but these 2 pieces of trash surprisingly fought each other and Ku Chang was immediately killed. Then, Zhu Ning was alone, so he ended up falling to his sword. He's broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer and can control sword force?" Gong Luan didn't sound convinced. After all, he hadn't seen Lin Feng fight the others as he was cultivating inside a sealed room. If he was really strong enough, then he would already be on the 3rd floor. Yu Jiao knew that Gong Luan meant that Lin Feng was not strong enough to go to the 3rd floor. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at these people and said in a cold and indifferent tone, "Are you done talking shit?" "Ha?" Gong Luan frowned while staring at Lin Feng. "If you're done talking shit, open the way." A cold aura emerged from Lin Feng's body and he released a deadly sword chi. Gong Luan was surprised, but very quickly, a smile appeared on his face. As expected, he had only broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer and relied on his sword force. That was barely enough to defeat ordinary cultivators of the 6th Ling Qi layer, but Zhu Ning and Ku Chang were really trash, they had been killed by such a weakling. "Don't you think that you are a bit too arrogant?" said Gong Luan while smiling and continued, "It's a fact that you have broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer which is not weak, but in our eyes, it is still not enough. If you think that because you defeated Ku Chang and Zhu Ning, you can defeat us, well I will tell you now, you are a fool. Zhu Ning was far from being as strong as us." "Are you done talking?" said Lin Feng indifferently as if he hadn't heard what Gong Luan had just said, which surprised Gong Luan. A cold light flashed in Gong Luan's eyes. Lin Feng wasn't giving him any face. "If you're done talking, then move before I make you move." Lin Feng walked and released an even colder aura. "How irresponsible." Gong Luan looked incredibly murderous and said, "Yu Jiao, remember what you just said." He, if you kill him, I will definitely sleep with you tonight and you will be the happiest man in the academy." Yu Jiao smiled as she spoke to the other 3 other students, "Same for you, if you kill Lin Feng, I will sleep with you." These 3 students had lustful smiles appear on their faces as they evilly looked toward Lin Feng. They started walking slowly towards Lin Feng, looking at him with pure killing intent. Lin Feng had broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer, it was impossible for him to fight against all of them. "You don't understand the rules, stealing other people's rooms and even killing people here. Killing is against the rules. I will kill you for violating the rules," said Gongluan while staring at Lin Feng. "I don't understand the rules? Could it be because I decided to use a room which you wrote forbidden on, even though nobody was using it? Isn't that your own rule? When they tried to kill me, I ended up killing them in return. How do I not understand the rules? How do you decide who has broken the rules here and who has not?" said Lin Feng coldly. "Strength decides," said Gongluan while smiling coldly. "Only those who are strong can make their own rules. The strong cultivators can write forbidden above a room, so you will not be allowed to enter. You managed to kill those 2 pieces of trash, which will not be a loss to the academy. Now you are going to die too, and the academy will again not care about losing trash. That is the rule created by the strong." "I understand," said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. He started walking, and like an illusion, a sword came out of nowhere. That sword looked ordinary and did not have anything outstanding about it. There was no sharp sword force coming out of it, but in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Gongluan. Gongluan smiled when he saw Lin Feng's sword being thrust towards him. A deadly energy suddenly appeared and oppressed his body. His heart suddenly started pounding. He was staring at the sword moving towards him. He tried to dodge, but before he could move, he could only look down at the pain in his chest. The smile had already completely disappeared from his face. His face only expressed pain and agony. There was just the handle of a sword sticking out of his chest. The sword had already pierced through his body. Gongluan had been killed without being able to even fight. "I like these rules," said Lin Feng indifferently. His words resonated throughout the 4th floor. Everyone's hearts started to pound. So these were the rules of the strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Strength as a Rule. One sword strike, a single thrust, and Gongluan had been killed by Lin Feng. He wasn't able to fight anymore, as a sword had been lodged deep in his chest. The crowd couldn't even understand what had happened. That sword had been too quick. Besides, no force or chi had been released with the sword. That simple and ordinary sword had been enough to take Gongluan's life. What terrifying strength! The crowd was looking at Lin Feng's sword, which was still inside Gongluan's corpse, as it hit the ground. He had broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer and could easily defeat Keqiang and Zhu Ning, so why was he now laying dead on the floor beside them? They obviously didn't think that Lin Feng's sword attack was ordinary. That was a confrontation between 2 strong cultivators, and they knew that they couldn't understand the mysteries behind that sword strike. The 3 other students who were next to Gongluan started shaking. They were moving backwards as they stared dumbfounded at Lin Feng. A moment before, when Gongluan was still there, they wanted to fight against Lin Feng, but he had killed Gongluan in a single strike. Their hearts began to fill with dread. If that sword hadn't been used against Gongluan but against them, would have they been able to dodge it? The answer was that they would be lying dead on the floor. Gongluan was the strongest of all of them, so if he wasn't able to withstand a single attack, they were the same. But at that moment, Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the 3 students. Their hearts were beating even faster. "Are your rules the same as his?" Lin Feng's tone was cold. They were blankly staring at Lin Feng. One of them smiled and said, "Friend, don't get angry, I mean you no harm. If you need a cultivation room, just feel free to choose one." "Friend?" questioned Lin Feng. He then said, "Don't think that I am blind and couldn't see you standing with him a moment ago ready to attack me. There is no need to be a coward now and embarrass yourself." These students were stupefied. Indeed, the way they had behaved clearly indicated that they didn't differ from Gongluan at all. They had replied to Yu Zhao's offer with killing intent towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't blind, so he saw it all. Retreating for them would be pointless, they were trapped. "Friend, if you need purity stones, just let me know, and you can use any of the rooms of the 4th floor," said another of the 3 students. Since they couldn't run, they had to try and negotiate. "First, I have enough purity stones. Second, I will use all the rooms on the 4th floor as I wish." "Is such nonsense necessary?" said Lin Feng indifferently, which made the 3 of them grow even more terrified. The last remaining one said, "Well, what do you want from us then?" "Cripple your own cultivation," said Lin Feng indifferently. The 3 students were astonished. A cold sweat ran down their backs. If they crippled their cultivation, they would become worthless, and they would be several times weaker than a normal person. They could be humiliated by anyone. A cultivator who had never provoked others didn't exist, and if their cultivation was crippled, that would be the end for them. The crowd was also shocked. If they crippled their own cultivation, that would be a fate much worse than death. But if they were in Lin Feng's position, then they would do the same. They had wanted to kill Lin Feng a moment before, and Lin Feng wanted to teach them a lesson. I can give you another opportunity though. If you cripple her cultivation first, then you will be exempted from crippling your own cultivation, said Lin Feng indifferently while pointing at Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao was stupefied. A moment ago, she wanted them to kill Lin Feng and had offered them her body, however, it was now Lin Feng who was asking them to cripple her cultivation. When Lin Feng finished talking, the three students looked at Yu Jiao with murderous intentions. They were also vigilant to not get attacked while doing so. I will only give you the time it takes for 10 breaths. If you don't do it by then, I will cripple your cultivations. Lin Feng just said this one sentence. At that moment, the three students instantly released their energy at the same time. They all quickly rushed towards Yu Jiao. In front of them was their lamb for slaughter, Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao was scared to death. Being attacked by the three of them, who were all much stronger than her, was terrifying. When Lin Feng had spoken, her fate was already sealed. Or maybe, it had already been sealed when she tried to humiliate and kill Lin Feng. A horrible shriek filled the 4th floor. Lin Feng didn't even look in the direction of the shriek and calmly said, "Take her away and remove these corpses. After that, I don't want to see any of you on the 4th floor ever again." These three students were shocked. Immediately, they took the corpses along with Yu Jiao, who did not even have the strength to stand by herself anymore, and then they left. While walking, they were still looking at Yu Jiao with a very cold look. That girl had almost cost them their cultivation. Fortunately, they hadn't rushed towards Lin Feng like Gongluan, otherwise, they would be dead. Her cultivation had been crippled. She was now crippled for life and could not even live a normal life anymore. This was no joke. Lin Feng ignored them as they left. He walked towards a room with forbidden written on it. A smile appeared on his face. Since these are the rules, I will also follow the rules, Lin Feng said as his hand moved over the words and vigorously erased them. Immediately after, Lin Feng stretched out a single finger and a light emerged from the tip. In the blink of an eye, the word Lin appeared. Lin Feng then moved to the other 7 rooms and did the same. The entire 4th floor had been seized by Lin Feng. The crowd was blankly staring at Lin Feng and remained silent. That guy was extremely powerful and incredibly daring. Even if Lin Feng hadn't been there, none of these rooms would have belonged to them because only the strong could use these rooms, that was the rule. The weak cultivators had nothing to say. Lin Feng, relying on his strength of the 5th Ling Qi layer, had easily killed people at the 6th Ling Qi layer. Besides, he had made other people at the 6th Ling Qi layer obey him out of fear. How majestic! Until I erase my name from these rooms, you are not able to enter any of these rooms. They are all mine, and if anyone enters them, then the consequences will be serious, said Lin Feng, sounding extremely powerful. He then immediately went inside Gong Luan's room. A rumbling noise was heard while the door closed itself. The pure qi was emitting a bright and resplendent light as the door slowly closed itself. When they saw how bright and resplendent the light was inside, they understood that Gong Luan had put enough purity stones inside to cultivate for a long time. Lin Feng didn't need to spend anything. At least, this would be enough to last until his fight against Mo. The pure qi on the 4th floor was extremely thick and pure. Lin Feng had the feeling that all his pores were wide open and absorbing the qi. He felt carefree and relaxed. He had the feeling that his body was hungry and thirsty for the qi. He wanted to swallow all that pure qi inside his dantian. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged, and he was using his celestial spirit as he entered in a state of mediation. That pure qi circulated around all of Lin Feng's limbs, bones, blood vessels and muscles. They were all becoming stronger as they absorbed the pure qi. Besides, Lin Feng wasn't aware of it, but the pure qi in his body was also becoming more and more refined. While practicing cultivation, the notion of time didn't exist. Lin Feng had no idea that his name was becoming more and more popular in the Celestial Academy and that his battle against Mo was getting nearer and nearer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Vast Power. Early in the morning there were no clouds for over 1,000 miles. The Celestial Academy was bathed in sunlight. A layer of warmth covered the entire area. At that moment, many people had gathered in one of the public squares as if they were waiting for something. There was a gigantic fighting stage that had been erected in that public square. On its edge, a viewing platform had been constructed. The viewing platform was huge and made from bluestone. The height of the viewing platform reached 5 meters and its width 100 meters. On the viewing platform, more than 100 chairs had been created as well. From these chairs, it was possible to see the fighting stage perfectly. "What's going on? It looks like there's going to be a great battle," said a person who just arrived at the public square with a puzzled expression. "Could it be that you don't know what day it is today? It is the day of the fight between Lin Feng and Mo. I wouldn't have thought that the academy would build such an arena for the occasion though," said another person to his side. Everyone was puzzled by these events. In the Celestial Academy, challenges were very common. The people of high status in the hierarchy usually didn't care except for when prodigious students were involved. They liked to watch battles involving prodigious students. However, the scenery, at that moment, was unprecedented. "Hee, it seems like there are many things that you don't know," said another person moving towards them while smiling. He then said, "First, Lin Feng went crazy in the Bai Clan's prisoner arena. Then, he killed one of the Bai Clan members who was at the 7th Ling Chi layer. He then liberated some of the slaves that were inside the cage. He even made a public spectacle of the Bai Clan. He slaughtered all of the Bai Clan members which came to the academy to apprehend him, except a person at the Xian Chi layer. His reputation quickly rose to new heights. There is no one who does not know of his name inside the academy." Then, there is another rumor saying that Lin Feng, while wearing a silver mask, went back to the prisoner arena and killed Mu Fan of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. He won a demonic fire lion, which he then sold it in the auction market. "What? You're saying that the mysterious person wearing a silver mask was Lin Feng?" said the two other students while looking stupefied by what they had just heard. "Surprisingly, that was Lin Feng as well. How was that possible? Hee, not many people know about that. I also know that if you compare the man in the silver mask's temperament and insane attitude, all of these things resemble things of Lin Feng. It must be him," continued the student while looking proud of himself. When he came back, Lin Feng then went to the 4th floor of the cultivation tower, killed Zhu Ning, Ke Chang, and Gom Luan. He scared 3 other students of the 6th Ling Chi layer so much that they escaped. He completely humiliated them. He then seized all of the 8 rooms on the 4th floor of the cultivation tower. He doesn't let anyone use the 4th floor anymore. He's brutally strong. Nowadays, at the academy, nobody is as famous as Lin Feng. There are even people who say that few students of the 6th Ling Chi layer can defeat him. They even say that Mo cannot possibly defeat him. How powerful," whispered the 2 other students. He had killed a strong cultivator of the 7th Ling Chi layer. He had easily killed Zhu Ning and some other students of the 6th Ling Chi layer. He was so strong that the entire 4th floor of the cultivation tower already belonged to him. Could it be the rumors were true and that Mo, one of the top 10 students of the academy, had already been surpassed by him? The battle was definitely going to be spectacular. But why did they build all these viewing platforms? What does that have to do with the story about Lin Feng? That is a very complex question. Lin Feng is almost more popular than Mo. There are even some people who say he is much stronger than Mo. How could Mo, who is one of the top 10 students of the academy, remain indifferent? Arrogant as he is, he probably wants to prove to everyone that he is stronger. Therefore, he took the initiative to make the battle a public event. This time, his clan will come. He will use this battle to gain prestige and power. Besides, the first time that Lin Feng went to the prisoner arena, not only did he provoke the Bai clan but he also had a confrontation against a young man whose family name was Yu. That is not all. The second time that he went to the prisoner arena, he offended some students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Amongst these people, there was another person whose family name was Yu. These 2 young men of the Yu clan will come here as well as the members of the Bai clan and some people of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. When that student finished talking, the 2 other students were astonished and their heart was beating faster. The Bai clan, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, Mo's clan, people of the family Yu, were all coming to watch the battle. That was going to be a magnificent battle. No wonder the Celestial Academy had built that fighting stage and viewing platform. There was even a row of seats at the level of the ground, which was probably destined for visitors of high status. They were getting more and more impatient to watch the battle. They grew so excited they could not wait any longer. The sun gradually rose higher in the sky and the Bai clan, the people of holy courtyard of Shuiyu, Mo's clan, as well as some people of the Yu clan arrived at the Celestial Academy to watch the battle of Lin Feng and Mo. At an incredible speed, the public square of the academy was already packed with people, even though Lin Feng and Mo hadn't even agreed on a precise time. The only sure thing was that the battle was supposed to happen on that day. At that moment, a silhouette appeared on the edge of the public square. The person was walking slowly towards the stage. That person was wearing a black robe and his entire body was covered with a cold and evil chi. The expression on his face looked profoundly dark. Each of his steps was filled with determination. Hey Mo. When they saw the person approaching, the crowd started whispering all sorts of comments. The person who had just arrived was Hey Mo. At that moment, they only saw Hey Mo step onto the fighting stage. He then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He wasn't looking at the crowd, it was as if they were all invisible to him. Adopting such an indifferent and cold attitude was one way of making other people feel ashamed of their inferiority. That wasn't easy though, to remain indifferent while tens of thousands of people were all watching you. Heiamo was one of the 10 best cultivators of the Celestial Academy and had already reached the peak of the 6th Ling Chi layer. His spirit was the rare black flame spirit. Even cultivators of the 7th Chi layer didn't dare fight against him. Only those who had already fought against Heiamo could tell how terrifying his strength was. Even though he was ranked 10th, the person above him in the rankings didn't dare provoke him. Heiamo was very dangerous. At that moment, far away, many silhouettes were moving towards the fighting stage. They were an extremely large group. Amongst them, there was a middle-aged man who was wearing purple clothes. Behind him were 2 young men. If Lin Feng had been there, he would have recognized them. One of them had been smashed into his stone chair by Lin Feng and the other was a student of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, the one that had convinced Mu Fan to go and fight against the demonic fire lion. Behind these 3 people was a large crowd of people. They were obviously members of the Bai clan. The middle-aged man in blue clothes who had violently criticized the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu had also come. Yu clan. Some people in the crowd surprised. Even though they had never seen the middle-aged man before, the crowd knew that the 2 young men standing next to him were indubitably members of the Yu clan. The Bai clan members were all walking behind them. The Yu clan and Imperial clan were both standing at the top as the most powerful clans. No matter what, whether it be the prisoner arena or the auction market, the Yu clan always had to give their permission for the business to operate. In the Imperial City, apart from the Imperial clan, the Yu clan, and the Wan Shoumen sect, nobody could compete with the Yu clan. The Yu clan was very discreet and quiet as if they didn't care about external affairs, which gave even more power to the Yu clan. Walking on the left side, there was a group of people wearing the same clothes in which 2 words were written in big letters, Holy Courtyard. They belonged to the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. On the right side was a group of young men wearing black clothes. Each and every single one of them looked ice cold and had a cold chi emerging from their bodies. That was the Nya clan of the Imperial City. They were a very special clan. They didn't look like the Yu clan in terms of influence, but nobody dared provoke them. There wasn't a single weak cultivator that belonged to the Nya clan. While the large group of people approached the public square, a gigantic and oppressive force fell down onto the crowd, which made them gradually calm down until silence had completely invaded the atmosphere. Visitors, please accept my most sincere apologies. I wasn't able to come pick you up. A voice emerged through the air. Immediately after, a silhouette came down from the sky. Using an agility technique, his silhouette disappeared and landed in front of the Yu clan and the other visitors. The man in purple clothes frowned and looked at Vice Principal Long. He was upset. Vice Principal Long, how imposing, how arrogant, said the young man in purple clothes indifferently. Obviously, he was referring to the fact that Vice Principal Long hadn't been very polite while descending from the sky. Mr. Yu's prestige is vast and mighty, he can act just as arrogant as me. Vice Principal Long was fighting with a small verbal confrontation. Immediately after, he pointed towards the viewing platform and said, "Please take your seats and let's watch the battle." The man in purple clothes groaned coldly and walked towards the viewing platform. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Beginning of the Battle. The man in purple clothes walked towards the main seat thinking that it was definitely reserved for him. The Yu clan had a strong influence. Even though Vice Principal Long wasn't polite to them, he had to give them the main seat, otherwise he would make them lose face. But at the moment when they were about to sit down, they heard Vice Principal Long said, "Mr. Yu, you cannot take that seat." "I cannot take it?" The man in purple frowned. He looked in the direction of Vice Principal Long and said, "Long Ding, if I cannot sit here, who will? I can only tell you that that seat is reserved. Whether you still want to sit there or not is your own choice," said Long Ding impolitely to the man in purple while pulling up his sleeves. Immediately after, he sat down on the seat next to the main one. The man in purple clothes was hesitant. If Long Ding had sat down on the main seat, he would have been extremely angry, but Long Ding hadn't. He had sat down on the seat next to the main one. That made the man in purple hesitant. Could it be that someone extremely important was going to come, to the extent that Long Ding himself couldn't take the main seat? Could it be because of him? A realization flashed in the man's mind and a silhouette appeared in his thoughts. He surprisingly didn't insist, groaned coldly and sat down on the other seat next to the main seat. The members of the Celestial Academy calmly watched the scene from the viewing platform. They were wondering what was going on. It seemed like Vice Principal Long and the U-Clan were not on good terms. They were not friendly to each other and their conversation always sounded like an argument. It almost seemed like they hated each other. The members of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu as well as the Nye Clan members were not sitting separately from the others. The crowd didn't know if it meant something or not. The members of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu sat down next to Long Ding and the other members of the Celestial Academy. Vice Principal Long, I heard that the Celestial Academy had 10 extremely strong disciples. As the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu is now created, I was thinking that there could be a competition between the two institutions. What do you think? In the middle of the crowd, belonging to the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, the person took the initiative to ask a question which surprised many people belonging to the Celestial Academy. The Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu had been created by selecting some of the most outstanding disciples of the biggest sections. Even 2 of the 8 high officials, who were incomparably strong, had joined it. Even though the students of the Celestial Academy were extremely strong, how could they compete with the best disciples of the biggest sects? The Haiyu sect, the Yunhai sect, the Wanshoumen sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village were all very influential in the Shuiyu country. They had made some of their students achieve extremely high levels of cultivation and the strongest of them had moved to the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. The Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was indubitably extremely powerful. If the Celestial Academy fought against them, they would definitely lose. My Celestial Academy is too weak. We still need to improve a lot to be able to compete with the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. We try to become stronger step by step, but you selected the best students from the best sects and put them in one place. There is no need for such a competition. We are much weaker. Long Ding said these words while sounding like he was making fun of the Holy Courtyard. The Celestial Academy was too weak, but it was improving step by step and relied on its own strength. The Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu had been extremely strong directly from the beginning, but it had taken its strength from other sects. That wasn't a good method. When the other person heard Long Ding, he immediately stopped talking. At that moment, the crowd looked at the fighting stage. Mo was still sitting there, remaining silent and motionless. Only one person hadn't arrived yet. Lin Feng. Time was passing and the sun was gradually getting hotter. It was already noon. What upset everybody was that Lin Feng surprisingly hadn't arrived yet. Long Ding, your student is very audacious, making so many people wait. Coldly said the man in purple clothes as he grew impatient. Why had he made so many people come to wait for a child? Lin Feng and Mo's battle is planned for today. They haven't agreed on a precise time. Replied Long Ding indifferently. Humph, today? So many people came today to watch that battle. Even everybody in the Celestial Academy knows about it and he's still not coming. What's that supposed to mean? Well, how do you expect me to know? When Lin Feng arrives, you can ask him personally. Said Long Ding sounding as unfriendly as before. The man in purple clothes wasn't the only one who was getting impatient. The members of the Celestial Academy were also getting impatient. They were unceasingly whispering. Lin Feng is really arrogant. He's surprisingly not coming. Maybe that he cannot fight, because he's not ready for the battle. Said someone while smiling indifferently. Impossible. Even if he doesn't fight, Mo will not let him off. Whatever happens, Lin Feng will not be able to hide, so this battle would be the best solution. Maybe he already ran away. Who knows? People in the crowd were all trying to guess what had happened with Lin Feng. No matter if they were right or not, only they could choose whether they wanted to stay and wait or leave. Unexpectedly, Mo was still sitting there as if nothing could disturb him. The evening sun, floating in the west, had already appeared and was shining down upon the fighting stage, on which there was still only one person. How exaggerated. He had made them wait whole day. The crowd was getting more and more impatient. Besides, they were starting to get convinced that Lin Feng was scared and didn't dare come. Long Ding, will you not do anything about it? Said the man in purple clothes a little coldly. Lin Feng had made them wait the entire day. The day is not over yet. Calmly said Long Ding while looking at the sky. On his side, the members of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu looked impatient as well. How could a simple student of the Celestial Academy be so arrogant that he would make them wait so long? Lin Qian, you said that Lin Feng was your cousin? asked a handsome man to Lin Xian who was in the middle of the crowd. Maybe it's not him, said Lin Xian while frowning. On that day at the prisoner arena, Lin Feng was wearing a silver mask, so Lin Xian still had doubts. She had, since then, heard that the man who was wearing the mask was called Lin Feng. She had been stupefied upon hearing the news. Therefore, she had come to the Celestial Academy to confirm with her own eyes. Even if it is, there is absolutely no problem. He is just a little kid of the 5th Ling Qi layer, nothing more. If I want him to die, he will die. If I want him to live, he will live, said the handsome boy in a cold and aggressive way. Lin Xian slightly smiled to the handsome man and said, "Thank you, Chu Zhanpeng." That man was precisely Chu Zhanpeng, the genius of the Haoyu sect. He was one of the 8 high officials of the Xueyu country. At that moment, though, he had joined the holy courtyard of Xueyu. At that moment, the crowd became extremely loud. The crowd moved aside and a path appeared. On that path, a silhouette was walking slowly. It's Lin Feng. Lin Feng has arrived. Many people were surprised. They were really starting to think that Lin Feng didn't dare to come. They wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would arrive so late in the evening. At that moment, Lin Feng was wearing a white robe. He had a sword on his back. He looked clean and calm. Each of his steps was filled with determination. If one paid attention to his steps, one would notice that each of his steps was of the exact same distance as the one before. On the 5-meter-high viewing platform, everybody could clearly see Lin Feng's silhouette. They could see that clean, handsome, and familiar face. Lin Xian's heart was pounding. She was shaking from head to toe as she stared at the person. Lin Feng, as expected, it really was Lin Feng. That was really him. Lin Feng used to be a piece of trash. However, at that moment, he had already acquired a great reputation, so many people had come to watch his battle. The holy courtyard of Xueyu, the Mie clan and even the Yu clan had all personally come to watch his fight. Lin Xian used to enjoy the same kind of prestige before inside the Lin clan. Everybody attached so much importance to her that they had even expelled Lin Feng and his father from the Lin clan. Although she wasn't very famous, she had become a student of the holy courtyard of Xueyu, but Lin Feng was already able to defeat cultivators of the 6th Ling Qi layer, unlike her who had only just broken through to the 3rd Ling Qi layer and was even very pleased with herself for doing that. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a complex mixture of expressions containing envy, jealousy, and coldness. She had to kill Lin Feng. She couldn't let him go back to Yangzhou City. Otherwise, in the future, the Lin clan wouldn't have her as head of clan, but instead it would be Lin Feng. Hei Mo opened his eyes as if he had sensed someone coming. A piercingly cold chi and force emerged from his body. He was staring straight at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was looking at Hei Mo with the same cold glare. He was walking steadily towards the fighting stage. A cold and oppressive energy fell onto his body. Even though Hei Mo was still afar away from him, Lin Feng could already feel the oppressive energy on his body. Following suit, Lin Feng released both chi and force from his body. It was extremely sharp. His chi and force were already rushing straight towards Hei Mo. Even though Lin Feng was still far from Hei Mo could already feel the sharp energy piercing him into his skin. Lin Feng hadn't even arrived on the fighting stage yet and they were already fighting a battle of chi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Your Highness. Sword Force. When the crowd sensed Lin Feng's sharp force, they were stupefied. As the rumor said, Lin Feng could control sword force and was even a master at using it. Following each of Lin Feng's steps, the force was getting more and more powerful. The entire atmosphere was filled with sword force. Under the pressure from his sword force, people around him began retreating. At the moment when Lin Feng was on the fighting stage, an incredibly swift and fierce sword force whistled through the air towards Hei Mo. One thing was sure, Lin Feng had come, therefore, he and his sword were going to provide the spectators with a spectacular battle. Hei Mo had already stood up. A gloomy and cold chi was emerging from his body. That whistling sword force from Lin Feng was unable to make his heart tremble even slightly. In Hei Mo's eyes, there were deep burning flames. At that moment, he wanted to use Lin Feng's blood to become famous. The crowd was fixedly staring at the fighting stage. Even though Lin Feng had shown up quite late on this day, his incredible sword force had already made them forget about their dissatisfaction. This battle was definitely worth waiting an entire day for. How audacious. At that moment, the man in purple, while looking at the fighting stage, said, "Lin Feng, you are very arrogant. You made us all wait an entire day and won't even give us an explanation." His voice was very loud and intense. It violently resonated in Lin Feng's ears. He was blaming Lin Feng for making him wait. Lin Feng groaned. The energy around his body dispersed and he took 2 steps back. A moment before, he had spared no effort, using force and chi to be able to compete with Mo. He had been concentrating on Mo only. He hadn't thought that the man in purple would suddenly make a despicable comment and very loudly interrupt him. At the same time when his focus was broken, Mo's energy slightly penetrated into Lin Feng's body, which injured him a little bit. The crowd was stupefied and looked at the man in purple. How aggressive! That was an initial show of strength. Long Ding frowned. His eyes revealed that he was upset. At that moment, Lin Feng, from the corner of his eyes, slightly looked at the man in purple clothes and the 2 young people sitting on his side. He quickly understood what was going on. He then coldly said, "Haven't I humiliated those 2 sitting by your side? If you want to avenge them, just say it clearly. There is no need to use such despicable methods. You really are shameless. I really don't understand what even gives you the right to sit there. You're just making a fool of yourself." When Lin Feng finished talking, the crowd was astonished. Lin Feng was really audacious. He was straightforward and his words were sharp and poignant. He even dared to talk in such an impolite way to members of the Yu clan, humiliating and insulting them. The pupils of the man in purple clothes shrank. He had thought that he would teach Lin Feng a lesson and that Lin Feng was just going to recognize he had made a mistake and apologize. He had thought that Lin Feng wouldn't dare refute his words. It seemed like his anticipation had been wrong. Lin Feng was much more aggressive than he had imagined. "What did you just say?" said the man in purple clothes with a cold expression in his eyes. He was an extremely important man in the Yu clan to the extent that even Long Ding somehow feared him, and a junior actually dared insult and humiliate him? "You say that I am audacious and that I made you wait the entire day and, on top of that, that I should give you an explanation. My battle against Mo was planned for today, but we hadn't agreed on a precise time, therefore, even though I came in the evening, it doesn't mean that I was late. I would like to ask you something though. Did I, Lin Feng, invite you to come?" Lin Feng was speaking coldly and continued, "Whether I fight or not is my own business, and whether you want to watch or not is your own business. You rushed over here to watch, yet you ask me for explanations. Why would I need to justify myself to you? Do I know you?" Lin Feng's words were so sharp that the man in purple clothes was really astonished. Lin Feng didn't stop talking and continued. "A senior, watching a battle, suddenly puts pressure on me. Don't you think that your behavior is that of a shameless person? Are you not losing face with your actions? I don't know which clan you belong to, but you are a disgrace for them. If I were you, I would be very embarrassed to be sitting in view of everyone." The crowd was utterly astonished. They were looking at the man in purple clothes in a strange way. It seemed like Lin Feng's statements were actually very accurate. Lin Feng hadn't agreed on a precise time and hadn't invited anybody to watch the battle. Coming to watch the battle was their own decision and had nothing to do with Lin Feng. That senior of the Yu clan was surprisingly blaming Lin Feng, which was quite inappropriate. The crowd agreed with Lin Feng, but nobody dared act like Lin Feng and say these things out loud in such a majestic way. The man in purple clothes had an ugly expression on his face, and then Vice Principal Long, who was sitting not far from him, said while slightly laughing, "Hee, that kind of method is really low. The 3rd most important man of the Yu clan is really majestic and powerful." Majestic and powerful. He had already heard so many words of insult. The man in purple clothes wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would endlessly humiliate him in one sentence. Crack! The stone seat on which the man in purple clothes was sitting on cracked open. There was a deep fissure, but it hadn't broken into pieces. He was staring at Lin Feng, wishing he could kill him on the spot. Majestic and powerful. Indeed, I am really majestic and powerful. Lin Feng, if you lose today, Mo will definitely kill you. And if you win, I will not let you off. No matter if you win or lose, today, you are doomed." There was clear killing intent filling the eyes of the man in purple clothes. His voice was loud and aggressive. Everybody was stupefied. "I am majestic and powerful. I am an extremely strong senior. I always get what I want." No matter the result of the battle, loss or victory, Lin Feng would die for having dared to provoke him. That was how majestic important senior members of the Yu clan were. "Yu Cho, it seems like you think that the Celestial Academy is your Yu clan. Here, you cannot do anything you wish," said Long Ding coldly. Immediately after, he turned towards Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, you and Mo fight. Don't worry, even though I cannot kill him, if Yu Cho dares attack you, I can still kill the junior cultivators who came with him." "What are you saying? said Yu Qiu coldly. He stared at Long Ding and said, Vice Principal Long, you are threatening the juniors of the Yu clan? How shameless. When the crowd heard Yu Qiu, they were astonished. It was indeed majestic to be extremely powerful, but they hadn't thought that he could be so shameless. Long Ding was also astonished. He immediately said in a mocking tone, You threaten the juniors of the Celestial Academy but don't allow me to threaten the juniors of the Yu clan? Yu Qiu, is your brain working correctly? Groaned Yu Qiu, and then he said, Are you not scared of making the Yu clan angry? You are within the Celestial Academy, said Long Ding coldly while striding to get the last word. So what? I don't care if this is the Celestial Academy. Humiliating the Yu clan will lead to the destruction of the Celestial Academy, said Yu Qiu while sounding evil. The crowd was astonished. They had originally come to watch Lin Feng and Heimo's battle. They hadn't thought that they would witness Yu Qiu and Long Ding's confrontation, all because of Lin Feng. The crowd was very surprised by the turn of events. Besides, the entire crowd had become silent and was looking at Long Ding. Yu Qiu had threatened to annihilate the Celestial Academy. All of its members had become silent. Everybody was absolutely silent. Mr. Yu, you have a very bad temper. A voice emerged amongst the silent crowd. A silhouette walked in the middle of the crowd. That person had a warm and friendly smile on their face and looked very easygoing. Many people were astonished when they saw that person. Even Yu Qiu was shaking a little. As expected, the main seat had been reserved for him. When Lin Feng saw that young man, he was astonished as well. He had already seen him. He had accepted to be the referee for Lin Feng's battle at the prisoner arena. As expected, he definitely has a mysterious status. Lin Feng had also noticed the main seat, which was unoccupied. It was very likely that that seat was reserved for that young man. He even seemed to have a higher status than the man of the Yu clan. When Long Ding saw the young man, he smiled and stood up. Your Highness, said Long Ding extremely politely. Yu Qiu stood up as well. A smile appeared on his face and he said, Your Highness must be joking, I don't have a bad temper. Hee, if you don't, that's even better. Mr. Yu, Vice Principal Long, please sit down. No need to be so polite. That smiling young man was extremely polite and didn't sound arrogant at all for a prince. He had already arrived next to the main seat. At that moment, in the middle of the members of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, Zhu Zhanpeng had an aggressive look in his eyes. He was staring at the young man. The young man turned his head and looked at Zhu Zhanpeng. He nodded while smiling and said, Zhu Zhanpeng, as expected, always exceptional. I salute, Your Highness. Zhu Zhanpeng nodded and greeted the young man. His aggressive look gradually vanished. The second Prince Duan Wuya was, just like him, one of the 8 high officials, and he was above him in the rankings. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Black Lotus. Lin Feng looked at Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya was the second prince of the imperial city. He had a soft and gentle temperament. He was kind and generous to other people, he wasn't arrogant at all. He was easygoing and approachable. If people were nervous and tense, his presence immediately made people calm down. Duan Wuya was just like Duan Feng described him. He was completely different from Duan Wu Dao, the crown prince. Lin Feng didn't actually know how unruly the crown prince was though. That guy is powerful. Lin Feng was talking to himself. Duan Wuya was an extremely important person and he was also very strong, but at the same time, he was also amiable and approachable. He was incredibly powerful and prestigious. Duan Wuya looked at the fighting stage, smiled and said, Alright, you two can continue to fight. I will be the referee. Lin Feng slightly nodded to Duan Wuya. The second prince had also already helped Lin Feng. Last time, he had also acted as the referee for his battle at the prisoner arena. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Heimo. Heimo had his eyes closed. What just happened had nothing to do with him. His only purpose, at that moment, was to kill Lin Feng and gain prestige. He wanted to prove to everyone that not just anyone could challenge him to a battle. At that moment, Heimo opened his eyes. A cold and profound light filled his eyes. Once more, Lin Feng saw the black flames burning in Heimo's eyes. Lin Feng started releasing a very sharp sword force. Heimo was one of the top 10 disciples of the Celestial Academy. Lin Feng couldn't afford being careless. You have broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer and your sword force is very powerful. No wonder that you can kill cultivators at the 6th Ling Qi layer, but if that's all you are capable of, it will not be enough to fight against me. Zhu Ning, Gong Luan, and the others, even though they had broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer, they were absolutely unable to compete with me," said Mo very arrogantly while staring at Lin Feng. "I also hope that you are as strong as you say," replied Lin Feng coldly. He took a single step forwards and his sword force became even more powerful. "All right. I will try and see if you really can compete with a truly strong cultivator like me." When Mo finished talking, he took a few steps as his silhouette flickered and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Feng and his fist was rushing through the air towards Lin Feng. Ice and sword. Lin Feng's palm moved. He was accumulated piercingly cold energy as well as sword energy in his hand at the same time. Boom! Lin Feng was surprised. His body had been pushed back of a few dozen steps. He had almost reached the edge of the fighting stage. Lin Feng looked perplexed. He opened his hand and looked at his palm. In the center of his palm, there was a black mark caused by fire qi. It was extremely painful. "What a dark fire qi," thought Lin Feng while shivering. When the opponent's fist collided with the palm of his hand, Lin Feng had clearly felt the overwhelming fire qi. It was completely evil. It wasn't violent or brutal but rather a ghastly fire qi. As expected, Mo is much stronger than Lin Feng. Lin Feng was blown away in one attack. Thought the crowd when they saw that attack. Mo wasn't one of the 10 best cultivators of the Celestial Academy for nothing. Lin Feng was sufficiently strong to kill other cultivators of the 6th Ling Qi layer, but in front of Mo, he was just too weak. "It seems like you cannot compete with me. You cannot even withstand a single attack. Today, you will definitely die," said Mo in an arrogant tone. "You have broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer, I am only at the 5th Ling Qi layer. Of course the strength behind your punches would be stronger. However, you are an expert at using fire, but I am an expert at using swords." Lin Feng completely forgot about the attack of a moment before as if it didn't matter. He reached to his back and grabbed his long sword. At that moment, his energy became increasingly more powerful. That's right, Lin Feng is an expert at using swords. His cultivation level is weaker than that of Mo. If he fights recklessly, it can get very dangerous for him. The crowd was getting impatient again. Even though they thought that Mo was stronger, Lin Feng still couldn't be that weak. Otherwise, this battle would have been pointless to watch. "Come here," said Mo indifferently while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked forwards again. Lin Feng's sword energy, which filled the atmosphere, suddenly enveloped Mo's body. Mo frowned. Suddenly, a pain invaded his body, and he was being cut by the intense sword energy which surrounded his body. Lin Feng wasn't rushing, he was slowly walking forwards. After each of his steps, his sword force was getting more intense and increasingly sharper. "Humph," Mo smiled coldly. He raised his fist and launched an extremely powerful punch towards Lin Feng. Deadly sword. Lin Feng's sword fluttered in the air. His sword pierced the atmosphere while emitting a whistling noise. The sword energy was concentrated on the tip of his sword and rushed straight towards Mo. "Extermination!" shouted Mo. A black chi emerged from his fist and started to consume the sword energy. At the same time, it collided with Lin Feng's sword. The fireball crashed into Lin Feng's sword and the black flames were extinguished. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. Lin Feng released an extremely cold chi from his body. When the black flames collided with his palm, it left him with a small injury. However, this time when using his sword, Lin Feng seemed unperturbed. Flame attack. Mo launched his fist forward with a new attack. 2 black flames moved straight towards Lin Feng. Fatal sword. Lin Feng thrust his sword forward. His sword chi was even more intense and contained a deadly chi. Lin Feng's sword energy and the black flames were both tearing through the air as they collided. The deadly chi of Lin Feng's sword invaded the entire atmosphere and it even made Mo take a step backwards. Lin Feng's sword mastery made him look like a triumphant sword god. Lin Feng had gained the advantage with that attack. Mo silently looked at Lin Feng for an instant and immediately said, "You definitely have the qualifications to fight against me, you are strong enough, but this is only the beginning." While talking, Mo lifted his hand into the air. A burning black flame appeared and danced around his hand. That flame was emitting an incredibly deadly chi. Boom! Mo quickly stretched out both of his hands and the flame burst into 9 small flames. They were all black and were filled with the same sinister deadly chi. Deadly Black Lotus. The crowd was stupefied. Mo surprisingly wanted to use the deadly Black Lotus. It seemed like he was taking this battle seriously. How skillful. It's a good thing I am also done warming up. said Lin Feng while sounding indifferent. His eyes turned pitch black. His eyes were completely cold and expressionless. His mind started processing everything that was happening around him. At that moment, Lin Feng could even distinctly feel the deadly qi that was contained within the 9 black flames. Lin Feng's sword diffused a dark and deadly qi. It was the same qi as that of the deadly Black Lotus. Even though the crowd was a distance from the fighting stage, they could still feel the deadly qi released by the two fighters. Their bodies felt fear, but the expression in the crowd's eyes revealed excitement. I hope you don't disappoint me and at least put up a fight until you die. Otherwise, this battle would be uninteresting, said He Mo arrogantly. Don't you think that you talk too much crap? Said Lin Feng coldly. He Mo kept calling in question Lin Feng's qualifications to fight against him, which gave the impression that he was monstrously strong. However, Lin Feng was actually forcing He Mo to become serious, even though he said otherwise. Since you can't wait to die, I will help you achieve your aim, said He Mo coldly. He then shouted, Black Flames, Lotus Transformation. When He Mo finished speaking, each of his flames transformed into a lotus flower which rushed Lin Feng at full speed. The deadly qi from the black flames had filled the entire atmosphere, surrounding Lin Feng's entire body. The entire atmosphere started to turn black. How scary, thought the people watching when they saw the deadly lotus flowers. These lotus flowers looked like they had come straight from hell. Lin Feng was still calmly holding his sword in the same position. The dark qi within his sword was getting more and more intense. At the moment when the lotus flames arrived in front of him, Lin Feng finally released his sword strike. Lonely Sword. When Lin Feng attacked, the atmosphere filled with the qi of his lonely sword. The black lotus flames collided with Lin Feng's sword and upon impact they vanished. However, Lin Feng's sword continued to move towards He Mo. He Mo looked stupefied. Behind his body, an insanely violent black fire appeared. At the same time, an infinity of black lotus flames started orbiting around his body. His body was surrounded by black fire. The entire atmosphere was being burned by the fire. When Lin Feng's lonely sword was about to reach him, the multitude of black lotus flames turned into a gigantic lotus flower which rushed towards Lin Feng's sword and blocked his attack. My lotus flower is not only an offensive attack, it can also be used for protection. It is impossible for you to break through it, said He Mo arrogantly while looking at Lin Feng, and then added, I said it already. Today will be the day that you die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Cherish a Fight. Lin Feng was staring at the huge black lotus, which looked like an illusion. His sword was stopped. But Lin Feng still looked calm. His black eyes looked extremely cold. His mouth started moving and he began to speak. Really? I can't break through? He said these words in a cold, indifferent tone, and when he finished talking, the qi from his lonely sword became even more intense. It looked like it could annihilate anything that stood in its path, as if there was nothing else in the world but Lin Feng's sword. Sword of Nirvana was a very quick skill to perform. It was a high-level Xian skill. It made attacks much sharper and more lethal. It was better than some of the skills at the low D level. Lin Feng slightly closed his eyes. His sword emitted a whistling noise as the qi rushed through the air. There was no surge of sharp sword force, but suddenly, Lin Feng's sword started unceasingly shaking. Ha! He Mo looked perplexed while looking at the sword upon his black lotus. Crack! A cracking noise spread through the atmosphere. On the gigantic black lotus, a small crack appeared which stupefied He Mo. Break! Said Lin Feng. The qi from his sword of Nirvana attack became even thicker. In the blink of an eye, the black lotus started shattering into pieces. Lin Feng was pressing forward with indomitable will and was moving straight for He Mo, who was unable to block the attack. He Mo's heart was pounding. His facial expression was hideous. He had been incredibly arrogant a moment before, but at that moment, He Mo, seemed to be much weaker than Lin Feng. I cannot dodge that sword. He Mo was looking at that majestic sword as it approached him. He knew that he would be unable to dodge the attack. He raised his hands and what seemed to be an infinite quantity of cold black flames emerged from his palms. The small lotus flames combined into a single lotus and moved towards Lin Feng. Boom! The sword and the black lotus collided. The white resplendence of the sword and the blackness of the black lotus were mixing together within the atmosphere. The deadly qi rolled on the ground of the fighting stage. The fighting stage was completely covered with a terrifying deadly qi. He Mo and Lin Feng were still in their original locations, motionless. The crowd was astonished. Their hearts were pounding. Whose attack had been more powerful? Who was winning? Who was losing? CRRRR. A subtle sound spread in the air. Immediately after, the crowd saw that Heimo's clothes were pierced and blood was flowing from his chest. They were in complete shock. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, his clothes were torn and a multitude of black marks had appeared on his body. Both sides had been injured from that attack. Heimo is much stronger than Gongluan and the others, just as I expected, thought Lin Feng. A moment before, Heimo knew that he could not avoid Lin Feng's lonely sword, so he didn't even try. He didn't panic either, which was a crucial battle skill. Instead, he attacked Lin Feng, so both sides had ended up being injured. Heimo remained motionless and silent for a moment while staring at Lin Feng. He then looked at his chest. I admit that I underestimated you. You definitely qualify to fight against me, and I will have to use all of my strength to beat you. Heimo was talking with a cold tone. The crowd was surprised. Heimo, a moment ago, had shown extreme strength. How terrifying would it be if he fought with all his strength? A light flashed through Lin Feng's eyes. He looked at Heimo and said coldly, "Can you stop talking crap, please? Since the beginning of the battle, you keep saying that I cannot compete with you. Where do these injuries on your body come from?" said Lin Feng coldly. He was disgusted by Heimo's words. Lin Feng now had the qualifications to fight against him, and he had to use all his strength to beat him? That had been the case since the beginning of the battle. Heimo was a disgusting and shameless person. You will understand what I mean, said Heimo indifferently. He raised his head and a black fire emerged. A multitude of small black lotus flames surrounded his body and slowly started dancing through the air. Fusion! Shouted Heimo in a deep voice. These small black lotus flames started rushing into Heimo's skin and muscles. Suddenly, black lines appeared all over his body. The crowd was astonished by what they were witnessing. At that moment, it was as if the crowd had understood why he had called himself Heimo. He was named as a black evil spirit. A gigantic amount of deadly chi rushed from his body. The crowd could not believe their eyes. At that moment, Heimo's entire body looked like it was just a huge deadly black fire. That chi was terrifying. The scariest thing was that Heimo's chi seemed to be increasing. Boom! The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. 7th Ling Chi layer. Surprisingly, that chi had the strength of the 7th Ling Chi layer. It was a terrifying chi. It seemed like Heimo had been hiding his real strength. Swallowing these black flames gives him the strength of the 7th Ling Chi layer. How terrifying. Lin Feng will definitely die. The crowd was absolutely astonished. Being of the 6th Ling Chi layer was scary enough. They hadn't thought that Heimo would be so strong. Could Lin Feng still resist him? Lin Feng was equally surprised. What kind of trick was that? Being able to absorb the black flames to increase one's cultivation level? 7th Ling Chi layer, thought Lin Feng. Even though he knew that Heimo was close to the 7th Ling Chi layer when they arranged the battle, his strength, now that he had reached the 7th Ling Chi layer, was actually terrifying. While looking at the fighting stage, Yu Qiu smiled and said indifferently, Lin Feng will definitely die. Then, someone amongst the members of the Nie clan seemed moved and said, surprisingly, his father really helped him to reach a high cultivation level. Even if his second son is dead, he can still be proud. Nobody believed that Lin Feng had a chance to win anymore. They were all sure that Lin Feng was going to die. Heimo looked at Lin Feng with despising eyes and slowly said, "You made me use my flame fusion skill, so you can be proud of yourself, but you are about to die." Lin Feng remained silent. He had an acute perception of everything that was happening around him, including Heimo's powerful increase in chi. He was still holding his sword calmly. His body moved again and he thrust his sword forward. His sword looked simple and ordinary. Oomph, Heimo smiled. The black flames turned into a vortex and moved to block Lin Feng's sword. Such an ordinary sword strike should be easy to block, but at that moment, Lin Feng's sword started to shake. Lin Feng's sword pierced through Heimo's vortex and moved towards his chest. An incredibly huge amount of sharp deadly chi fell onto Heimo's body. No! Heimo's facial expression drastically changed. A monstrous chi emerged from his body. His hands were violently shaking. At that moment, an oppressive energy rushed towards Lin Feng's body. It looked like a black flame was dancing around Lin Feng. Vanishing shadow, die. Lin Feng looked serene while saying these few words. Immediately, his body vanished like a shadow. Even when seeing it from so close, it seemed like an illusion, but it felt extremely real. Lin Feng's sword continued moving forwards. Pfsshhh. The noise of Lin Feng's sword penetrating through Heimo's flesh filled the air. His sword cut through Heimo like a hot knife cutting through butter. Boom! The crowd was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. How was that possible? Really, how was that possible? At the moment when Heimo temporarily enhanced his power to have the strength of the 7th Ling Chi layer, they all thought that Lin Feng was going to be exterminated by Heimo's flames. They all thought that Heimo would easily kill Lin Feng. But Lin Feng remained calm throughout the entire battle. He had taught the crowd a lesson to not be so quick to judge. His sword had pierced straight through Heimo's chest. Yu Qiu was stupefied. Lin Feng had surprisingly killed Heimo with his sword. Yen Er, the leader of the Nya clan, stood up. The smile that he had on his face a moment before had completely disappeared. He was shocked. How? How could it turn out like this? RRRGHGGHGHH. The only sound that came from Heimo's mouth was something that sounded bestial. His long and messy hair was flowing in the wind. The black lines which covered his body were unceasingly moving while a surge of deadly chi emerged from him. Die! Shouted Heimo. His fist rushed towards Lin Feng and crashed onto his body. Lin Feng's sword slipped from his grip and his body was pushed backwards. That punch left a black mark on Lin Feng's chest. His clothes were completely burned where the punch had landed. PSSS, blood was flowing from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Heimo was walking like a madman towards Lin Feng. When he arrived in front of Lin Feng, he punched him again and Lin Feng's body flew away. Blood filled the air. Die! Heimo was in a frenzy. He was completely insane. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had injured him with his sword. If he had bent down an inch, Lin Feng's sword would have penetrated directly into his heart. That was an extraordinary humiliation for him. He was walking very fast. At that moment, Heimo really looked like a demon. He wanted to brutally slaughter Lin Feng. But at that moment, an extremely cold and powerful force emerged. It was so freezing cold that it made Heimo stop. The crowd was also stupefied. They looked behind Lin Feng. Not far from him, there was a pure and holy silhouette. She was walking slowly towards Lin Feng. It's her again. The crowd was astonished. It seemed like she was ready to attack. In the end, Lin Feng couldn't compete with Heimo, but nobody would make fun of Lin Feng. Heimo's strength was too incredible. Lin Feng had already achieved something great and had nearly killed Heimo. Lin Feng could be proud of himself. Everybody would remember that. But what stupefied the crowd is that Lin Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his hand and said to the silhouette behind him, "Let me do it myself." Meng Qing looked at him with a strange expression. She wanted to shake her head. How was she supposed to watch Lin Feng die and not help him? At that moment, Lin Feng stood up. He looked like a proud and lonely man. He was firm and tenacious. Men, cherish a fight. If I die today, I will die happy and proud, said Lin Feng calmly, which astonished the crowd. Cherish a fight? Lin Feng was fighting to win or die. He closed his eyes. His brain could analyze everything that was happening around him. It was as if everything was moving in slow motion. Celestial spirit. Lin Feng called out in his heart. Lin Feng could sense that his perception of the world surrounding him grew even more. At that moment, his body seemed to be moving at an incredible speed compared to the rest of the world. He was also looking at the celestial book. He hadn't released the book spirit, but for some reason, he could still clearly see it. He started reading the first page slowly. On the first page, there was a sword in suspension. It was a divine deadly sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Sword Energy. That sword was in suspension inside the celestial book. It was a deadly black sword. Even though it was only a picture, when Lin Feng looked at that picture, his heart was racing. It gave a feeling of pride and serenity. That sword could annihilate everything and its energy was majestic. It seemed like nobody could stop that sword, as if that sword could annihilate all of creation. Lin Feng had never thought that a picture could make his heart pound like it had. It seemed like that sword had been created for the sole purpose of destruction. If I could control the energy of that sword illusion, I could destroy anything in my path. I would need to fuse with that sword. I would become the sword and the sword would become me, thought Lin Feng. His thoughts were actually correct. Even though he was using a sword and most people thought that he was a sword master, Lin Feng was aware of the fact that he was far from being a master. Only if Lin Feng could reach an extremely high level of mastery would he then consider himself as a real sword master. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Lin Feng's thought was deeply profound. Everything was progressing within his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had understood a great deal of things. Lin Feng was closing his eyes. He was motionless. Other people thought that his injuries were too serious and that he was trying to recover. Everybody wanted to see how Lin Feng was going to cherish his fight against Mo. Nobody doubted Lin Feng's determination because at that moment, he was still releasing an incredible amount of sharp sword force. What surprised the crowd even more is that Lin Feng's force was becoming more and more powerful. Apart from his will to fight, Lin Feng was still releasing deadly qi. How tough, how persistent. The crowd was astonished. Even in such conditions, Lin Feng was still determined to fight. But at that moment, on the viewing platform, Yu Qiu and the leader of the Nye clan were astonished as well. They were both frowning. How could Lin Feng be so strong and his strength seemed to be increasing? How could he reach such strength? Even his deadly qi was become stronger and stronger. He's controlling pure energy. The two of them suddenly thought of something. They were stupefied. Lin Feng was controlling energy. The second Prince Duan Wuya as well as Long Ding were fixedly staring at Lin Feng and could sense that his strength was increasing. Everyone was looking at him while looking perplexed. Control, Lin Feng could control his energy. Yan Er will soon kill him, said the leader of the Nye clan at that moment, which everyone looked towards Lin Feng and Mo was moving towards Lin Feng again. Boom! A terrifying energy emerged from Lin Feng's body. It seemed like an infinite energy mixed with deadly qi. It seemed like Lin Feng had fused with this energy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng released all the energy he had been controlling at the same time. Lin Feng was surrounded by a strong wind. Lin Feng's torn clothes were fluttering in the wind. He has become stronger. The crowd was calmly staring at Lin Feng. The qi that Lin Feng had just released was at the 6th Ling Qi layer and not of the 5th any longer. Lin Feng, while controlling his energy, had broken through to the next Ling Qi layer. Mo's facial expression also slightly changed at that moment. His steps grew even more insane. When he arrived in front of Lin Feng, he threw a punch towards Lin Feng which was surrounded by black flames. At the same time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. A bright and resplendent light suddenly blinded Mo which forced him to close his eyes. When his fist should have reached Lin Feng was already 10 meters away from him. When Mo saw Lin Feng, he became anxious. He wasn't filled with the same determination as a moment before. When Lin Feng was still at the 5th Ling Qi layer, there was a huge difference, but Lin Feng had broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer. How terrifying was that? You have already lost, said Lin Feng indifferently while looking at Mo, which surprised him. You are no longer an opponent for me. You are not courageous and powerful anymore. A short time ago, I still admired your strength, but now you are just acting like a sore loser. You are not qualified to fight against me anymore, said Lin Feng. His energy had reached a pinnacle and could oppress anything in his path. Mo's heart was racing in his chest. He was staring at Lin Feng. He didn't reply. Actually, what Lin Feng had said made his heart start to beat faster. When Lin Feng had managed to injure him, Mo's confidence and arrogance had been destroyed. Yan Er, he's killing your motivation, don't let him fool you, shouted someone from the Nye clan on the viewing platform. Mo was surprised. He looked at Lin Feng, who had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Regardless of the fact of whether I am destroying your motivation or not, you cannot deny that your heart is racing and you do not doubt my words. That's enough. When Lin Feng finished talking, he started walking again. His sword energy and deadly qi were still growing stronger and stronger. Sword, said Lin Feng. At that moment, a sword illusion appeared in his hand. It was in suspension and it was pitch black. That was the sword from the picture. Sword energy. The crowd was astonished. How was that possible? Lin Feng could also use sword energy. Only cultivators of the Xian Qi layer could use pure energy to attack. That was one of the tools of the Xian Qi layer to kill their enemies. Even though Lin Feng had broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer, how could he use energy? Wrong, that's not pure energy control. It's a skill, or in other words, he's controlling the sword energy with his own will. Some people on the viewing platform who were extremely strong understood what was happening. They were also stupefied. Even though it wasn't pure energy, it was still very scary. Relying on his own control rather than on his spirit, Lin Feng had surprisingly been able to make a sword illusion appear. His sword illusion was even releasing deadly qi. If someday, Lin Feng was able to use real pure energy, then his strength would become monstrously terrifying. Then he would become a truly majestic figure. Lin Feng was also aware of his weaknesses. Relying on control, he had been able to use the sword illusion which was in the celestial book, but as before, his strength and his control was not sufficient. A light flashed. Lin Feng unsheathed his soft sword which was around his waist. His soft sword and the sword illusion fused together. Lin Feng's sword energy and the deadly qi invaded the entire atmosphere. "Hey Mo, this will end with one sword strike," said Lin Feng. His body flickered and he transformed into a shadow. Vanishing shadow skill. From the viewing platform, people couldn't see clearly what was happening. They could only see a sword which was emitting a terrifying energy. Hey Mo was intensely staring at the sword. That sword wasn't as resplendent or as simple as the sword which had injured him a moment before, but he knew the strength of the attack was immense. The energy within as well as the deadly qi around it was much stronger. That sword was the result of the combination of the vanishing shadow skill and controlling sword energy. When Hey Mo looked at the sword, he had the impression that it was a normal sword. However, when it was about to reach him, it started to glow and moved straight towards his heart. "Black Lotus!" shouted Hey Mo extremely loudly while using his spirit. A gigantic black lotus appeared in front of him and blocked the way. However, when Lin Feng's sword arrived in front of the black lotus, it pierced directly through it. That sword was destined for Hey Mo. "This doesn't look good. Yan Er is in danger," said the head of the Nye clan when he saw Lin Feng's sword. He stood up and instantly rushed towards the fighting stage. A brutal and oppressive qi fell onto Lin Feng's body. Considering his strength, he understood how terrifying Lin Feng's sword attack was. "I didn't get involved, you cannot get involved either." While the head of the Nye clan was getting involved, Meng Qing released some freezing ice force which moved straight towards the head of the Nye clan. His facial expression drastically changed. Yan Er was in danger. "Boy, stop." At that moment, while Lin Feng's sword was piercing through the black lotus, a loud voice resonated in his ears which made his heartbeat accelerate. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 179, Death Ploy. Sound attack. Lin Feng's soul was shaking. Lin Feng was still holding his sword, but it seemed unable to move further. Besides, under the pressure of that potent sound attack, Lin Feng was unable to move his body for a brief moment. How could such a fusion of deadly energy be stopped so easily? Lin Feng's opponent Hey Mo could use a trick to gain the strength of the 7th qi layer. He was extremely powerful, but he could not stop that attack. Die. The black lines on Hey Mo's body started swirling in an insane way. His body released a terrifying deadly qi. Boom. Floofy has exploded. The entire atmosphere vibrated. Lin Feng's sword penetrated into Hey Mo's body, but left only a faint trace of blood. Then Lin Feng's body was blown away by Hey Mo's brutal attack. The noise of Lin Feng's body falling onto the ground spread in the air. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. A deathly stillness filled the atmosphere. Had Lin Feng lost that battle after all? Wasn't Lin Feng stronger than Hey Mo? Of course, it wasn't the case. He was, at least, as strong as Hey Mo. Lin Feng's sword had nearly killed Hey Mo. If Yu Qiu hadn't shouted like that, Hey Mo would have already been dead. Just like Lin Feng had pointed out, Hey Mo had lost his courage and was hesitant. He wasn't as determined as before. All of these things meant that Hey Mo had already lost before the battle even began. Hey Mo was much weaker than Lin Feng. However, Yu Qiu got involved and had influenced that battle. What happened was unfair, but who would dare blame Yu Qiu? If somebody dared offend him and the Yu clan, even if it was the Celestial Academy, he would destroy them, and even worse if it was a mere student of the Celestial Academy. Lin Feng, who was on the ground, raised his head and looked at Yu Qiu, who was sat on the viewing platform. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. Truly shameless. Lin Feng was looking at Yu Qiu with endless killing intent, but he knew that he was nothing in comparison with Yu Qiu. If he dared to try and kill him, he would just bring about his own destruction. In that world, only those who were extremely strong were respected. Honor and integrity didn't count for anything. If someone was strong, then nobody would dare to contradict them. Meng Qing's body disappeared. She quickly moved next to Lin Feng and helped Lin Feng to stand up. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness. "How are you?" she asked. "I'm all right." Lin Feng wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely proud. He was standing perfectly straight. What a proud young man. thought the crowd while looking at Lin Feng. Their hearts were filled with admiration for him. Lin Feng had surprised them throughout the whole battle. Mo, one of the top 10 students of the Celestial Academy, had to use all his strength against Lin Feng, who was at the 5th Ling Qi layer. He even had to rely on the power of his Black Lotus to possess the strength of the 7th Ling Qi layer. Besides, at the moment when Meng Qing had wanted to help Lin Feng, he had refused and had said the outcome of the battle for him would be victory or death. Immediately, when the entire crowd thought that he had already lost the battle, Lin Feng had broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer. Then, he released an attack which should have killed Mo, but Yu Qiu interrupted him. But thanks to his strength and determination, Lin Feng had gained everybody's esteem and admiration. Even in critical conditions, Lin Feng was still standing perfectly straight. Mo was looking at Lin Feng. He looked perplexed. He didn't look arrogant and proud anymore. It was very clear to him that he had lost the battle. If Yu Qiu hadn't been there a moment ago, Lin Feng's sword would have pierced through his heart and killed him. But Lin Feng wasn't looking at him. Instead, he was staring at Yu Qiu as if Mo wasn't there anymore. Mo felt ridiculous. The atmosphere was filled with deathly silence. It was very oppressive for everybody. Everybody felt uncomfortable. At that moment, a faint laughter broke the silence. The second prince, while looking at the fighting stage, said, "You are both extremely strong, no matter who. You are both students of the academy. If one of you died, it would be a great loss for the Celestial Academy and even for our country. Let's put an end to the battle now." Duan Wuya wanted to put an end to the battle but hadn't blamed Yu Qiu for having intervened. It seemed that, no matter what the situation was, it was impossible to guess what the second prince really thought. Long Ding looked at Duan Wuya as if he was surprised. He then immediately looked at the Yu clan and the Nye clan. As if the situation had suddenly become clear, he nodded and said, "All right, that's the end of the battle." The Nye clan didn't say anything. It wasn't such a bad idea to stop at that point. After all, Mo's victory wouldn't have been very honorable after all. If he had killed Lin Feng, people would have despised Mo for his behavior. How could a battle to death finish before the end result? The disciples of the Celestial Academy usually aren't such cowards? Said Yu Qiu indifferently while smiling at Long Ding. The crowd was stupefied. He wanted Lin Feng to die. Besides, he had said on purpose that the disciples of the Celestial Academy weren't cowards. He wanted to make Long Ding angry. What an evil man. Lin Feng had offended him, so Yu Qiu was going to do anything to try and create difficulties for Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to die and didn't care about making His Highness the Crown Prince lose face because of it. Yu Qiu was a member of the Yu clan. He was obviously arrogant. Long Ding was staring at Yu Qiu. He wanted to say something, but didn't open his mouth. He only heard the sound of a cold and detached voice. Of course. The people of the Celestial Academy are not cowards, unlike the members of the Yu clan. The person who had said these words was obviously Lin Feng. He fixedly stared at Yu Qiu. He sounded cold and indifferent, which gave everyone the impression that he was insane. He surprisingly still dared to insult Yu Qiu. Could it be that he really wanted to die? They didn't think about the fact that Yu Qiu already wanted Lin Feng's life. Even if Lin Feng provoked and offended him again, it didn't matter much anymore. Even dead people dare to say such crazy things. Yu Qiu's pupils slightly shrank, revealing murderous intentions. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "When did my clan, the Yu clan, ever contain cowards? What gives you the right to talk this way?" "I don't have the right to talk that way?" Lin Feng smiled coldly, walked forwards and said, "I want to ask you though, how strong is the Yu clan? And its young members, how strong are they?" The Yu clan frightens everyone in the Imperial City. It can easily annihilate the Celestial Academy, and you ask me how strong we are? Sneered Yu Qiu before adding, "Besides, concerning the young generation, they are, of course, all giants amongst men. They are extremely strong." Giants amongst men? You're really shameless. I didn't know a bunch of scum could be considered as giants amongst men. While talking, Lin Feng was smiling coldly. Yu Qiu was even more furious. Lin Feng ignored his facial expression and pointed at the two young men standing to his sides. He then said, "These two, they are older than me. I challenge them both to a battle to death. If the young disciples of the Yu clan are giants amongst men, then they will fight." The two young men on Yu Qiu's sides were stupefied. They were staring fixedly at Lin Feng. He surprisingly dared uninterruptedly provoke them. These two young men were not as strong as Lin Feng. They had seen how Lin Feng had almost killed Mo. How could they accept that challenge? Yu Qiu hadn't thought that Lin Feng would make such a move either. A light flashed through his eyes, showing his uncertainty. Immediately after, he smiled and said, "You cannot challenge you clan members as you wish." Coward. Yu Qiu hadn't even finished talking that Lin Feng interrupted him and said coldly, "If you don't dare, then you don't dare. There is no need to try and think about a way out or give excuses. You say that they are giants amongst men, but they are just scum, nothing more. Last time, I violently beat one of them at the prisoner arena. I don't know if he's still feeling a little weak from then. I also humiliated the other one. They are just trash. They are so scared that they cannot get their revenge alone. They had to go and find a senior to protect them. That kind of giant amongst men is just ridiculous to the extreme." The crowd was a bit surprised by Lin Feng's words. So that's what had started all of this. Originally Lin Feng had humiliated the arrogant young people from the Yu clan. No wonder Yu Qiu disliked Lin Feng so much. Lin Feng continued to talk, "But when I see you, it makes me think that the juniors and the seniors of the Yu clan are probably all the same. Therefore, I am not that surprised by your cowardliness and your shamelessness, and you still dare think that you are better than everyone else. In fact, I would like to ask you a question. Are all the members of the Yu clan so shameless?" Lin Feng's words stupefied the people in the crowd. Yu Qiu was staring at Lin Feng as the killing intent on his face grew stronger. Such a shameless and impudent clan, launching surprise attacks on other people and not even admitting it, and besides you were so satisfied and proud of yourself. Surprisingly, you dare sit on the viewing platform for people of high status. What a nerve. As if Lin Feng didn't understand how furious Yu Qiu was, Lin Feng continued talking. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 180, Pressure. He. Yu Qiu was evilly looking at Lin Feng. He was burning with anger and his face was bright red. He was smiling, but killing intent was obvious. "Shameless? Today, no matter what you say, I will kill you. The only reason is because I am stronger than you and my Yu clan is unstoppable." Yu Qiu's voice couldn't sound more arrogant and aggressive than it did at this point. His reason was enough to kill Lin Feng. He was stronger than him and his clan was extremely strong as well. Without listening to anybody else's opinion, he could kill Lin Feng as he wished. "Why are you not coming then? Why are you still standing up there?" Lin Feng was looking at Yu Qiu and his voice sounded indifferent. The crowd was, once again, stupefied. What? Could it be that he really wanted to die? Yu Qiu narrowed his eyes while looking at Lin Feng and his face crumpled in anger. He looked like he had become completely furious. Yu Qiu had clearly expressed his wish of killing Lin Feng. He wanted to make Lin Feng's blood flow to prove to everyone that his clan, the Yu clan, was too powerful to be insulted. "You want to die and so I will help you achieve your aim." When Yu Qiu finished talking, Lin Feng started freezing from the cold energy that had started to surround his body. Under the pressure of that energy, he felt like he was frail and brittle. And Yu Qiu seemed to be thinking about killing Lin Feng right there. Die. Crack. Two sounds spread through the air at the same time. The first one had obviously come from Yu Qiu, who wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, Yu Qiu hadn't attacked because that second sound had come from the second prince, Duan Wuya, who was next to him. Duan Wuya's seat made of stone was broken into pieces. Duan Wuya was standing up. He didn't look soft and gentle anymore, he looked fierce and heroic. "Mr. Yu, what happened today is the business of Celestial Academy. Now stop with this foolishness, how does that sound?" said Duan Wuya while looking at Yu Qiu. He sounded indifferent and calm, but his voice was filled with determination. Yu Qiu had come to make the Yu clan gain prestige. Could he back down so easily? He was Yu Qiu after all. He wanted to prove to everyone that the Yu clan was unstoppable. He wanted all these unimportant people to understand clearly how powerful the Yu clan was. "Your Highness, you heard that boy? He humiliated my Yu clan. How could I, Yu Qiu, let him off? If I let him off, my clan would endlessly lose face." Yu Qiu was looking at Duan Wuya and sounded neither servile nor overbearing. The crowd was stupefied. What was going on? The situation was very strange. It seemed like there was now tension between Yu Qiu and the second prince. First, Yu Qiu wanted to kill Lin Feng and then the second prince was preventing him from doing so. When everybody thought that Yu Qiu wouldn't make the second prince lose face, he insisted that he wanted to kill Lin Feng. The crowd was puzzled by Yu Qiu's actions. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at Yu Qiu and the second prince arguing. He took a deep breath and tried to relax. Since Yu Qiu had arrived, he had been trying to prove to everyone how powerful he was to the extent that he had even contradicted and argued with Long Ding, the vice principal of the Celestial Academy. Even though Lin Feng hadn't been there at the start, after he arrived, Yu Qiu was still humiliating the Celestial Academy to the extent that he had even threatened to destroy it. There seemed to be nothing taboo for Yu Qiu. He felt like he could act any way he chose and say whatever he wanted. He had even dared to interrupt Lin Feng and He Mo's battle. It seemed like he was constantly trying to prove how powerful the Yu clan was. The rules did not matter to him. Why was Yu Qiu acting that way? By making a display of his strength and not letting Lin Feng off, he would prove to everyone that the Yu clan was the most prestigious and majestic of all the clans and sections. Even Long Ding remained silent when Yu Qiu threatened to annihilate the Celestial Academy, as if he couldn't bear the responsibility of getting involved. Everybody could see that the Long Ding and Duan Wuya's friendship was quite solid. However, even though the second prince and Yu Qiu's relationship seemed to be of a polite nature, it was still difficult to understand their mysterious relationship. Lin Feng had already met Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya had acted as the referee for one of his battles. The result had been that one of the Yu clan members, who was a student at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, had been humiliated and had lost his demonic fire lion. Lin Feng had guessed that Duan Wuya and the Yu clan didn't maintain good relations. It seemed very clear at this moment that there was not a good relationship between them. Duan Wuya wanted to protect Lin Feng, but Yu Qiu really wanted to kill Lin Feng, to the extent that he didn't even care about making Duan Wuya lose face. Lin Feng didn't know exactly what Yu Qiu's main motive was though. But Lin Feng had an even more audacious thought. He thought that the second prince, Duan Wuya, was actually the person at the origin of the Celestial Academy. He was the principal who never showed up. Everybody knew that an institute such as the Celestial Academy could only be established by a powerful person, and it probably even belonged to the Imperial clan. Besides, on that day, Duan Wuya had appeared at a critical moment for the Academy, which made Lin Feng have the audacious thought that Duan Wuya was maybe the person who established the Celestial Academy. Yu Qiu certainly knew about it, but still didn't care about threatening to destroy the Celestial Academy in front of Duan Wuya. Lin Feng had been gambling since the beginning on the fact that Duan Wuya had connections with the Celestial Academy. Lin Feng was putting pressure on Yu Qiu, who wanted to kill him, but he was also putting pressure on Duan Wuya to act. He wanted to see if Duan Wuya was going to watch him die. He was gambling with his life at stake. He was betting on the fact that Duan Wuya and Yu Qiu's relationship would worsen because of him and that they would not be able to maintain appearances. If Lin Feng guessed right, Duan Wuya was actually the creator and principal of the Celestial Academy. If Yu Qiu killed Lin Feng, his goal to make the Yu clan prestigious would be accomplished. Lin Feng's conjectures were right so far as Duan Wuya was now confronting Yu Qiu. If he had really understood Duan Wuya's background, then the latter wouldn't watch Lin Feng get killed. In fact, Duan Wuya was already getting involved. He had smashed his stone chair, but Yu Qiu kept insisting. When Duan Wuya heard Yu Qiu's words, he looked expressionless. Immediately after, he stopped talking, slowly turned around and moved down the stairs of the viewing platform. He then left, and while leaving, he said a proud and majestic sentence. Yu Qiu, try and kill him, then see what happens. Try and kill him, then see what happens. That was a very simple sentence with a clear meaning. When Duan Wuya had finished talking, he was already leaving. The most frightening was that he had left right after he finished speaking. Yu Qiu could try and kill Lin Feng, but what would happen to him? What a strong method, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng was looking at Duan Wuya's silhouette as it vanished. He was very mysterious. All the problems were in Yu Qiu's hands. He also had the choice. At that moment, Yu Qiu's facial expression was rigid. If Duan Wuya had still been there, he could have justified himself, but now that Duan Wuya had left, he could not argue his side anymore. He could only choose whether he wanted to kill Lin Feng or not. After traveling for a short time, Duan Wuya arrived at a private mansion of his which was situated within the territory of the Celestial Academy. A silhouette suddenly appeared behind him. It was a black silhouette. Lin Feng had already seen that man in black clothes when he first arrived in the external part of the imperial city at Qing Xian's restaurant. Nanshan, what do you think? Asked Duan Wuya, who sounded completely calm. Your Highness, Yu Qiu's move was a 3-in-1-1. He would gain prestige, damage the reputation of the Celestial Academy, and make the Nie clan's opinion of you worsen, replied Nanshan calmly and indifferently. He was obviously talking about the opinion of the Nie clan after Duan Wuya acted as the referee. The Nie clan's esteem for Yu Qiu had probably increased. Besides, it had made the Nie clan and Duan Wuya's relations worsen as well. That was an extremely powerful method. I know. I need your opinion. What do you think of Lin Feng? Said Duan Wuya indifferently. Nanshan was surprised. The expression of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. He's an unparalleled genius, replied Nanshan, sounding indifferent. He was lost in thought for a brief moment. After a while, his mouth moved again and he said, "If, today, he confronted Yuchio because he was furious, that's alright, but if he did everything after understanding your status, that's truly terrifying." Of course, it's the second reason. If he had done it out of anger, I would be really disappointed. Duan Wuya said, "Are you sure about what happened on that day?" "Yes, I am sure that it was the girl who was next to Lin Feng," nodded Nanshan, a cultivator of the Xianqi layer. "What a pity that we cannot let anyone follow Lin Feng any longer." When Duan Wuya finished talking, he started walking quickly and his silhouette vanished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Holy Courtyard Challenge. Nanshan was still motionless. He was calmly looking at Duan Wuya's silhouette as he was leaving. Immediately after, his voice filled the air once again. "Besides, it is impossible to hide Lin Feng's status now. Let's arrange things so that the news spreads quickly. They will find out, sooner or later. Besides, Lin Feng has already offended people with high status. Make sure that everybody knows his social status, tell everyone that he is one of my people." Nanshan nodded while looking indifferently. His heart was filled with admiration as he sighed. In the imperial clan, the two princes were completely different. It wasn't a joyful thing for their clan but a great misfortune. The crown prince, Duan Wu Dao, was extremely aggressive and his strength was terrifying. He killed anyone who opposed him. He only said things once and never twice. He was ranked as the strongest of all the 8 high officials. There was nobody who wasn't scared of him. The second prince, Duan Wuya, was very ambitious and talented. He was smart and extremely strong. He was also definitely a genius. Even though he was a few years younger than the crown prince, he was also one of the 8 high officials. While Duan Wuya and Nanshan were talking, neither of them wondered whether Yuchio would kill Lin Feng or not. They were already certain that Yuchio wouldn't dare kill Lin Feng, as if it was impossible for him to take action. Actually, things were happening just like Duan Wuya had anticipated. Yuchio was evilly and coldly staring at Lin Feng, but he wasn't attacking him. He just turned and left abruptly. When the crowd saw Yuchio leave, they took a deep breath while feeling relieved. They had surprisingly felt scared for Lin Feng and the Celestial Academy. The two young men who had been on Yuchio's sides were coldly looking at Lin Feng. Immediately after, they left as well. Not only had Lin Feng already humiliated them but on that day, but he had also announced their humiliation in front of the entire crowd. They would never forgive him. Anyone who dared offend the Yu clan would never have a fitting end. Lin Feng was calmly looking at Yuchio and the other two as they were leaving. His eyes revealed his killing intent towards them. What had started on that day hadn't come to an end yet. Lin Feng also understood that the Yu clan wasn't going to let him off. If, at that moment, Duan Wuya hadn't helped Lin Feng, Yuchio wouldn't have let him live. If the Yu clan had an opportunity to kill him, they would have certainly killed him. Besides, there was something else that Lin Feng didn't understand. Why did the second prince want to help him? Even though Duan Wuya and Yuchio's relations were hostile. Lin Feng didn't understand what the real causes were. He also didn't understand why Duan Wuya continued to help him. Lin Feng was absolutely aware of the fact that Duan Wuya was going out of his way to help Lin Feng. After the Yu clan left, everybody else started leaving. But the Nye clan and the people of the Celestial Academy hadn't left. Long Ding looked at the fighting stage. Mo and Lin Feng were still standing on the stage. He then said, "Nye Yan, Lin Feng, the battle is over for today. It counts as a draw. You can leave now." "Little Yan, let's go," said a Nye clan member to Mo. Even though Lin Feng had been injured, he was way too terrifying. His attacks were all lethal and a single strike could kill. He didn't want Mo to keep fighting against Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too dangerous. He had nearly killed Mo. Mo intensely looked at Lin Feng. He looked perplexed. Immediately after, he slightly nodded, turned around and left. Lin Feng looked at Mo's back. That battle was over, but everybody clearly understood that Lin Feng was the winner. Of course, in Lin Feng's eyes, defeat or victory wasn't the most important thing. He had proved to everyone that he was not someone who could be dealt with easily. Besides, Lin Feng didn't feel hatred for Mo. After what had happened today with the Yu clan, the conflict existing between Lin Feng and Mo seemed insignificant. The crowd was looking at Lin Feng. They all had various opinions about him, but on that day, Lin Feng's strength and natural talent had caused everyone's hearts to race. In the middle of the crowd, Lin Qian was staring at Lin Feng. The expression in her eyes revealed uncertainty. He was way too strong. In the past, Lin Feng had been expelled from the Lin clan and considered as trash. At that moment, Lin Qian felt incredibly inferior and felt like she would never be able to catch up with his shadow. She also had good natural talent, but in front of Lin Feng, she was nothing. Lin Feng's cultivation speed was simply monstrous and his battle power was terrifying. Since Lin Feng had left Yangzhou City, he had already broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer, and even a cultivator with the strength of the 7th Ling Qi layer like He Mo was unable to compete with him. A year before, Lin Feng was only at the 5th Qi layer and was considered as trash. Nobody respected him even though he was the son of the former head of the Lin clan, Lin Hai. But at that moment, when she realized how powerful Lin Feng was, Lin Qian couldn't believe it. If the Lin clan learnt about how strong Lin Feng had become, they would probably regret that they sacrificed him for Lin Qian. When she thought about how the Lin clan would react, Lin Qian was feeling anxious. The Lin clan couldn't learn about him, otherwise they wouldn't pay attention to her anymore and no one would admire her. Everybody would only think about the trash that had been expelled from the clan and not her. "Don't worry, when we have the opportunity, I will help you kill him," said Chu Zhanpeng, who was next to Lin Qian. He had noticed that Lin Qian's facial expression had changed. Even though Lin Feng was extremely strong, in front of him, he was just trash. It was very easy for him to kill Lin Feng. The status of high official was a symbol of natural talent and extreme strength. It wasn't just a rumor, otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people eager to join the ranks. Because of the status of high official, many geniuses had died attempting to gain entry. Lin Qian raised her head and looked at Chu Zhanpeng. Immediately after, she smiled and nodded. Indeed, even though Lin Feng was extremely powerful, what could he do against Chu Zhanpeng, the high official? Chu Zhanpeng looked at Lin Qian, who was smiling, slowly turned around, looked at the fighting stage and then loudly said, "I have heard that there are many geniuses in the Celestial Academy and that Lin Feng was one of them. I, as untalented as I am, would like to know if there is a student of the academy that would accept a battle against me, so we can both benefit." When Chu Zhanpeng finished talking, the students of the Celestial Academy were surprised. Chu Zhanpeng, one of the 8 high officials, suddenly wanted to challenge the students of the Celestial Academy. The other students of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu were excited. If Chu Zhanpeng challenged them, who would accept? Chu Zhanpeng was a high official and there were only 8 of them in the entire Shuiyu country, but the Celestial Academy didn't have a single high official. I've already said it before, the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu is extremely powerful. It stole all the geniuses of the biggest sects and brought them to a single institution. Since the Celestial Academy was created, we have only relied on our own strength to slowly grow stronger. How could we compete with the Holy Courtyard? Said Long Ding indifferently, but his words were poignant. The students of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu hadn't been trained by the Holy Courtyard itself, they were just gathered for their strength after being trained elsewhere. Of course, Chu Zhanpeng understood what Long Ding meant. He just smiled, looked at Lin Feng and said, "It seems that there are some people who don't agree with Long Ding's opinion." At the prisoner arena, Lin Feng humiliated the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu and said it was shameless and only fought rigged battles. I want to show him that he was wrong. Lin Feng raised his head, looked at Chu Zhanpeng and Lin Qian. Inside, he was smiling coldly. The high official of the Haiyu sect rushed over to the Holy Courtyard to become a dog and still is in a hurry to show off his strength. Said Lin Feng mockingly and continued, "Chu Zhanpeng, are all of the people of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu like you? Are they all so shameless?" A teacher from the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was smiling and staring at Lin Feng. They said, "You don't dare to fight, why are you talking nonsense now?" It was really shameless to give such a name to the Holy Courtyard. "Let's try again though, since the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu is so powerful, why don't you battle against Vice Principal Long?" Said Lin Feng while smiling. That teacher was surprised. Immediately after, they said, "Vice Principal Long is much older than me, what would be the point of fighting against him? If you don't dare fight, why are you talking nonsense?" Said Lin Feng using the teacher's own arguments against him. He then said coldly, "The students of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu are really shameless and its teachers are the same. You refuse to fight against Vice Principal Long saying that he is older than you. Well, I want to ask you, isn't Chu Zhanpeng older than me as well? When proposing that battle, hadn't you thought about that?" When the people of the Celestial Academy heard Lin Feng, they all smiled. The people of the Holy Courtyard were really shameless. Chu Zhanpeng was, indeed, a genius and one of the 8 high officials, but after all, he was already more than 20 years old. If Lin Feng was already 20, wouldn't he have reached a similar strength level already? Making him fight against Chu Zhanpeng now was just unfair. The teacher for the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was a bit surprised. They then said, "The Celestial Academy can choose any student, as you wish, one who is of the same age as Chu Zhanpeng. The Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu also has the choice to choose 3 of your disciples. Choose 3 disciples, who are the same age as me, all 3 of them can fight against me at the same time. The teacher for the holy courtyard had just finished talking when Lin Feng hastily replied. Everyone was stupefied and speechless. If you don't dare fight, get lost. We don't want such shameless and arrogant people here who think that they are extremely powerful, but actually, just constantly lose face with their performances. Said Lin Feng very impolitely and coldly. He then continued, if I have the occasion, I will have to pay a visit to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu personally. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Battle Energy. If I have the occasion, I will have to pay a visit to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu personally. When the crowd heard Lin Feng say these words while sounding calm, they were a bit surprised. If he wanted to go to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, he had to be extremely strong. He had to have at least surpassed Lo Shui and Chu Zhanpeng's strength, otherwise, he would just end up making a fool of himself. Nobody had doubts concerning Lin Feng's determination. Even though they had never talked to him personally, that battle had been enough for them to understand Lin Feng's personality. He was extremely determined, frivolous, and unrestrained. Besides, he wasn't arrogant and was unyielding when it came to his beliefs. Even in dangerous situations, he didn't hesitate or retreat. Nobody thought that Lin Feng didn't mean those words. Lin Feng also had the heart of a very powerful cultivator. He was firm and persistent. Sooner or later, he would end up surpassing Chu Zhanpeng. Each and every single person of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was staring at Lin Feng with an ugly expression on their faces. That time, he wasn't just making fun of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu in front of a few disciples, but in front of a great number of disciples. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu was being humiliated. How cruel, incomparably cruel. Murderous lights flashed through the eyes of the teacher from the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. A murderous aura was being released from his body. A cracking sound spread through the air as his chi started to pour from his body. The stone chair on which he was sitting was broken into pieces. At that moment, he was standing up. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu will be happily awaiting you, said the teacher extremely coldly, and then, his silhouette flickered and he left. The other people of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu glanced at Lin Feng and then also started leaving. After a while, a subtle sound spread in Long Ding's ears. The chair on which that person was sitting, which had been broken into pieces, was still crumbling. The stone was slowly turning into powder. That stone chair had surprisingly been broken using pure energy. Very quickly, only the people from the Celestial Academy were left in the public square. Long Ding was staring at Lin Feng with a profound gaze. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so amazing during that battle. It was really unexpected. But it was clear to Long Ding that He Mo might not come back to the Celestial Academy after this battle. The crowd looked at Lin Feng. On that day, one of the top 10 cultivators of the Celestial Academy had been a stepping stone for Lin Feng to become famous. After that day, Lin Feng's reputation in the Celestial Academy would continue to grow. Alright, let's stop everything for today. You can all disperse, said Long Ding while standing up. He glanced at everyone leaving and finally glanced at Lin Feng. He said, Lin Feng, you should also go back and have a good rest. You should also take care of your injuries. Lin Feng slightly nodded and started walking. Meng Qing was still following behind him. Lin Feng took 2 steps forwards and then a group of people moved in front of him. It was Lu Fei, Jing Yun, Duan Feng, and the others. Today was the day of Lin Feng's battle against He Mo. They were not going to miss it. Are you all right? Asked Lu Fei while staring at Lin Feng. She looked incredibly concerned about him. That guy was really insane. He didn't know when to stop, no matter who was in front of him, and even no matter how many people, he would never give up. A moment before, Lu Fei and the others had been quite scared, but they were not as strong as Lin Feng. They couldn't do anything, they could only watch as the events unfurled. Lin Feng smiled at Lu Fei. Lu Fei was surprised, but immediately after she felt relieved. However, she was still staring fixedly at Lin Feng. What was that guy thinking? He wasn't even concerned about his injuries. He hasn't died, so why would I? Lin Feng was scratching his head. He Mo's injuries were also serious. A moment ago, Lin Feng's sword had pierced through his chest, but just missed his heart. Lin Feng's organs and circulatory system hadn't been damaged much either. The people of the Yu clan are really shameless, said Yuan Shan while looking furious. They are more than just shameless, said Duan Feng while furious, and then said, if the second prince hadn't been there, the scariest thing is that they would have attacked Lin Feng. Everybody slightly nodded. On that day, if the second prince hadn't been there, it would have been very dangerous. Let's go. I already seized the 8 rooms on the 4th floor in the cultivation tower. If you need to practice, you can use them," said Lin Feng to his friends, which surprised everybody. They then all smiled wryly. With Lin Feng's strength, it was indeed not difficult to seize the entire 4th floor of the cultivation tower. On the 4th floor of the cultivation tower, all of them entered into cultivation rooms. Lin Feng brought Meng Qing towards a room as well, inserted some purity stones and said, "Meng Qing, you should cultivate for a while too. I'll be in the room opposite yours." "All right," said Meng Qing while slightly nodding. Her gorgeous silhouette was walking towards the inside of the room, but she quickly turned around and she said, while looking at Lin Feng, "Actually, even if the second prince hadn't been there today, you still would not have died. You don't owe him much." While talking, the door of her cultivation room slowly closed itself, leaving Lin Feng outside, alone and stunned. Lin Feng was astonished. He then shook his head and frowned. He was wondering how strong Meng Qing was. He had no idea. The only thing he knew was that last time, the Bai clan member, the man in blue clothes, who was of the Xin Shi layer, had been scared away by Meng Qing and had left. Lin Feng didn't know if she had already fought against other cultivators of the Xin Shi layer. The second prince, Duan Wuya. Lin Feng was lowly talking to himself. That friendly and mysterious prince was unfathomable. At that moment, he was sure that Duan Wuya, the second prince, was at the creator of the Celestial Academy. It meant that Long Ding, the vice principal, had to listen to him. Did Lin Feng becoming a student of the Celestial Academy have anything to do with Duan Wuya? If that was indeed due to Duan Wuya, why would he have done that? Why was he so interested in Lin Feng? Talent, potential? When he had just arrived in the Imperial City and had just arrived outside in front of the Celestial Academy, nobody knew who he was. Who knew that he had potential and high natural talent? Even if they knew that he was a genius, why would one of the 8 high officials, like Duan Wuya, be interested in him? Being a matter of gaining influence was even less possible. Lin Feng didn't come from an influential family. He descended from the Lin clan of Yangzhou City and had even been expelled. His sect had even been destroyed by Duan Tianlang. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand anything about it, so it was useless to keep thinking too much about it. He then inserted some purity stones into one of the cultivation rooms and entered. The door closed itself. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He then immediately released his celestial spirit. In the blink of an eye, the world became a world of darkness. As if Lin Feng had been completely cut off from the outside world, he entered into his own world created from darkness. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't just release the first layer of his celestial spirit, he also completely released the second layer. In Lin Feng's mind, a magnificent and resplendent light appeared. Colorful spirals spanned into various shapes inside his mind, then his celestial book appeared. At that moment, his celestial book had already opened to the second page as if it had been that way since ancient times. Lin Feng was looking at that book, or more precisely, he looked above it. There was now a sword calmly floating in the air above the book. That sword was black, it was the deadly sword of a warlord, born from battle. At that moment, Lin Feng could clearly sense the energy released by that sword, it was sharp and deadly. It seemed like it could destroy an entire planet without flinching. That sword, using its own energy and its own life, was able to fuse with Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Lin Feng's eyes were still closed and he was still motionless. His conscience was focused on the sword that was floating above the book. In the small and narrow cultivation room, a sharp sword chi emerged and mixed with deadly chi. Then, there was a thick and dense battle energy. That sword chi had not been released by Lin Feng's celestial book. It had obviously been released by Lin Feng's body. His sword chi was much stronger than in the past. Inside his sword chi, which was mixed with deadly chi, was also battle energy. Nobody could look down on that battle energy. Grabbing the black sword, which was longing to rise into the heavens, to dominate both heaven and earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, The Lovesick Forest. It had already been 2 months since the battle between Lin Feng and Mo. The students were also talking about it less and less. The Celestial Academy was once again returning to a peaceful state. Lin Feng and his friends were in their respective cultivation rooms, making great efforts to increase their cultivation level. Nothing important was happening. At that moment, a silhouette was coming from the cultivation tower. That person was wearing ragged robes with a great deal of holes. Their robes had become completely tattered, but when the crowd saw the person, they only showed looks of admiration rather than disdain. That person was Lin Feng. When Lin Feng looked up at the sky, he saw that it was already evening. There were rosy clouds floating on the horizon. The scenery was splendid, but in the world of cultivation, very few people took the time to appreciate such beauty. The only thing that mattered was strength. The powerful people possessed everything. Those who were weak would only be endlessly bullied. Lin Feng was walking and wanted to go to his apartment, but at that moment, a silhouette flickered and appeared in front of him. When Lin Feng saw that person, his facial expression became slightly rigid, revealing his surprise. Lin Feng had already seen that person before. When he was in the external part of the imperial city, he had seen them at Cheng Xian's restaurant. He had also seen that the person had an intimate relation with the owner of that restaurant, Cheng Xian. That was the man in black clothes. Lin Feng hadn't expected to meet him, especially at the academy. "Young Master Lin, my name is Nanshan, but..." Contrary to all expectations, that man introduced himself first to Lin Feng in a very polite way while smiling and nodding. "Nanshan," repeated Lin Feng in a low voice. He looked at him and said, "Is there something you want from me?" "Yes," said Nanshan while nodding. He didn't have the same cold expression as when he had met Lin Feng for the first time. Instead, he was smiling and said, "I was worried that young Master Lin Feng wouldn't come out of the cultivation tower for a much longer time. Fortunately, I managed to meet you today." Lin Feng's stupefaction became even more intense. Meet him? Surprisingly, that person was really looking for him specifically. "Young Master Lin, the young master of my clan would like to invite you to a banquet. I was sent here to find you for that express purpose. I hope that you will be able to honor his invitation and follow me," said Nanshan extremely politely. Lin Feng was astonished. "A banquet, dot. Who is the young master of yours? Why do they want me to participate in that banquet?" asked Lin Feng surprised. The last time that he had met Nanshan, they had almost fought. The fact that Nanshan had come to invite him to participate in a banquet seemed strange to Lin Feng. "You know the young master of my clan. You saw him 2 months ago during your battle. He personally came to see it and was sitting on the viewing platform," replied Nanshan. Lin Feng was stupefied. "Is it the second prince?" "Indeed. My master is precisely His Highness, Duan Wuya." Nanshan was slightly nodding. When Lin Feng heard his response, he looked at Nanshan. Nanshan was one of the second prince's people. Therefore, the second prince probably knew about Lin Feng because of the time when he met Nanshan at Cheng Xian's restaurant. Could it be Meng Cheng? Lin Feng had an idea. Lin Feng's show of strength on that day had been good but hadn't been enough to draw the attention of someone as important as the second prince. However, on that day, Meng Cheng had destroyed the restaurant, which shocked everybody. But if the second prince was interested in Meng Cheng, why was he inviting Lin Feng to come to the banquet? The probability that he was interested in Meng Cheng was very small. "Why invite me?" asked Lin Feng. "His Highness said that once you are there, you will understand," replied Nanshan. Lin Feng seemed uncertain. He remained silent for a few seconds and then said, "Do we have to leave right now?" Nanshan looked at the sky and said, "The banquet should be starting soon. If this is not inconvenient for you, we should go now." "All right," replied Lin Feng while nodding after hesitating for a moment. He also wanted to figure out why the second prince was treating him this way. As far as safety was concerned, Lin Feng, contrary to all expectations, wasn't worried. If they wanted to kill him, they didn't need to use such methods. In front of the second prince, Duan Wuya, Lin Feng was nothing. Nanshan hadn't thought that Lin Feng would cooperate so easily. Nanshan was leading the way and they both left. "Young Master Lin, here. I already prepared the horses," said Nanshan while pointing at a place where 2 divine horses were standing. They both looked incredibly mighty. They even had 2 red horns coming from their heads. Valuable horses were really completely different from ordinary ones. Dragon Colt horses. When Lin Feng saw these 2 divine horses, he sighed. Dragon Colt horses were horses of very high quality. They were not ordinary beasts and were extremely valuable. They were extremely quick and their legs were powerful. Ordinary horses could travel over 500 kilometers a day, whereas Dragon Colt horses could travel over 5,000 kilometers a day. They were 10 times faster than ordinary horses. They were even faster than Qi Xia horses. Indeed, Dragon Colt horses. Nanshan was pulling a horse towards Lin Feng. He then jumped on the other one, looked at Lin Feng and said, "Young Master Lin, I'll lead the way. Just follow me." While talking, Nanshan pressed on both sides of the abdomen of the horse and left at the speed of light, looking like an illusion. Lin Feng also jumped on the horse. The two silhouettes flew through the Celestial Academy, drawing a great deal of attention. In the imperial city of the Shuiyu country, the most famous place was probably the Imperial Palace. Apart from it, there was another place which also enjoyed a good reputation. The best beverage in the imperial city was the lovesick alcohol. It gave drunk people the impression of being drowned in love. There was only one place where that alcohol could be made, the lovesick forest. Many people in the imperial city only knew the name but had never been to the lovesick forest. Many of them had also never tasted lovesick alcohol either because the lovesick alcohol couldn't be brought outside of the lovesick forest. That was an unbreakable rule and everybody had to abide by that rule, even noble and wealthy cultivators. Even the members of the imperial clan had to comply with the rules of the lovesick forest. Since the creation of the lovesick forest, the rule had never been changed. The rumors said that the creator of the lovesick alcohol had made it especially for lovers. Besides, for some reason, only wealthy and noble people could enter the lovesick forest. Ordinary people were not permitted entry. At that moment, Nanshan and Lin Feng entered the lovesick forest, but they weren't riding their horses anymore. They had to walk as it was forbidden to ride a horse inside the forest. When Lin Feng saw the scenery, he entered into a calm and peaceful state of mind. He was surrounded by an emerald forest of bamboo trees, small bridges, and flowing water. In the air, there were exquisite fragrances which gave a pleasant feeling to the people with each breath. It was hard to imagine that there were such sacred places in the imperial city. It somehow looked similar to the teacher's peach orchard, but the lovesick forest looked even more mysterious and mystical. What a nice place! Lin Feng was sighing in admiration. Some people were drinking alcohol in the middle of the bamboo forest. They all seemed to be having a great time. The majority of them were people of high status, but they didn't look arrogant because they were inside the lovesick forest and it wouldn't be unlikely for them to come across people with an even higher social status as theirs. Nanshan guided Lin Feng on a narrow and winding path made of bluestone. They were walking slowly, and after a short moment, a lake appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was surrounded by bamboo trees, grass, and plants. It seemed like a dreamscape. In the middle of the lake, there was a broad and vast pavilion. There were many people inside that pavilion. That is precisely the place. Young Master Lin, you can go there, said Nanshan while smiling. A path made of redwood led to that pavilion. When he finished talking, Nanshan turned around, his silhouette flickered and he vanished in the blink of an eye. He had finished his mission and did not need to stay there anymore. Lin Feng looked perplexed. He looked at that splendid pavilion. The one that he was looking at wasn't the only pavilion. There were other pavilions, but there was nobody inside them. The entire lake was very calm. Only a few voices filled the air every so often. They were coming from the pavilion which contained a group of people. Lin Feng started walking towards the path made of red wood. When he was about to enter the pavilion, a silhouette appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. When the person saw Lin Feng's clothes, which were torn and ragged, he frowned and said, "Get the hell out of here." Lin Feng turned around and frowned. He looked at that young man. The young man was wearing a magnificent changpao. His hair was tied. He was also very handsome, but he was coldly and arrogantly looking at Lin Feng with disdain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, The Yu Clan. Lin Feng only glanced at the young man and then ignored him. He then continued walking towards the pavilion. "I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me, Abdot?" When the young man noticed that Lin Feng was ignoring him, his tone became colder. The young men of the imperial city would never dare to make him lose face. Even the second prince respected him to a certain extent. He had been personally invited by Duan Wuya to come to the banquet. He hadn't thought that, on that covered pathway made of red wood, he would meet an arrogant young man wearing tattered clothes, who would ignore him. Lin Feng continued to walk as if the other young man didn't exist. When he saw Lin Feng act that way, the young man put on a serious expression. Immediately after, a wild energy emerged from his fist which immediately unleashed a strong cold wind. Boom! At that moment, a strong battle energy emerged from Lin Feng's body and rose into the air. This energy was strange and it looked like it was on fire. It seemed unstoppable, as if it would smash anything in its path. The battle energy had surprised the young man, whose heart started to race. That battle energy was causing fear to well up in his heart. Lin Feng turned around and launched his fist forward with sharp energy around it. The two fists brutally collided. Boom! The covered pathway made of redwood shook insanely, but it didn't break. It was extremely solid. The young man's eyes revealed fear and his body shot backwards from the impact. A strong battle energy was still emerging from Lin Feng's body. He looked like a terrifying warlord. "Next time, think before you act," said Lin Feng indifferently. He then turned around and continued walking towards the pavilion, leaving the young man alone on the pathway in a gloomy mood. He had been taught a lesson by someone who was about the same age as him. Besides, Lin Feng had told him to think before acting with a mocking tone. These words resonated in his brain and made a distorted and ugly expression appear on his face. "Stop!" shouted the young man coldly. He had just been careless a moment before. He wanted to show to Lin Feng what it meant to think before acting. But Lin Feng didn't pay attention to his words. He continued to walk down the covered pathway and quickly arrived at the pavilion. That pavilion was very spacious. People were sitting on the floor in 2 lines. In front of them, there was a table made of sandalwood, on which had sculptures carved into it which looked incredibly lifelike. That table was extremely precious and valuable, but there they were using it to hold food and drinks. In the middle of the pavilion, there was a group of lithe and graceful women wearing alluring cheongsam. They were dancing lightly and gracefully while smiling. If they drew the attention of a young man in that place, in the future, they wouldn't need to come and dance there anymore. All the people who entered the lovesick forest had a very high social status. All the young people who were sitting there had an extremely high social status, even inside the lovesick forest. But the 2 rows of people weren't looking at the dancing women. Instead, they looked at Lin Feng. A moment before, the battle in the covered pathway had already attracted their attention. When they saw Lin Feng, these people all had different expressions on their face. Some of them looked calm, some looked at him with disdain, some looked stupefied, some looked cold. Surprisingly, that was Lin Feng. How pleasant and elegant. On the lake, beautiful girls were serving drinks while smiling. What a beautiful sight. Lin Feng, at that moment, also looked at the crowd. There were about 20 to 30 people. Lin Feng recognized some of them. There was the young man, whose family name was Yu, whom Lin Feng had humiliated. There was also the called Meng Chong, whom Lin Feng had provoked at the auction sales market. There was also Duan Tianlang's son, Duan Han. There was Duan Lai's daughter, Duan Yu. Lin Feng also noticed Wen Ao Shui. He was surprisingly there as well. All these people had something in common. They were all noble people of high status. They were influential and their clans all had a strong influence. Lin Feng hadn't thought that he would come across so many people he knew there. He was a bit surprised. Besides, some of them had ice-cold expressions on their face while looking at him. Lin Feng was smiling deep in his heart. Apart from his own strength and that of Wen Ao Shui, Lin Feng didn't know how strong the others were. Many of them couldn't compete with him. Back at the Yunhai sect, Duan Han was extremely arrogant. At that moment, if Lin Feng fought against him, he would easily be able to win. "Lin Feng, come sit next to me." Wen Ao Shui was smiling to Lin Feng. The smile on his face was even more beautiful than that of most of the women there. Everybody was astonished. Wen Ao Shui and Lin Feng were friends? Considering the smile on Wen Ao Shui's face, his friendship with Lin Feng wasn't superficial. But at that moment, the one who had just been blown away by Lin Feng also arrived. A cold energy was surrounding his body. He walked towards Lin Feng, releasing oppressive energy. Surprisingly, he had no scruples with fighting in front of the entire crowd. The crowd couldn't help but get excited when they saw that. Lin Feng and Wen Ao Shui were good friends, which had surprised them, but it seemed like Lin Feng had offended that young man. How audacious. In the Imperial City, there were very few people who dared offend him. "Brother Yu, Brother Lin. You are my guests today. I invited you all to come here. However, I don't intend to clean up after you. Therefore, please sit down." The second prince was sitting on the main seat. He said that to Lin Feng and the young man in a soft and gentle voice which gave everybody the feeling that a soft breeze was blowing through their hair. When the young man, whose family name was Yu, thought of the banquet again, the cold energy around his body disappeared. He slightly nodded to Duan Wuya and immediately moved aside. "Your Highness," said Lin Feng to the second prince. Immediately after, he went towards Wen Ao Shui and sat down next to him. He looked expressionless and indifferent. "Let me introduce him, this is Lin Feng, he's a student of the Celestial Academy. 2 months ago, he fought against Nie Yan to a draw." The second prince was smiling. Many people were astonished. Nie Yan was Heimo. Many people had heard about that battle. Actually, Heimo had miserably lost the battle, but Yuchio had intervened. Heimo had been lucky to survive with his life. However, many people didn't know who Heimo fought against. They hadn't thought that it was against the young man in front of them. Many of them quickly retracted their looks of disdain. The one who had nearly killed Hamo was so young. No wonder he had been invited by the second prince to come there. A country boy, a tramp, said a voice coldly. The one who had said these words was Meng Chong. He was staring at Lin Feng, revealing that they were on bad terms. In the past, Lin Feng had made him endlessly lose face. At that moment, he wasn't going to make it easy for Lin Feng. A draw against Hamo, nothing more, and he surprisingly dares act that arrogantly. That's not even worth mentioning, said the young man, whose family name is Yu. If Hamo had used all his strength, he could have won. Brother Yu is only saying what he thinks, Brother Lin shouldn't pay attention to him, said the second prince warmly. He only mentioned the young man from the Yu family but ignored Meng Chong. As expected, Meng Chong wasn't important enough. That made Lin Feng laugh on the inside. Meng Chong was just a moron, nothing more. If a person's status was high but not high enough and they dared to call into question what the second prince said, if they weren't complete morons, then what were they? That was exactly what had just happened. There were social distinctions between noble cultivators. Come, Brother Lin, I will introduce you to a young man. You should keep in touch in the future. Brother Yu is a member of the Yu clan. The lovesick forest was built by the Yu clan. When Lin Feng heard the second prince, he was surprised. The Yu clan, the Duan clan and the Yu clan were the three biggest clans of the imperial city. No wonder that young man was so arrogant. His social status was high, and besides, the lovesick forest belonged to his clan. But Lin Feng was only surprised for a few seconds. Lin Feng had already met people from all the spheres of influence within the Shuiyu country, except people from the Luoxia sect, which was situated in a distant corner of the country. After that, the second prince introduced other people to Lin Feng, including Meng Chong. Surprisingly, Meng Chang's father was the commander of the Imperial City Guards, a group of elite troops. It seemed like the chi Lin Feng had sensed the other day was indeed that of soldiers. As far as the young man, whose family name was Yu, was concerned, his name was Yu Tianxing. He was the fifth son of the head of the Yu clan. His status was exceptional. Lin Feng had fought with him, and after that Yu Qiu had been offended and had wanted to kill Lin Feng. As far as when Ao Shui was concerned, the second prince didn't introduce him at all. But when Lin Feng finished listening to the second prince, his heart was pounding out of amazement. These people had the biggest influence in the entire country and could, if they wished, change its entire destiny. They were all people that gravitated around commanders and leaders. They were all at the top of the social pyramid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, The Beautiful Woman. When the crowd saw how the second prince acted, some of them were jealous of Lin Feng. Why had the prince personally introduced Lin Feng to the others? After having introduced all the influential people to Lin Feng, Duan Wuya grabbed a glass and raised it while saying, "Brother Lin, let's have a toast with all these eminent young men." When Ao Shui, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, poured some alcohol into his glass and said, "Lin Feng, taste the lovesick alcohol and see what it is like to be drunk on love." Lin Feng was unsure. Duan Wuya was being way too kind to him. He had helped Lin Feng a number of times and then invited him to participate in the banquet, which was filled with nobles. Lin Feng had no idea why he was being treated this way. But Duan Wuya was being very polite to him after all, and Lin Feng didn't refuse his invitation. He slightly nodded and raised his glass only to smell a sweet fragrance coming from his glass. Many people raised their glass. Even though a majority of them didn't like Lin Feng, considering that the second prince had initiated the toast, they still had to give him face. However, not everybody followed basic courtesy. At that moment, Yu Tianxian sat motionless with his glass on the table in front of him. He wasn't the only one. There was also Yu Tianxing, who wasn't moving either. He was just looking at the crowd raising their glasses. In the past, Lin Feng had humiliated him in front of a great number of people. How could he, Yu Tianxing, toast with Lin Feng? But Duan Tianlang's son, Duan Han, surprisingly raised his glass while slightly bowing in front of Lin Feng. While smiling, he said, "Your Highness, you introduced us to Lin Feng, but we still don't know what kind of person he is and which nobility he belongs to." When Duan Han finished speaking, he looked at Lin Feng. Duan Han had personally come with his father, Duan Tianlang, to destroy the Yunhai sect. He had even fought against Lin Feng. How could he not know Lin Feng's background? Duan Han was only saying this to ruin Lin Feng's credibility. He already knew that Lin Feng's background wasn't from nobility. Their difference in social status was colossal. Duan Wuya was surprised and looked at Duan Han. Then, a voice broke the silence. Brother, Duan Han, there is no reason to be stuck up on details. Drink! Lin Feng, brother, I suppose you have never tasted lovesick alcohol before. After all, it can only be drunk in the lovesick forest and commoners are not normally permitted. The one who interrupted was actually Meng Chong. His voice sounded feminine and mysterious. He also sounded deeply sarcastic. Everybody understood what he was implying. Everybody looked surprised. It seemed like Lin Feng had offended a great deal of influential people. Who are you calling brother? Said Lin Feng coldly while looking at Meng Chong, which surprised everyone. I have, indeed, never come to the lovesick forest before, and I have never tasted lovesick alcohol either. However, I do not ever remember ever lowering myself to the point of becoming brothers with a degenerate like you. Lin Feng's straightforwardness pierced through the atmosphere which filled the room. Meng Chong was stupefied. He had deliberately made fun of Lin Feng's low social status, but Lin Feng had said that he could lower himself to be called Meng Chang's brother and had even called him a degenerate. Lin Feng meant that even if his social status was low, Meng Chong was still beneath him. Everybody seemed interested in what was happening. It seemed like there was going to be a great show to watch. Lin Feng had gone there and suddenly dared to act aggressively. He was quite courageous. They didn't know what happened at the auction market, where Lin Feng continuously ridiculed and humiliated him for his vulgar behavior. Your Highness, you clearly saw that I held nothing but the best intentions. It's not that I didn't want to toast to Lin Feng, but he is now making me lose face. Meng Chong was staring coldly at Lin Feng. He then violently slammed his glass on the table, making all the others' glasses shake. To lose face, you need to have face. Do you even have face to lose? Said Lin Feng mockingly to Meng Chong. After that, he acted as if Meng Chong did not exist and turned his back on him. Meng Chang's face turned ghastly pale. He was staring at Lin Feng while wishing that he would get the chance to make him regret his words. Everybody, do as you wish, you can drink or not drink, but I will drink to Lin Feng, said Duan Wuya, raising his glass and bringing it to his mouth. He downed his glass in one and then looked very comfortable. There was a warm smile on his face. He didn't look like an arrogant prince at all. He gave other people the impression of friendliness. It felt like he was easy to get along with. Lin Feng also raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Lin Feng was also easy to befriend if treated with kindness. While swallowing the sweet alcohol, a refreshing and smooth sensation invaded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng slightly closed his eyes and enjoyed the taste of the alcohol. A feeling of love invaded his body which made him calm his heart and relax. It seemed like that alcohol enabled him to calm his heart. What a mysterious alcohol, said Lin Feng, surprised. The one who made the alcohol had to be an extraordinary person. Lovesick alcohol made people have the feeling of love from drinking. There was nothing false about it. At that moment, all those who wanted to drink to Lin Feng also downed their glasses in one gulp. They all slightly closed their eyes and sensed the loving feeling invade their body. When Ao Shui turned towards Lin Feng and looked at Lin Feng with his beautiful feminine eyes, he smiled and said, Lin Feng, the lovesick alcohol enables people who drink it to see the one they love. Who did you think about when you drank the alcohol? Lin Feng laughed and replied, what about you? Me? When Ao Shui was surprised. Immediately after, a wry smile appeared on his face. He suddenly looked incredibly lonely. I have long run out of tears to cry for her. The one I love will never see me. Lin Feng was shocked as he smiled. It seemed like when Ao Shui was a romantic at heart. It was very rare to see. In the cultivation world, cultivation was the most important thing for cultivators. It was more important than anything else, including love. Of course, in the world of cultivation, there were also many people who considered love as something worth more than increasing their cultivation. All right. We have finished our glasses, but the most important person hasn't arrived yet. It seems like I have to do something. Duan Wuya was looking at the crowd while smiling. Many people were impatient. They, of course, knew whom Duan Wuya was talking about. Lin Feng was the only person who didn't know whom he was talking about. A realization flashed in Lin Feng's eyes and he then looked at Duan Wuya, next to whom there was a free seat. It had obviously been reserved for the other person that was meant to join them. The most important person surprisingly had such a high social status that they were able to sit next to Duan Wuya. He was probably just as influential as the prince. The people of the Yu clan and the Yu clan were only occupying seats reserved for guests and did not get to sit with the prince. At that moment, Duan Wuya stood up and nodded to the crowd. Immediately after, he started walking and suddenly vanished from the pavilion. A short time after, the crowd saw that Duan Wuya was already back at the covered pathway made of red wood. After Duan Wuya left, everybody was still sitting in their original places. But Lin Feng noticed that everybody looked excited and impatient, especially Yu Tianchen. Excitement was filling his eyes and a charming smile had appeared on his face as if he was posing. Of course, there were also people who were staring coldly at Lin Feng. They were Meng Chong, Duan Han and Yu Tianxing, but Lin Feng just ignored them. "Who is the person whom the second prince personally went to pick up?" asked Lin Feng to Wen Ao Shui. He was very curious. Wen Ao Shui laughed and replied, "Wait and you'll see." Lin Feng slightly shook his head. Wen Ao Shui surprisingly was keeping him in suspense. People in the pavilion started whispering. From what they were saying, Lin Feng understood that the person that the second prince had to gone to pick up was supposedly a woman. Besides, it was supposed to be a beautiful woman. It seemed like all these noble people were quite excited to meet her. While they were all calmly sitting there, the atmosphere suddenly became calm again. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the covered pathway. Immediately, he saw two silhouettes arriving. There was the second prince, Duan Wuya, and a woman. She was wearing a turquoise dress. Beautiful black hair was flowing down on her shoulders. She looked elegant and graceful. It seemed like the hearts of the guests were beating in sync with each of her steps. What a beautiful woman! When Lin Feng saw her perfect face, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Her skin was snowy white. Her features were delicate. There was not a single flaw to be seen on her body. She looked like a beautiful orchid whose exquisite fragrance would awake the senses. "Xin Yi, if you would," said Duan Wuya while stopping and letting the beautiful woman pass in front of him. The beautiful woman didn't say anything and continued walking. She was walking slowly and gracefully. At the same time, everybody in the pavilion stood up. "Princess." The whole crowd said these words in their most gentle tone. They all had charming and warm smiles on their face as if they were trying to gain the beautiful woman's affection. However, the beautiful woman didn't say anything. She just slightly nodded without looking at them and continued walking forwards looking elegant and delicate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Arranged Wedding. Princess. That beautiful woman was the current princess, Wu Duanya's younger sister, Her Highness, Duan Xin. She was not only beautiful, but also had a very high status. The most important thing was that she didn't have a lover, which made all the noble young men very excited. If only they could engage in a relationship with her, they would become even more famous in their respective clans. It would also be a wonderful event for them. After all, they all belonged to noble clans. They had many brothers who were all struggling for power. There were constant fights over power. Duan Xin walked forward and arrived at her seat and sat down. Duan Wuya also sat down next to her, smiled and said, "Xin, here are many people whom you probably have never met. I will introduce them to you." While talking, Duan Wuya pointed at Lin Feng and said, "That's Lin Feng, a student of the Celestial Academy. His natural talent is incredibly monstrous. Young as he is, his strength surpasses that of Nian." Duan Xin raised her head and looked at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way, but when she saw his tattered clothes, she couldn't help but be stupefied. In the pavilion, everybody had a very high social status, everybody was extraordinarily dressed, good-looking and honorable. Surprisingly, Lin Feng's clothes were in tatters. It was hard not to draw people's attention. But immediately after, Duan Xin turned around and stopped looking at Lin Feng. "Xin, look, many handsome young men from the imperial city are here. Have a glass of lovesick alcohol and see if there is anyone that you like," said Duan Wuya while smiling. Duan Xin raised her head, looked at him and said, "Brother, what are you talking about?" "Ha, Xin, I meticulously prepared this banquet for you." Duan Wuya had a clear and distinct smile on his face. Duan Xin looked down at the floor and remained silent. She hadn't been able to find someone whom she liked in all this time. At that moment, Yu Tianchen stood up, grabbed a glass of alcohol and gave it to her. He then said, "Xin, long time no see. How are you?" "Tianchen, brother, thank you for worrying about me. I'm fine." Duan Xin and Yu Tianchen were surprisingly close to each other, but the expression on her face remained cold and indifferent. She slightly raised her glass and took a sip. "If you're all right, I can finally relax," replied Yu Tianchen in a soft and gentle tone while nodding. He then said, "A short while ago, my grandfather asked me about us. He hopes that we can get engaged and marry." When Yu Tianchen finished talking, many people looked at him with envious expressions on their faces. Yu Tianchen's status was much higher than theirs. Even though the Yu clan was discreet, nobody dared look down on them. They all clearly understood that if the three biggest clans of the imperial city had to be divided, the Duan clan and the Yu clan were on the same level. Their influence was about the same, much stronger than that of the Yu clan. When Duan Wuya heard the word marry from Yu Tianchen's mouth, he intensely looked at him. A mysterious cold light flashed through his eyes. "Brother Yu, you will not marry Xin Yi," said Duan Wuya while smiling. "Your Highness, please pardon me for offending you, but my grandfather has no son. His sister only has a daughter. As far as the secret things happening in my clan are concerned, your Highness should be even more aware of them than other people. Even though my grandfather and I are not directly related, everybody in the Yu clan clearly thinks that I, Yu Tianchen, should be the one getting married to Xin Yi. That would make me the direct descendant and next in line, but..." Yu Tianchen was looking at Duan Wuya, but the surprising thing is that he looked nervous while talking. He didn't like talking about his clan matters in front of everybody else. "Maybe there is another opportunity for a direct descendant, elsewhere," said Duan Wuya, sounding mysterious while looking at Yu Tianchen. "Impossible. Such circumstances, such a thing cannot happen. Your Highness should understand the situation better than me." Hearing how determined Yu Tianchen sounded, Duan Wuya silently smiled and then said, "Anyway, Xianya's marriage will only happen after she has found somebody that she likes. She is free to choose whom she marries. Come, brother Yu, drink more." Duan Wuya changed the topic of the conversation, raised his glass and smiled. Yu Tianchen was aware that he had no other alternative. He couldn't be too impatient when it came to such things. He thus continued to drink with Duan Wuya. "Duan Xin Yi possesses an incredible inherited strength from her blood spirit. If a man married her and had children, their children would also inherit from that blood spirit. If a man was married to her, he would also gain many other benefits. However, that kind of woman wouldn't let the young men run after her like a flock of duck, all eager to marry her. Unfortunately, the others were always willing while she always remained indifferent. She had always reacted coldly and indifferently to such things. She didn't feel like finding love. She had also never been interested in anyone. Duan Xin Yi was the princess. She had seen many outstanding disciples, maybe too many. Her two brothers were Duan Wu Dao and Duan Wuya. The crown prince, Duan Wu Dao, was unique, amazing and extremely strong. The second prince was equally gifted, had high natural talent, he also understood people's expectations and was incredibly friendly. People as gifted as them were rare. An ordinary person would never be able to make her heart skip a beat. Lin Feng was still sat there sipping his drink and minding his own business. He still didn't understand why Duan Wuya had invited him to that banquet, but during the feast, Duan Wuya had given Lin Feng a few meaningful and profound looks. Lin Feng didn't understand what he wanted. This is a beautiful place and there is a beautiful girl as well, but it seems like something is still missing. Suddenly said the person sitting next to Meng Chong. "Brother Feng, what are you implying?" asked Meng Chong while smiling. "We are all young, handsome men, but on the path of cultivation, we are not all equal. We should add a little to the fun and to enlighten Her Highness, the princess." When he finished talking, many people suddenly looked interested. Cultivation was always a good motivation. Showing one's strength to the princess wasn't a bad idea at all. "What do you mean by adding to the fun?" asked someone else. Then, the young man, whose family name was Feng, continued and replied, "Of course I mean battles. We could choose our opponents and exchange pointers." "What a good idea. Brother Feng is really extraordinary. I feel ashamed, but I am way too inferior." "Who could Brother Feng select as an opponent?" said Meng Chong while smiling. Immediately after, Lin Feng lowered his head and continued drinking his glass of alcohol. He could feel that someone was looking at him and that person was the young man whose family name was Feng. At that moment, many people started looking at Lin Feng as if the main event was about to start. "I heard the prince, His Highness, say that Lin Feng could defeat Mo. I, Feng Xiao, would like to exchange pointers with him. Would Brother Lin accept?" When Lin Feng heard Feng Xiao, he raised his hand and looked at him. He then saw that Meng Chong was smiling. Lin Feng was coldly smiling in his heart. "I admit defeat," said Lin Feng indifferently and then lowered his head again and continued drinking. Then he just ignored Feng Xiao. He had no interest in displaying his strength to attract a woman. The crowd was stupefied. They wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would admit defeat so easily. It seemed like his reputation was undeserved and that the second prince was overestimating him. Otherwise, he would have the courage to accept Feng Xiao's challenge. Besides, he had admitted defeat and humiliated himself. Duan Xin Yi looked at Lin Feng. She looked very surprised. Face was extremely important for cultivators, giving up was not something someone would do so easily. Hee, Lin Feng, today, the prince and the princess are here. Refusing Brother Feng's challenge is not such a good thing to do, said Meng Chong while smiling and glaring at Lin Feng. What you mean is that no matter who challenges you, you must accept. Is this correct? Asked Lin Feng while looking at Meng Chong. If it is to entertain the princess, it is an honor for us to do so, indeed, replied Meng Chong. I see. Lin Feng slightly nodded, looked at Meng Chong and said, I challenge you Meng Chong to help me entertain the princess, how does that sound? You, Meng Chong was stupefied. A cold expression filled his face. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't higher than Mo, he was still much stronger than Meng Chong. Meng Chong was blankly staring at Lin Feng. He was scared that if he accepted, things would not go well for him. What's wrong? Didn't you say, a moment ago, that entertaining the princess was an honor for us? Why are you not saying anything now? Asked Lin Feng when he saw that Meng Chong was just blankly staring at him, which made the latter feel gloomy. Lin Feng didn't take notice of Meng Chang's facial expression. His expression turned cold and he said in an ice-cold tone, if you can't, then just stop opening your filthy mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Burning Battle Energy. Lin Feng, brother, I challenged you to exchange pointers but you haven't replied to me yet. At least, you should fight me first and then challenge brother Meng Chong, said Feng Xiao mockingly. When Meng Chong heard these words, he nodded and said, he's right, Lin Feng. Are you trying to escape the fight by changing the subject? You should first defeat brother Feng Xiao and then challenge me. A moment ago, Meng Chong was at loss for words and had nothing to say, but now he had an opportunity. What you mean to say is you'll only fight me if I defeat him? Said Lin Feng in a mocking tone while looking at Meng Chong. Meng Chong avoided Lin Feng's eyes and looked hesitant. Immediately after, he nodded and said, indeed. Feng Xiao wasn't weak. He was at the peak of the 6th Ling Qi layer. He hadn't seen Mo and Lin Feng's fight and knew very little about it, but he had heard the news that it was a draw. Besides, Lin Feng was still at the 5th Ling Qi layer at the auction market. Meng Chong didn't believe that Lin Feng was able to defeat a cultivator at the peak of the 6th Ling Qi layer after such a short time such as Feng Xiao. The second prince was overestimating Lin Feng's strength. Feng Xiao would humiliate him. The crowd was looking at Lin Feng. The second prince was particularly kind to Lin Feng, which caused some of them to be in a bad mood. They would gladly watch if Lin Feng could be humiliated. Lin Feng sipped his glass of alcohol with a cold aura around him. Immediately after, he slightly raised his head, glanced at the crowd and finally looked at Feng Xiao. Lin Feng had no choice but to humor him since Feng Xiao really wanted to use Lin Feng to show his strength. Where do we fight? Asked Lin Feng indifferently, which surprised the crowd. Excitement immediately flashed through their eyes. Lin Feng had accepted the challenge. Feng Xiao was also a bit surprised. He smiled immediately after, and said, watching a battle from the pavilion while drinking some alcohol is a very pleasant thing to do. The landscape is wonderful. We could take advantages of the bamboo rafts on the lake, what do you think? All right, replied Lin Feng indifferently. The crowd was sneering at him. Who didn't know that Feng Xiao had a hurricane spirit and that he was extremely powerful? Choosing the lake as a battlefield would give him a huge advantage. Lin Feng had surprisingly accepted. All right, I'll go first. Feng Xiao's silhouette flickered and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on a bamboo raft outside of the pavilion. Then, the crowd saw the bamboo raft move with precise skill towards the center of the lake. What a nice agility technique. The crowd was amazed. They then looked at Lin Feng to see if they could catch his surprise, but Lin Feng's face didn't reveal shock. He looked expressionless and calmly stood up. He slowly walked towards the edge of the pavilion and jumped onto a bamboo raft. Immediately after, the bamboo raft started moving slowly towards the center of the lake. His movements were extremely ordinary and didn't look beautiful and elegant, which made the crowd look at Lin Feng with disdain. It seemed like Lin Feng was definitely going to lose that battle. Many people were even regretting that Feng Xiao had challenged Lin Feng before them. If they had challenged him first, they could have gained the prestige and been in Feng Xiao's position. After Feng Xiao arrived in the middle of the lake, he turned around. While standing on the bamboo raft, he looked at Lin Feng and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng, brother, I heard that your strength was exceptional, but today, it seems like it was unjustified. How should I dispose of you? Said Feng Xiao jokingly. At that moment, he wasn't acting politely anymore, he was now showing his true colors. "However you wish," said Lin Feng as indifferently. He was extremely calm. The crowd found Lin Feng's mind hard to fathom. He was indeed mysterious. "Hee, it feels like we are like old friends even though this is the first time we have met, so I will not make you suffer too much. I will cripple your cultivation and let you live," said Feng Xiao while smiling evilly. His heart was filled with malicious intent. Having accepted his challenge on the lake was an extremely reckless decision. If he hadn't put on his facade of kindness, how could he possibly get such an opportunity? "Didn't you just say that the purpose of that battle was to exchange pointers? Why is it that you are talking about crippling my cultivation?" asked Lin Feng indifferently, yet his heart was filled with extreme coldness. These noble cultivators were all the same, really arrogant and considered other people's lives as trash. Their hearts and morals were disgustingly rotten. It was the first time that Feng Xiao was meeting Lin Feng. They didn't have any hatred between them, and yet he was already talking about crippling his cultivation as if it was something ordinary. When Feng Xiao heard Lin Feng, he couldn't help but heartily burst into laughter. The other people in the pavilion were also laughing. Lin Feng was really a fascinating and amusing person. "What's so funny?" asked Lin Feng indifferently, which made Feng Xiao stop. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "I said I wouldn't kill you, I am showing mercy." While talking, he moved his hand and a sharp wind rushed straight towards Lin Feng's bamboo raft. Boom! Lin Feng's bamboo raft was broken into pieces. Water burst into the air surrounding Lin Feng's body. But the crowd only saw that Lin Feng was surrounded by a wall of water and didn't know if he was alive. Only when the wall of water fell down once again, they saw that Lin Feng's bamboo raft was already broken and that Lin Feng was still standing there motionless. "If you don't try your hardest, how do you plan to fight against me?" asked Feng Xiao while laughing and looking at Lin Feng. He had accepted to fight on the lake. Lin Feng was asking to die. "Do I even need to use any effort against someone like you?" said Lin Feng indifferently. A terrifying battle energy surrounded his body and like a fire spread around him and through the atmosphere. Lin Feng took few steps on forward. He was skillfully and elegantly walking on the water. When the crowd sensed Lin Feng's battle energy, they were stupefied. A moment before, Lin Feng was as calm as the lake, and now he was releasing battle energy that was sharper than a sword. Besides, the battle energy was growing even more intense with each of his steps. It was causing their hearts to race. "Ha!" Feng Xiao frowned and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked elegant and agile and his battle energy was piercingly sharp. Whoosh! Feng Xiao swiped his hand forwards and two sharp hurricanes rushed straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved his hand at incredible speed and a wave rose from the lake. That wave seemed like it had transformed into a sharp sword which stopped the hurricanes. Boom! Lin Feng continued moving forwards. Immediately, the wave crashed down and disintegrated Feng Xiao's bamboo raft. The crowd was amazed by Lin Feng's movements. At that moment, Lin Feng was surrounded by huge waves roaring across the lake. It seemed like the lake had turned into an enraged dragon under Lin Feng's feet. His battle energy was still burning outwards and now covered the entire lake. Feng Xiao's facial expression drastically changed. He now had an extremely ugly expression. He looked gloomy as if he had just realized how terrifying Lin Feng's power was. At that moment, Lin Feng looked determined, his mouth slightly opened and he said coldly, "I first admitted defeat, not because I was scared but because I thought that fighting was pointless. Since you really wanted to fight against me, I accepted." While talking, Lin Feng moved forwards again. It seemed like he was unceasingly moving and suddenly his silhouette looked like it had disappeared. "Pierce!" Lin Feng's voice spread through the air. The crowd couldn't see where Lin Feng was. Besides, at that moment, Feng Xiao was dumbstruck. Lin Feng looked like a terrifying warlord. Lin Feng's body was faintly discernible and an incomparably huge amount of battle energy was moving towards him. Feng Xiao could not tell where the battle energy was coming from, but he could feel the danger rushing towards him. Retreat! A hurricane emerged in the atmosphere and Feng Xiao rushed backwards. A moment after, his body intensely shook and he loudly groaned. A strong sword qi had pierced into his body and completely destroyed his qi passageways before piercing his dantian. "I didn't want to fight, not out of fear but out of disdain for pointlessly fighting." The crowd looked at the two silhouettes. Lin Feng attacked again. He pointed his finger at Feng Xiao and deadly energy crashed into his body. Lin Feng did not want to fight against Feng Xiao, that's all. Defeating Feng Xiao was an extremely easy thing to do. Feng Xiao had provoked Lin Feng. After Lin Feng had accepted the challenge, he had acted even more wildly and wanted to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation. Lin Feng instead had crippled Feng Xiao's cultivation and returned the favor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Condescending. Lin Feng had used a single finger to cripple Feng Zhao's cultivation, which was at the peak of the 6th Ling Qi layer. That finger had been enough to destroy all of his Qi passageways and cripple his cultivation. What a terrifying power. The crowd was calmly looking at Lin Feng, but their hearts were pounding. No wonder Duan Wuya had told them that Lin Feng could defeat He Mo. That battle energy could cover the entire sky, it seemed unstoppable. Possessing a battle energy which could swallow everything was the true power of a cultivator. How could they know that when Lin Feng nearly killed He Mo, he wasn't even as strong as he was now? The power of his battle and sword energy was the result of 2 months spent practicing in the cultivation tower. Lin Feng could also control that divine black sword with a higher proficiency. He could understand its unfathomable mysteries a little better. Lin Feng was also deeply affected by the fact that he was able to understand how to use the celestial book. The first page had enhanced his power of comprehension and the second page had granted him a divine black sword. That was inconceivable. Lin Feng did not have the slightest idea as to what his spirit was, but he had thought of a great deal of things. Why were there so many kinds of spirits? How could such a powerful spirit such as his celestial book exist? That was a miracle in itself. At that moment, blood was uninterruptedly flowing out of Feng Zhao's mouth. His eyes were wide open. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He was dumbstruck and looked terrified. Did Lin Feng really just cripple his cultivation? When he realized that it really was the case, he started shaking. He was heavily flustered with a face filled with panic, and his body was covered with cold sweat. Without being able to practice cultivation, he was worthless. Having a worthless person in such a big clan would be a humiliation. His destiny had been completely changed. His fellow clan members were going to make his life a misery. All the things that Feng Zhao was going to experience terrified him to the bones. He was also endlessly regretting what he had done. Why had he been the first person to challenge Lin Feng? Not only had he not managed to win the princess' heart, but he had also become a useless piece of trash. He would never be able to act arrogantly again. Even a slave girl would look at him in a disdainful way. Big clans had an important influence, but there were also rules. His fate was truly terrible. A moment ago, you said that you wouldn't kill me because you were showing mercy. Now, I decided to show mercy for you, brother Feng Zhao, as I have only crippled your cultivation. I didn't kill you. I am very merciful indeed, said Lin Feng while repeating Feng Zhao's ideals. In Feng Zhao's ears, these words were extreme ridicule. Feng Zhao had just realized that a moment before, he had acted this way towards Lin Feng, saying such unpleasant words. At that moment, Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He grabbed Feng Zhao's body with one hand and started moving across the water with great speed. He was extremely fast and agile. A short moment after, Lin Feng arrived close to the pavilion and jumped inside with a single swift movement. He then threw Feng Zhao's body onto the floor, naturally and unrestrained. What an amazing agility technique! The crowd was astonished. They had found out Lin Feng's true ability. A moment before, his movements were very ordinary, yet at this moment, they were extremely agile and skillful, which astonished the crowd. Actually, Lin Feng wasn't an expert at agility techniques. He didn't practice amazing agility techniques and didn't have an agility-based spirit. It's just that he had intensely practiced the basics to a high level. In one breath, he could travel at an incredible speed. Therefore, in a single breath's worth of time, he had been able to cross the lake and arrive in the pavilion. When the crowd saw Feng Zhao's body lying on the floor like a dead fish, they were speechless. A moment ago, Feng Zhao had said he wanted to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation. Lin Feng's reaction wasn't exaggerated at all. Lin Feng, you're going too far. Today, His Highness invited us to have fun and the princess is here, but you surprisingly dare to act that cruelly and show no mercy. You crippled Feng Zhao's cultivation. Don't you think that this will make the second prince feel embarrassed? Said a voice from behind, sounding cold and detached. Lin Feng was surprised. He turned around and looked at Meng Chong. He then said indifferently, "Can you even be more shameless?" Meng Chong was talking shit again, which made Lin Feng grow furious. Am I wrong? Everybody saw that you crippled Feng Zhao's cultivation, replied Meng Chong, sounding strict. Lin Feng smiled coldly and looked at Meng Chong. Since you think that was cruel, I will show you what real cruelty is. Everybody here was a witness when you said that you would fight against me after him. When Meng Chong saw Lin Feng's cold smile, his heart was racing and he had an ugly expression. He then said, "If you are that cruel, I will not accept your challenge." Do you think that you can act so shamelessly? Lin Feng said mockingly. Immediately after, a cold expression appeared on his face, and he said, Do you think that I will bend according to your mood? What kind of person do you think that I am? While talking, Lin Feng moved towards Meng Chang. Meng Chang's facial expression drastically changed. His body flickered, and he suddenly started running out of the pavilion. He then jumped away in an attempt to flee. If Lin Feng had managed to defeat Feng Xiao with one finger, Meng Chang would never be able to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately launched himself forwards and arrived on the roof of the pavilion. He had a cold smile on his face while looking at Meng Chang's body racing through the air. Lin Feng then released his sword chi and sword force into the atmosphere. Come back here. Lin Feng raised his hand. He was releasing even more sword energy. In the air, a black sword illusion suddenly appeared. It rushed through the air and crashed into Meng Chang's body. Meng Chang could not move while traveling through the air. He had jumped in the air to escape. However, in that situation, he couldn't escape Lin Feng's attack and now had no way to protect himself. Even though Lin Feng's attack wasn't very strong, it was enough. When the sword energy crashed into Meng Chang's body, he immediately fell like a meteor from the sky. Bastard, Meng Chang, will never let you off. Meng Chang shouted these words while falling down. He was extremely furious while Lin Feng was smiling coldly. Lin Feng said, Since you will never let me off, I don't need to be polite then. When Meng Chang heard Lin Feng, he was stupefied. While he was still falling from the air, he turned around and saw that Lin Feng was rushing towards him. Meng Chang's face immediately turned deathly pale. Why did he continue talking nonsense to Lin Feng? PSSSSH. Lin Feng arrived in front of Meng Chang, who was still falling down, and without hesitation, raised a single finger and thrust it towards Meng Chang, who was still falling. In the blink of an eye, an incredible amount of sword energy emerged from Lin Feng's finger and pierced through Meng Chang's body, instantly crippling his cultivation. Lin Feng had shown no mercy at all. Meng Chang gave a horrible shriek while agonizing. The crowd could sense an extremely terrifying energy. Lin Feng was really cruel. He was incredibly determined and was a cultivator who stuck to his word. If he said that he was going to cripple someone's cultivation, he did it without fear. These noble cultivators should know better than to provoke an insane person like Lin Feng. None of them were close to being merciful, but at that moment, they had met someone who made even their ruthlessness seem insignificant. They had to be vigilant. He was a terrifying individual. Lin Feng had taught them a lesson, a practical life lesson. That lesson had cost Meng Chang and Feng Xiao both of their cultivations. Lin Feng came back to the pavilion carrying Meng Chang's body. He then threw his body onto the floor next to that of Feng Xiao. Meng Chang looked dispirited and deathly pale, even more so than Feng Xiao. Even though his body had no strength at all, he was still fixedly staring at Lin Feng. No need to look at me that way. If you were able to do the same to me, you would. Besides, today, I didn't want to fight at all, it was your idea. A tooth for a tooth. Lin Feng looked expressionless and detached. It seemed like nothing could affect him. Immediately after, he raised his head and glanced at the crowd. He then said indifferently, Are there any other people who wish to have a battle against me to exchange pointers? I will politely accept all requests. His voice was loud and resonated in the pavilion, making everybody feel anxious. In front of his ruthlessness, all of them were powerless to resist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Duan Wuya's Tempting Offer. The crowd was staring at Lin Feng looking uncertain, everybody remained silent. Feng Xiao was at the peak of the 6th Ling Qi layer, but Lin Feng could cripple his cultivation using one finger. The fact that Lin Feng was extremely powerful was obvious. Besides, he was using a terrifying battle energy. Fighting against Lin Feng was extremely dangerous. At that moment, energy arrived on Lin Feng's body which surprised him. Immediately after, he looked at Yu Tianchen. You want to fight? Lin Feng, who could feel Yu Tianchen's energy, asked him with a cold tone. Yu Tianchen didn't reply. He was staring at Lin Feng as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Even though Lin Feng had broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer, it couldn't be that easy for him to defeat cultivators of the 7th Ling Qi layer. Yu Tianchen had broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer. However, if Yu Tianchen lost, Lin Feng wouldn't let him off easily. He might even cripple his cultivation just like he had done to Feng Xiao or Meng Chang. If Lin Feng crippled his cultivation, his future would be ruined, and even if he managed to have Lin Feng killed after, he would still suffer. In Yu Tianchen's eyes, Lin Feng's life was worthless and couldn't be compared to the worth of his cultivation. Even if he won that battle, he wouldn't exactly gain any prestige. He was the member of one of the 3 biggest clans. His social status was high. If he fought and won, it would just be another victory for him amongst all his other accomplishments, nothing more. Many people were not worth fighting for him. Lin Feng's social status and reputation were low. He couldn't take the risk of fighting against him. When he thought about this, the energy around his body disappeared and he stopped looking at Lin Feng. He lowered his head and continued drinking. The crowd was surprised. They had also sensed the energy emerging from Yu Tianchen's body, and then it had suddenly disappeared. He didn't want to take the risk and fight against Lin Feng, so they were even less willing to take that risk. For a while, the pavilion was drowned into absolute silence. Not a single voice was to be heard. He. The second prince, Duan Wuya, laughed softly, breaking the silence. He looked at Duan Xinyi, who was sitting next to him, and said in a low voice, "Xinyi, what do you think of Lin Feng?" At that moment, Duan Xinyi looked at Lin Feng. She felt that there's something different about Lin Feng. Even though he was wearing tattered clothes, he seemed domineering. In her heart, she secretly had a good sentiment for him. Lin Feng was a proud and domineering young man. However, such a proud and domineering young man had initially refused to battle against Feng Xiao. Maybe the fact that he was wearing tattered clothes was the same reason for which he had refused the challenge, because Lin Feng didn't care about such petty things. Suddenly, Duan Xinyi was stupefied by Duan Wuya's voice. She turned towards him and looked at him as if the situation was funny. She couldn't help but lower her head and said, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Ha, what's wrong, little sister? You're suddenly lost in thought. You're even blushing." Duan Wuya was laughing, making Duan Xinyi feel even more embarrassed. Even though she was a princess, she was a woman above all. Just like any other woman, talking about such things was embarrassing. The crowd was stupefied. Some of them had piercingly cold expressions on their face as they glanced at Lin Feng. Among them, many of them wanted to become Duan Xinyi's husband. Even though they didn't really have feelings for her, they still hoped to marry her. If they could get married, their future would be filled with a wider range of opportunities to increase their status. At that moment, Duan Wuya was talking to Duan Xinyi about Lin Feng in a favorable way. Inevitably, the others were looking at Lin Feng in a cold way. Lin Feng frowned and lowered his head, and there wasn't the least bit of joy in his heart, it was rather coldness. He then turned towards Duan Wuya and looked at him with indifference. "Alright, everybody clearly knows why I invited you today. Since there is nothing to say anymore, you can all leave," said Duan Wuya while looking at the crowd. After ordering for guests to leave, he looked at Meng Chong and Feng Xiao, who were lying down. He then said, "Please take away these 2 as well. Lin Feng, you stay here, I have some things I would like to discuss with you," Duan Wuya said while looking at Lin Feng, which stupefied everybody else. They coldly looked at him as they left. They had no choice but to leave. Duan Wuya had already ordered for them to leave. They had to be obedient. When Ao Shui looked at Lin Feng with a deep, meaningful look, he then gently tapped his shoulder as he walked past and left the pavilion. A short time after, in the pavilion on the lake, the atmosphere had become especially quiet. Duan Wuya, Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng were the only people left. "Your Highness, what do you need to discuss with me?" asked Lin Feng with indifference. He. Duan Wuya laughed softly. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "It seems like you're not in a good mood." "Your Highness, do you think that I have a reason to be in a good mood?" asked Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. Duan Wuya didn't take notice of his tone and was still warmly smiling. "Brother, you 2 can chat, I will leave now," said Duan Xinyi while standing up. She wanted to leave, but Duan Wuya prevented her from leaving and said, "Xinyi, I am your brother and have nothing to hide from you. Stay here. Don't be so impatient to leave." Duan Xinyi's beautiful face revealed an expression of uncertainty, but she then gently nodded her head. Immediately after, she slowly sat down again and calmly stayed for their conversation. "Lin Feng, what makes you unhappy?" asked Duan Wuya while kindly and warmly smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Duan Wuya and slowly said, "Since your Highness wants to listen to me, I will speak." Lin Feng clearly understood that Duan Wuya was well aware that he wasn't happy. "Your Highness, a moment ago, in front of everyone else, you asked one question to the princess. You asked her what she thought about me. Were you not voluntarily trying to draw everybody's attention towards me? Your Highness seemed to think that I did not already have enough attention and asked me to stay here with you and the princess. I fear that now, everybody thinks that your Highness' purpose is to help me to marry the princess. I also fear that now, even the people with no enmity towards me will hate me. With every single influential family after me, I am a dead man," said Lin Feng coldly. Duan Wuya thought that it would make Lin Feng happy. However, it was clear to Lin Feng that it didn't put him in a favorable situation. He didn't have a high social status and wasn't part of a huge clan like the others. They were all interested in the princess to the extent that some of them were determined to fight over her, for example, Yu Tianchen. Duan Wuya had created a false impression in front of everybody. He had led everybody to believe that Princess Duan Xinyi was interested in him and he was going to act as a matchmaker, which had made Lin Feng become the target of every person who targeted the princess. None of them would forget this and they would make him pay. Each and every single one of these noble young men would devour people without status and not even spit out their bones. They engraved Lin Feng into their memories. He would then be unable to take a single step inside the imperial city ever again. Duan Wuya was causing a great harm to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you are, as expected, just as smart as I thought," said Duan Wuya while laughing softly. He was very satisfied by Lin Feng's answer. As he asked the princess what she thought about Lin Feng, Duan Wuya had paid close attention to Lin Feng. If an ordinary man had heard that the princess could be interested in him, he would have been delighted. However, Lin Feng hadn't been delighted at all. His facial expression had immediately changed and revealed coldness. Lin Feng's face had immediately expressed his disagreement. Lin Feng shrugged. He didn't understand what Duan Wuya meant. "Lin Feng, how many enemies do you have in the imperial city?" asked Duan Wuya. Lin Feng thought for an instant and then, while shaking his head, said, "I have many enemies. The Yu clan, the Bai clan, Duan Tianlang and his son, the Nye clan, etc." Lin Feng had offended many influential people because of his beliefs, too many. He didn't even know how many exactly. "What about their strength, how powerful are they?" Duan Wuyan continued asking. "Powerful, extremely powerful," said Lin Feng honestly. "Since you already have so many enemies, does it matter if you have a few more?" said Duan Wuya while laughing softly, which stupefied Lin Feng. He. Duan Wuya saw that Lin Feng was speechless. He slightly smiled and said, "Lin Feng, today, I made you come here, because I had, of course, anticipated everything. If she likes you, I will not be offended at all. Both of you would even receive my support. If you became the husband of the imperial princess, who would dare to attack you? In other words, my purpose wasn't to make even more people become your enemies, rather, my motivation was wholehearted and pure." Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng were both surprised. Even Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi looked at each other for a second. She immediately looked in another direction again. Her face was filled with shyness and excitement. "If I could really marry such a woman, I would really be lucky," thought Lin Feng. He really didn't understand why Duan Wuya was treating him so kindly, to the extent that he had personally introduced the princess to him. Of course, Lin Feng clearly understood that even if the princess and he were willing to marry each other, it would be impossible for a person who doesn't have a high social status. For him it was impossible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Lin Feng's birth. Above the calm lake, a gentle breeze was blowing, making Duan Xinyi's hair look even more enchanting as it floated on the wind. Duan Xinyi was born in the imperial city and possessed a blood spirit, but her cultivation level wasn't high at all because her family didn't allow her to practice. Instead, they had taught her 4 arts: how to play the zither, how to play Go, calligraphy and painting. They wanted her to understand the basic affairs of human life, which had made her become the person she was at that moment. She had a detached temperament. Her father was also the ruler of the Shuiyu country and the head of the imperial clan. He had always told her that, in the future, her husband would be a great and heroic commander, which is why she didn't need to be powerful. She just needed to have the adequate personality. Therefore, her cultivation skills were fairly low. In the past, she had already met almost all the wealthy and noble young men from large clans except for a few people. These people were all the same to her. They met for the first time and immediately feigned feelings for her. She was sick and tired of those types of people. How was it possible to have feelings for someone when meeting them for the first time? The more people who courted her, the more sick and tired she felt. She just didn't show it, that's all. The same happened when Duan Xinyi saw Lin Feng for the first time and saw his tattered clothes. She didn't like him much either. After all, he didn't need to wear magnificent clothes, but he should at least wear clean clothes. After that, she had noticed that Lin Feng was different. His facial expression was much different from the others. He just looked satisfied yet cold and indifferent. Besides, even though Lin Feng was wearing tattered clothes, he looked proud while in the middle of all these noble young men. He looked like he thought that he was on the same level or above many of them. Of course, the princess' impression after meeting Lin Feng for the first time wasn't the same as when she met others. She still had quite a good impression. But what Duan Xinyi didn't understand was why Duan Wuya, her brother, who was very proud as well, had introduced Lin Feng to her. Could it be that Duan Wuya thought that Lin Feng would become someone with an incredible status? What Duan Xinyi didn't understand, Lin Feng understood even less. He was uncertainly looking at Duan Wuya. After remaining silent for an instant, he said, "Your Highness, may I ask you a question?" Duan Wuya smiled and shook his head while saying, "You don't need to ask. You will know when the right time comes. You will clearly understand. Lin Feng, don't worry, if I made you come here, it's only to help you. At the moment, what you need is a high social status." "High social status?" said Lin Feng in a low voice, stupefied. "Indeed, a high social status. In the Imperial City, many people want to kill you. Even though you have a friend at the Xin Shi layer, if these people really want to kill you, a cultivator of the Xin Shi layer will not be able to protect you anymore. Therefore, what you need now is a social status. As these people see it, a high social status is not enough to prevent them from harming me. Of course, if that social status is granted by your highness, it is different," said Lin Feng with a sharp expression in his eyes. If the second prince provided Lin Feng with a high social status, that would prove that he was one of the prince's people. Those who wanted to harm Lin Feng first had to think about how Duan Wuya would react. "It's precisely how it is," said Duan Wuya while nodding and smiling yet not admitting it clearly. "Thank you very much, your highness," said Lin Feng while slightly smiling. He didn't refuse the offer. Duan Wuya wanted to protect him, why would he refuse? At least, until that moment, Duan Wuya had never done anything harmful to Lin Feng. He had always been helping him. Lin Feng didn't refuse his goodwill for that reason. When Duan Wuya saw that Lin Feng was smiling, he understood that he was accepting his help. "Lin Feng, there is something else for which I need to consult you regarding." "Your highness, how may I help?" asked Lin Feng very politely. Duan Wuya had used the word consult, but Lin Feng couldn't allow himself to look proud. "Recently, in the Imperial City, we learnt that the MOU country has been attacking us in Duanren City. The Celestial Academy intends to send some of its best students there to gain experience. This is a tradition in the Celestial Academy, especially for the military students. They have to spend time on a battlefield. This is the only way to acquire practical experience. Only those who have been on a battlefield can say that they are real military cultivators. Besides, the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu will also dispatch many of its students to Duanren City in order to put pressure on the Celestial Academy. Lin Feng, I hope that, this time, you will also be able to go to Duanren City and come back having accomplished outstanding military exploits." Duan Wuya was speaking slowly. A realization flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Military exploits. Duan Wuya was a strict person. If Lin Feng could come back after having accomplished outstanding military exploits, he would provide Lin Feng with a high social status. With the right reputation, words carry weight. He was thus making sure to not harm his own reputation. Besides, the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was going there along with the Celestial Academy, which meant that it was almost a competition between these two big schools. "Lin Feng, only triumphant heroes who can proudly look at the masses from above can marry my sister," said Duan Wuya while smiling yet expressing a profound and meaningful message. "I will go to Duanren City," said Lin Feng while nodding. Even if Duan Wuya hadn't told him, Lin Feng would have still gone to Duanren City. He needed to fight on a real battlefield. Besides, there were disciples of the Yun Hai sect which had saved from the slave exchange. They also needed to gain experience on the battlefield. Lin Feng didn't want the disciples of the Yun Hai sect to be considered as trash. There was also Han Man and Pajun who were on the battlefield. Lin Feng was wondering how things were there for them. Lu Fei also went back and visit her father, Lu Conglan. No matter what the reasons were, Lin Feng had to go to Duanren City. "All right," said Duan Wuya while intensely nodding. He then smiled and said, "Lin Feng, if you accomplish great military exploits, I will grant you the grade of officer. I will also give you the fief of Yangzhou City and you will be able to go back to your hometown as a triumphant hero." The fief of Yangzhou City. A city, Lin Feng was stupefied. Even though Yangzhou City was a small city and was just a small territory in the Shuiyu country, owning even a small city would be enough to become extremely famous. Lin Feng was excited and was already impatient. If he became an officer and then returned to Yangzhou City with it under his control, it would be splendid to see the reactions of the Na Lan clan as well as the Lin clan. That would be truly splendid. If a former member of the Lin clan who had been expelled became the owner of Yangzhou City, the Lin clan would be ridiculed. That would be the biggest joke in the entire history of the city. Thank you very much, Your Highness, said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. Your Highness, if you have nothing else to say, I will take my leave. All right, you can go, said Duan Wuya while nodding and smiling. Lin Feng slightly bowed. He slightly nodded at Duan Xinyi, turned around and then immediately left in a natural and unrestrained fashion. Duan Wuya and Duan Xinyi looked at Lin Feng's back. Immediately after, his silhouette vanished. Duan Wuya turned around, looked at Duan Xinyi and asked her, Xinyi, what do you think of Lin Feng? He is bright and courteous, replied Duan Xinyi, which made Duan Wuya smile. He then said, since when does my little sister try to change the subject? You should know that was not my question to you. Duan Xinyi looked at Duan Wuya and replied, he is strong and has high natural talent. He definitely stands out from all others. He is also stronger than these so-called nobles. Besides, he is courteous, wild, and not conceited. His heart resembles that of a fierce tiger and he is extremely hot-blooded. Duan Wuya was stupefied by her answer. He then immediately smiled and said, it is the first time that I hear my little sister say such positive things about someone, but you're right, he has the potential to become a man of great talent. You would fit quite well with each other. Brother, don't tease me, said Duan Xinyi sounding shy and embarrassed. She then added, besides, brother, if these are his only qualities, it will still not be enough for me to be with him, but I know that you are never satisfied, replied Duan Wuya, not surprised. He smiled and said, of course, the one who will marry my sister will have to have an extraordinary social status. Even though Lin Feng, at birth, wasn't born with the same status, it didn't differ much from your own. At birth? Replied Duan Xinyi surprised and asked, I thought he had no social status at all? He does, but it's just that nobody knows, replied Duan Wuya while laughing. Do you know why I invited him to come my banquet in the lovesick forest? Why? Asked Duan Xinyi sounding curious. Because Lin Feng is her son, replied Duan Wuya. When Duan Xinyi heard Duan Wuya, she was astonished. Her son? The legendary woman of Shuiyu. The lovesick forest, only those who had a high social status and were extremely talented could go there. But who would have guessed that the creator of lovesick forest was a woman? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, Who's Stronger? Inside a mansion in the Imperial City, there were loud and aggressive shouts, which spread through the atmosphere. At that moment, in the middle of the room stood a robust man. He looked at the crowd of people in front of him and shouted, "You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings." When the crowd of people heard him insulting them, ugly expressions appeared on their faces. A cold and sharp chi emerged in the atmosphere and rushed towards the robust man. "Blade!" shouted that robust man. He immediately raised his hand and released his blade energy. An illusionary blade appeared in the air. Boom! The person who was closest to the robust man was blown away and a bloody mist filled the air. That blade was ruthless. The others immediately rushed towards the robust man in an attack formation. They all looked cold and ruthless. They unsheathed their swords and thrust them at the robust man's heart. Blade! The robust man was standing tall and upright like a mountain. In the atmosphere, an incomparably strong blade force emerged. The most frightening thing was that above the robust man, an illusory blade was flashing. It was unceasingly absorbing blade energy from the atmosphere and was ready to attack anyone that approached. His entire body looked like an extremely strong blade. Anyone in his way would be killed. Immediately after, the whole crowd of people was blown backwards. They were trying to charge at the robust man, but they were all now lying on the floor even farther away from him. They were unable to get close to him. Blood was flowing endlessly onto the floor beneath them. From the beginning to the end, the robust man was standing in the same location. "All right!" shouted a voice from behind the crowd. The crowd turned around and saw that someone had arrived. It was Lin Feng and he was smiling. Lin Feng hadn't thought that Ba Dao would train them with such brutality while he wasn't there. His methods were vicious and cruel. The blade energy around his body was piercingly sharp. These people hated Ba Dao to the bone, but of course, this was because he had been making them suffer every day. How could they not hate him to the bone? Ba Dao watched Lin Feng arrive. His pupils shrank while staring at Lin Feng, and he said, "You have broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer. I broke through to the 6th Ling Qi layer recently. Now I am at the same level as you," said Lin Feng while nodding. These Yun Hai sect disciples were astonished. Surprisingly, Ba Dao and Lin Feng's cultivation were both at the same level. How powerful! Back in the days at the Yun Hai sect, they remembered that Lin Feng had broken through to the 2nd Ling Qi layer. A year hadn't passed, yet he had already broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer. His cultivation speed was terrifying. For ordinary people with ordinary talent who had broken through to the Ling Qi layer, it required at least 1 to several years to break through to the next one. Lin Feng's natural talent was too monstrous. But Ba Dao's strength was also unfathomable and mysterious. It seemed like Ba Dao could even defeat people of the 7th Ling Qi layer. Even though Lin Feng was at a similar cultivation level, his strength couldn't be compared with that of Ba Dao. Ba Dao was staring at Lin Feng. Surprisingly, a sharp qi emerged from his body and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a bit surprised but then smiled and said, "You want to try against me?" "Yes," said Ba Dao while slightly nodding. Ba Dao had practiced the skill Tyrannical Blade. He was perfectly aware that he had become stronger. Before, nobody of the 6th Ling Qi dared fight against him. At that moment, he had become even stronger and was convinced that he could defeat any cultivator of the 7th Ling Qi layer. Therefore, when he saw that Lin Feng had broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer in the battle energy that was emerging from his body, he felt like comparing their strength. "Alright, we can have an exchange," replied Lin Feng while smiling. The disciples of the Yun Hai sect were stupefied. Excitement appeared in their eyes. Such a battle! Who was going to be victorious? The robust and strong Ba Dao or the genius of the Yun Hai sect, the new patriarch, Lin Feng? Ba Dao and Lin Feng were fixedly gazing at each other. At that moment, a powerful blade energy spread in the atmosphere. The blade was truly a powerful weapon. Ba Dao loved blades and he had a blade spirit. The tyrannical blade that Lin Feng had given to him was truly terrifying in his hands. The blade energy that he was releasing emitted whistling sounds as it chopped through the air. The disciples of the Yun Hai sect had the feeling that their bodies were being drowned in an endless ocean of blade energy and that they would be cut into pieces at any moment. How terrifying! When he was fighting against us, he was hiding his real power. The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. It seemed like Lin Feng would be unable to win against Ba Dao. That blade energy could easily kill a cultivator of the 6th Ling Qi layer. One blade attack would be enough. Even though the crowd knew that Lin Feng had extremely high natural talent, they doubted the fact that he could resist Ba Dao's attacks. At that moment, an insanely powerful battle energy emerged from Lin Feng's body, and in the blink of an eye, it was already at a level that could compete with Ba Dao's blade energy. Lin Feng was intensely staring at Ba Dao. His body was covered with battle energy. It seemed like he was going to attack at any moment. A hurricane-like wind moved towards Lin Feng, which made his tattered clothes flutter. He was standing there like an invincible, unmoving rock. How powerful! In the middle of Ba Dao's blade force, Lin Feng was just standing there. He wasn't moving backwards at all. He was just as strong as Ba Dao. At that moment, Ba Dao started to move. In a flash, his blade energy struck the floor and a deep crack appeared as if it had been cut by a blade. The blade is the weapon of the kings. Divine protection and divine attacks, said Ba Dao. After expressing his opinion about blades, an even stronger blade energy spread through the air. The entire crowd had the feeling that they were suffocating under the pressure. The whistling sounds were growing more intense and occurring much more often. I understand why Tyrannical Blade is a skill of the D level. The blade energy emerging from his body is incredibly powerful, thought Lin Feng. At that moment, Ba Dao's entire body was like a giant blade that had just been unsheathed. Boom! Lin Feng took a step forwards. His battle energy didn't decrease, and on the contrary, it became even stronger. It looked like it was overcoming the heavens and the earth. The sword is the weapon of the emperor, it can pierce even the heavens. Lin Feng used a similar description to that of Ba Dao. Lin Feng's force spread in the atmosphere like a brutal flood. Force. Sword force. It could destroy and annihilate everything in its path. In a flash, his sword force fused with his battle energy and spread through the air. The crowd was astonished. Indeed, Ba Dao could use blade force, but Lin Feng could use sword force. His sword was made for destruction. Not only was Lin Feng's sword force extremely powerful, but his battle energy was terrifying too. The blade energy, as well as the sword and battle energy, was filling the atmosphere, and suddenly, they collided against each other. There were small crackling noises as the energies clashed. How terrifying! At that moment, the backs of the Yunhai sect disciples were covered with cold sweat. Ba Dao was monstrously strong, but Lin Feng was not any weaker. They hadn't even started fighting yet and the people in the crowd already had their clothes soaked with sweat. They were uncontrollably shaking and retreating. Ba Dao and Lin Feng were still staring at each other. A long time seemed to have elapsed and a light flashed through Ba Dao's eyes. At that moment, his blade energy slowly started to vanish. On the other hand, Lin Feng's sword energy continued moving forwards. Ba Dao suddenly looked surprised and slowly opened his mouth. I admit defeat. When he finished talking, the blade force around his body instantly disappeared. Lin Feng's sword and battle energy also disappeared. After all the energy disappeared, the crowd started to relax and they all took a deep breath. Their hearts were all pounding. Lin Feng was terrifying and was even stronger than Ba Dao. No wonder he had become the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. Ba Dao, now your blade force has become extremely monstrous. Wait until you have a breakthrough in force mastery. Lin Feng said this while smiling. They had not taken that battle seriously, as they were just testing each other. Ba Dao was clearly not as strong as Lin Feng. When Ba Dao heard Lin Feng, he was stupefied. He stared at him and said, "You have already broken through to the next force mastery?" "A while ago," replied Lin Feng calmly. Ba Dao was dumbstruck. Lin Feng could already use energy attacks. What a terrifying young man. Fortunately, Lin Feng had never challenged him in the prisoner arena, otherwise, he would not have kept his undefeated record. Ba Dao, I came here to tell you to get prepared. We may have to travel to join the war at any moment, said Lin Feng indifferently, and then he immediately looked at the Yunhai sect disciples. He then said, you guys should always listen to Ba Dao and train hard. If you do, your chances of surviving on the battlefield will be better. When Lin Feng finished talking, he turned around and left at full speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Cold Sword. At the Celestial Academy, there was a great deal of excitement. People were walking in all directions and talking as if they were excitedly discussing about something. I wouldn't have thought that the Imperial City would send an army to Duanren City. Could it be that the attack of the MOU country is so strong that Duanren City is already unable to resist anymore? Said someone in a low voice on the main street of the academy. That person heaved a sigh. It was one of the military students of the academy. He had always revered Lu Tsonglan. He wouldn't have thought that these days, Lu Tsonglan would also be unable to resist. It's probably the situation. Otherwise, they would have secretly sent students of some big institutions to practice there. They wouldn't have declared a state of war. This time, the Imperial City has given the order to send the most outstanding disciples to Duanren City as well as the real army, replied the other person. These two people were hurriedly walking as they spoke. These two students were walking in the same direction as many other groups of students. At that moment, there were people wearing silver armor riding horses outside of the academy. They looked majestic and strong. In front of these people were the students of the Celestial Academy. They were riding horses as well, and some were even riding ferocious beasts. They were waiting to leave. At that moment, a horse galloping could be heard in the distance. A white silhouette appeared and was galloping toward that location at full speed. White clothes, white horse. When Ao Shui. When the crowd saw the face which was as beautiful as any woman, the crowd was stupefied. When Ao Shui was leaving with them as well. Slow. The white horse neighed while it slowed down, and when Ao Shui glanced at the crowd while smiling. Immediately after, he arrived amongst the military students who slowly parted and created a path for him to lead the way. Next to them, the leader of the army troops glanced at Wen Ao Shui in a cold and detached way and asked, Wen Ao Shui, why do you want to go to such a place? Luo Yu, if you can go, for what reason can I not go? Asked Wen Ao Shui while smiling. His beautiful eyes looked enchanting. Luo Yu groaned and didn't look at Wen Ao Shui again. He turned his head towards the officer of the silver-armored troops and said, the time has come for us to leave. Let's go. All right, said the officer indifferently while nodding. Prepare to leave. But at that moment, the sound of galloping spread in the air again. Inside the academy, a group of armored horses were galloping at full speed while a cloud of dust rose behind them. The one at the very front was a very handsome young man. He looked majestic and powerful. He was galloping there at an incredible speed. His horse, surprisingly, was a dragon colt horse, a horse of extremely high quality. On the young man's left and right, there was a single person on each side. One of them was a girl wearing a fine veil on her face. She looked holy and pure, like a celestial being. On his other side was a beautiful woman. She looked heroic and vigorous. But many people were astonished when they saw the young man on the dragon colt horse. It was Lin Feng. These days, at the Celestial Academy, people who didn't know his name were rare. The fact that he was appearing at that moment was amazing. Lin Feng was also going to Duanren City. He was personally going to go to the battlefield. Besides, two beautiful women were following him. "You arrived," said Wen Ao Shui while smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded to Wen Ao Shui. Of course he had arrived, he was leaving as well. At that moment, that noble military man, Luo Yu, looked at Lin Feng and said in a low voice, "Lin Feng." Lin Feng looked at Luo Yu wondering who he was. He didn't know him. "What's the problem?" asked Lin Feng. "Nothing," said Luo Yu while shaking his head. He then continued, "You defeated He Mo only because you're lucky. I hope that, on the battlefield, you will remain that lucky because it is not a place where you can just play around." When he finished talking, Luo Yu turned around, didn't look at Lin Feng again and started moving. Lucky? Lin Feng was stupefied. He defeated He Mo because he was lucky? Lin Feng laughed and shouted at Luo Yu, "Same for you, it would be a great shame if you didn't come back alive." When Luo Yu heard Lin Feng, he stopped his horse. He released a cold energy from his body which moved towards Lin Feng. At the same time, he turned around and galloped towards Lin Feng at full speed while punching towards Lin Feng, which emitted a strong whistling noise as it pierced through the air. Boom! Lin Feng's horse neighed and Lin Feng flew up in the air before landing on the ground. There was blood on the corner of his mouth. He then kicked the dragon colt horse, which had immediately fell down onto the ground while unceasingly neighing, causing him to be dismounted. From the moment when Lin Feng had talked and the end of that attack, only a short moment had elapsed. Luo Yu's attack had been like a storm, quick and perfect. While looking at Lin Feng, Luo Yu laughed coldly and said, "Did you think that I was like He Mo and that you could act so impudently in front of me?" The crowd was astonished and amazed by Luo Yu's move. He was so strong. Even though Lin Feng was monstrously gifted and could defeat He Mo, the difference with Luo Yu was gigantic. Luo Yu was the 7th-ranked student of the Celestial Academy. He Mo and him were very different. Luo Yu didn't need to use a special skill to have the strength of the 7th Qi layer. At that moment, the crowd saw Lin Feng standing with blood on the corner of his mouth. He was standing perfectly straight and a glow emerged around his body. In his hand appeared a sword which glowed with a silvery white light. It looked extremely sharp. It was absorbing sword energy as if it was alive. An incredible amount of battle energy spread in the atmosphere from Lin Feng's body. It was extremely sharp and powerful. Everybody was instantly terrified. Besides, inside that battle energy, there was sword chi. Ha! The crowd was stupefied and looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. Lin Feng surprisingly wanted to fight? Luo Yu frowned while looking at Lin Feng. He was surprised. He only saw that Lin Feng was walking slowly. In the blink of an eye, the battle energy as well as the sword chi immediately emerged and pierced through the air at full speed, moving straight towards Luo Yu. At that moment, a loud neighing sound spread in the air. Luo Yu's horse had felt the energy and was terrified. It immediately fell onto the ground and started crawling. Luo Yu's body was thrown onto the ground. "You cowardly animal!" coldly shouted Luo Yu. He immediately attacked like a madman. His horse neighed and immediately after, its heart twitched, it wasn't moving anymore. Immediately after, Luo Yu raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. An extremely cold expression could be seen in his eyes. Without saying anything, Lin Feng walked towards Luo Yu and when he arrived in front of him then raised his sword above his head. An extremely powerful combination of battle energy, sword energy and deadly energy filled the air. The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. It seemed like Lin Feng had become much stronger in comparison with when he fought against He Mo, much stronger. Lin Feng hadn't stuck with his sword yet, but the sword energy was already enough to make the heart of the people in the crowd beat faster. Each of Lin Feng's actions was enough to astonish them. Die! Lin Feng said one word and swung his sword in a downwards arc towards Luo Yu. It seemed like that sword was going to reach Luo Yu's body at any moment. Deadly chi waves were rolling in the air like a black cloud. Luo Yu looked concentrated, a terrifying chi emerged from his body. When he saw Lin Feng's sword approaching him, Luo Yu raised his hands out of which a bright and resplendent white light emerged. A terrifying strength flowed from within his hands. CRRR. A distinct cracking sound spread through the air. The bright white light disintegrated under Lin Feng's sword. The silver deadly sword immediately continued moving towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu's facial expression finally changed. He was dumbstruck. He heavily stepped on the ground and raised both of his hands. He quickly moved backwards. That sword caught his face, leaving a thread of blood down his face. That sword had nearly cut him into two. But Luo Yu didn't have the time to take a breath. He just saw Lin Feng flicker and come towards him again. That deadly sword was rushing towards him again. Lin Feng and his sword were the same, expressionless and cold. It made Luo Yu's heart feel extreme dread. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Cowardly Dog. He moved again. Luo Yu didn't dare approach Lin Feng's sword. The sword has both battle and deadly energy fusing together. Each time, Lin Feng's attacks were filled with what seemed like endless power. Luo Yu would get pierced right through if he approached too near to Lin Feng's sword. His heart was filled with remorse. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. Luo Yu had broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer. If he wanted to attack someone, he did it without thinking much about their retaliation. Boom! Lin Feng pierced the atmosphere at incredible speed. An extremely sharp and violent wind emerged. A horse in the distance neighed and was surprisingly caught by the wind and was cut into pieces, while the person who was thrown backwards. He was breathing heavily, but he didn't dare say a word. He feared that Lin Feng would attack him if he did. That person had seen what happened with Luo Yu and Lin Feng with his own eyes. Luo Yu had attacked Lin Feng while being very aggressive towards him, but Lin Feng hadn't bothered to waste any words on him. He had immediately started talking with his sword, and at that moment, Luo Yu was in a critical situation. Lin Feng was really going to kill him. When seeing that, how could a person willingly provoke Lin Feng? They did not have death wishes. Lin Feng's deadly sword was quickly piercing through the air. The battle energy emerging from his body was becoming stronger with each passing moment. He looked cold and expressionless as he was carrying out his sword strikes. Luo Yu didn't have a single chance to strike back against him. At that moment, Luo Yu looked extremely pale. He was surprisingly struggling to keep his life, and on top of that, in front of so many people. "Aha!" shouted Luo Yu furiously. His clothes were still fluttering through the air. He looked furious and ice-cold. "What the hell are you doing?" coldly asked Lin Feng when he heard Luo Yu shout. He then continued striking with his sword. All of the energy within the atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Luo Yu was surprised, but suddenly looked extremely happy. He then released an extremely powerful energy along with his spirit, which appeared behind him. However, at that moment, Luo Yu had a bad premonition which made his heart beat faster. There wasn't any sword force anymore, but that sword seemed even more dangerous than before. The battle energy from moments before had also disappeared. Luo Yu quickly retreated at full speed. CRRRRRSSSH. Luo Yu had barely avoided the sword, but the energy had struck him. Luo Yu's clothes were torn and there was blood pouring from his chest and a wound on his throat. It was a shocking sight. The crowd was astonished. What a sharp sword, what a terrifying and strong strength. Luo Yu lowered his head and looked at his own chest. Immediately after, a hideous expression appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng again. Flames of rage were burning in his eyes. However, Lin Feng looked as cold as before. He raised his sword again as he spoke. "I am going to personally kill you." Luo Yu was shocked. He turned around and started retreating at full speed. He didn't feeling like fighting against Lin Feng any longer anymore. Lin Feng laughed coldly. He moved forward and used his sword to strike towards Luo Yu again. When Luo Yu felt the deadly energy approaching from behind, he gnashed his teeth. In spite of the fact that he was insanely shaking, he continued running away like mad. What a shameless and cowardly dog, to run after talking arrogantly. Lin Feng didn't continue chasing him. While holding his sword towards Luo Yu, he shouted, "I don't think that you can be compared with Mo. In my eyes, you cannot even come close to Mo. Pray that we never cross paths again." When Luo Yu heard Lin Feng's words, his injuries started to bleed heavily as his heart pounded with fury and fear at the same time. It seemed like the state of his wounds were quite serious, but he didn't dare to stop running. He continued running away like mad into the distance. When Luo Yu's silhouette disappeared, the crowd's eyes fell upon Lin Feng. They were astonished and amazed. On that day, when Lin Feng had fought against Mo, the crowd did not see that Lin Feng had almost killed Mo. However, at that moment, they had clearly seen that Luo Yu, who was even more powerful and arrogant, decided to offend Lin Feng and immediately after injured him. Lin Feng did not continue with his words and instead used his sword, and the result was that Luo Yu, who considered himself above Lin Feng, had run away like a coward. 2 months after defeating Heimo, Lin Feng had defeated a military student of the 7th Ling Chi layer. Lin Feng's natural talent was monstrous. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and immediately returned to his cult dragon horse. He then said indifferently, "Let's go." These army troops nodded to the order, and immediately after, everybody started galloping at full speed and disappeared from the crowd's vision. But that insane battle from a moment ago was still in their minds. The area outside of the northern gate of the imperial city was desolate. The ground was filled with yellowish mud without any grass. The northern gate of the city wasn't a normal gate. People couldn't go through it as they pleased. In times of peace, only those who had received a military order could go through that gate. In that depopulated and desolate place, there were many tents. They had been set up by the military troops. The area was incredibly vast. There was a crowd of people that had gathered outside of the tents, about 100 meters away. Amongst them were the noble cultivators, military troops, and certain military troops wearing silver armor. All of these noble cultivators belonged to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. They were heading to war so they could acquire knowledge and battle experience. Their future would be even better if they achieved military merits. Of course, many people were going to there to acquire battle experience and to become stronger through life and death situations. Those types of people were both hot-blooded and courageous. Throm. From a distance they could already hear the galloping of horses. The ground was shaking. The people in the crowd outside of the tents could already distinctly feel the ground shake. A short time after, they could already see a large group of people heading towards them. They have arrived. The crowd outside of the tents was looking at the newcomers with a sharp expression in their eyes. At the same time, amongst the crowd outside of the tents, a young man who was sitting on the seat of the general stood up and went to welcome the newcomers. He had a warm smile on his face. The newcomers got down off their horses when they saw the young man who was coming towards them to welcome them. They all kneeled down and shouted, "Your Highness! You have gone through many hardships to be here," said the young man to these people while smiling and nodding. He waved his hands as a gesture that they could stand up. They were all scared. Their hearts were racing. Even though His Highness was a prince, he wasn't arrogant at all and was very easy to get along with. He was also very polite to these ordinary military troops. "Your Highness," said one of the members of the Celestial Academy very loudly. Duan Wuya smiled at the crowd and said, "Everybody, I am lucky that you have come to fight with me. This is truly a stroke of luck." "Don't mention it, Your Highness. Come, let's sit. I'll give the instructions to the troops and then we can go." Duan Wuya politely while he showed everyone where they could sit. Everybody had an attributed seating area. The people of the Celestial Academy could sit on the right. There was a great number of seats laid out for them. The people of the Celestial Academy sat down. At that moment, many people were sharply glaring at them, which surprised them. Opposite them were the people from the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. At that moment, Lin Feng was also looking at the people from the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. When he noticed that many people were looking at him, he narrowed his eyes. Duan Han, Yu Tianshan, Lin Qian, he could recognize many people amongst them. The military apprentices of the Celestial Academy were not the only people who wanted to go to war. There were also some noble cultivators, as well as some ordinary cultivators who wanted to go to war to enhance their path of cultivation. It would enable them to have an official career and to rapidly rise up in the world. Relying on their strength and efforts, they would be able to return home as triumphant heroes. But Lin Feng clearly felt that someone was staring at him with an even sharper glare. It wasn't an ordinary person from the crowd, it was their leader. He was sitting next to Duan Wuya. Duan Tianlang. When Lin Feng saw that their leader Duan Tianlang was the one who was staring dagger at him, he was astonished. Duan Tianlang, apart from being a member of the Duan clan, he was also now the commander-in-chief of the country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, The War Drums. Officers and soldiers gradually arrived at the military drill ground in their formations. There wasn't any disorder, in the slightest degree. Only the sound of their synchronized march and of the clanging noises from their armor could be heard. Lin Feng's heart started to beat faster when he saw the officers and soldiers within the military drill ground. He looked as far as his eyes could see and saw that there were 3 large groups of soldiers which gradually turned into 3 huge square-shaped formations. There wasn't the slightest iota of chaos. The light from the sun shining on their armor was dazzling. There were 3 different colors shining throughout the formation. The armor of these soldiers were 3 different colors: bronze, silver, and gold. The gold-armored soldiers were the highest ranked while the bronze-armored soldiers were the lowest of rank. That was clear from just a glance. Duan Tianlang's armor was pitch black. He looked like the devourer of souls. His attire was filled with endless coldness and austerity. He looked intimidating and majestic. Clang, clang, clang. The marching sounds of the soldiers rose and fell in succession. A row of bronze-armored soldiers lifted their war drums and walked forwards. The war drums were so heavy that 4 bronze-armored soldiers were required to lift a single drum. Boom! A deep sound spread through the atmosphere. The front row of bronze-armored soldiers lifted up the war drums and moved towards the other soldiers. Then the second row of bronze-armored soldiers did the same. When the drums hit the floor, however, there was a huge crashing sound followed by a slight tremor. In total, there were 5 rows and each of them had 9 war drums. What is that? Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't know what these bronze-armored soldiers were doing with the war drums. However, other people were indifferently watching the scene as if it was completely normal. Excitement also sparkled in all of their eyes. Today, the students of 2 big institutions as well as some other student cultivators have joined us in this war. We beat these drums for all the students. Besides, there is something else I want to announce today. Duan Tianlang will be joining us as the chief commander. My sister, Duan Xin Yi, will be joining as vice chief commander. She will also be present on the battlefield. Today, it is for all these people that we beat the drums. Besides, the people who can make more drum beats than the others can become the protectors of Princess Duan Xin Yi, said Duan Wuya. Immediately after, from the middle of the troops, a beautiful silhouette appeared. Even though she was wearing armor, one could see her beautiful figure. That was the Imperial Princess Duan Xin Yi. The crowd was surprised. The Princess Duan Xin Yi was acting as the vice chief commander? What was the reason she had come to this battle? Regardless of the reason why things had turned out this way, these young men were excited. The ones who could make the most drum beats could become the princess' personal guards, which meant that they would constantly be accompanying her. Such opportunities were really rare. Lin Feng seemed perplexed. Duan Tianlang was the chief commander? Lin Feng didn't understand what relations there were between Duan Wuya and Duan Tianlang. Besides, Duan Xin Yi was the vice chief commander. What was this supposed to mean? 5 people, who will come first? Shouted Duan Tianlang. Immediately after, silhouettes flickered and immediately arrived in front of the war drums while saying, I am willing to start first. In the blink of an eye, there was a great deal of people in front of the war drums. 5 people moved at the same time. They released an incredible quantity of piercingly cold chi. Boom! Someone brutally punched the war drum, which emitted a slight buzzing sound, but it didn't emit the sound of a drum beat. Besides, some energy bounced from it and was reflected back to the attack, which knocked them backwards. At that moment, that person looked extremely embarrassed and blushed. They lowered their head and went back to their seat. They had been unable to make the drums beat. The second person looked imposing and majestic. With an insane strength, he punched at one drum, which emitted a buzzing sound and then a light cracking beat. That person looked very excited. Without stopping at all, he directly moved to another drum and punched it. It made a crackle sound again, which filled people with enthusiasm. Making the war drums emit any sounds was already extremely difficult. Making the drums emit even cracking sounds could improve the soldiers' morale. Only those who had a high status like the officers would be able to beat war drums. Those who could make the most drums beats would be adored by both officers and soldiers. But that same man didn't manage to make the third war drum emit a sound. The man suddenly looked dispirited and depressed. After that, the third person managed to make 3 drums emit a sound. The fourth person managed to make 2 drums emit sound, and the fifth person also only managed to make only 3 drums emit sound. They then went back to their respective seats. The bronze-armored soldiers put the war drums back in order. As before, there were 5 rows of soldiers with 9 war drums in each row. Lin Feng looked pensive and was intensely gazing at the war drums. He had the impression that these war drums followed a regular pattern. In other words, he had the impression they matched a person's cultivation level. For example, someone of the second Ling Chi layer could make 2 drums beat, someone of the third could make 3 drums beat, so making 9 war drums beat required to be at the 9th Ling Chi layer. Of course, it didn't seem to be an absolute rule either. A moment ago, someone of the 3rd Ling Chi layer had only made 2 drums beat while the first one was only at the 1st Ling Chi layer and hadn't managed to make any drum emit a sound. Next one? Said Duan Wuya while smiling at the crowd. I'll go, said Yuan Shan, who was sitting next to Lin Feng while standing up and going towards the war drums. Yuan Shan, brother, I'll go too. said Duan Feng following Yuan Shan. A short moment after, 5 people had gathered around the drums. Amongst these 5 people, the strongest one had broken through to the 4th Ling Qi layer. They managed to make 4 drums beat and then walked away while smiling. Yuan Shan was at the 3rd Ling Qi layer and managed to make 3 drums beat. Besides, Duan Feng managed to surprise everybody. He had broken through to the 2nd Ling Qi layer but managed to make 3 drums beat as well. Many people started looking at him with new eyes. Many people tried, but the best person could make only 4 drums beat. At that moment, a silhouette stood up and said to the students of the Celestial Academy, "I am Tu Fu of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. Who will accompany me?" Tu Fu, when Lin Feng saw that big guy, he was astonished. They used to be fellow sect disciples in the past. Tu Fu also used to be from the Yunhai sect. Now, he was a student at the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. The crowd was suddenly interested. The Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu had started provoking the students of the Celestial Academy. "Are there only cowards at the Celestial Academy?" said Tu Fu when he saw that nobody was replying to him. He couldn't help but laugh. "Not only are you a shameless turncoat but you also dare to speak such nonsense," said Lin Feng coldly, surprising Tu Fu, who immediately looked at him. "The winners can have a prosperous life while the losers can only die. The weak are the prey of the strong. That is the main rule on the path of cultivation. When Duan Tianlang annihilated the Yunhai sect, of course I followed him. That is just common sense," shouted Tu Fu coldly. Then, while staring at Lin Feng, he added, "Lin Feng, if you want to join the Holy Courtyard, you can go and beg Duan Tianlang, maybe then he will take care of you." "Oh, you have now become a cowardly turncoat whose devotion to righteousness really inspires reverence," said Lin Feng coldly while looking at Tu Fu. He then turned around, looked at someone wearing a bronze mask and said, "You go." "All right," replied the person wearing the bronze mask, while slightly nodding. He then looked at Tu Fu and said, "I am coming." When he finished talking, his silhouette instantly appeared in front of the war drums. Tu Fu's facial expression was gloomy. He then quickly arrived next to the war drums and said, "Who will start?" "You can start," indifferently said the person wearing the bronze mask. Tu Fu slightly nodded, his silhouette started moving and immediately moved forwards. Boom! A drum beat spread through the air, resonating in people's ears. The war drum had been smashed into pieces. Tu Fu was unceasingly moving, insanely punching the war drums. The 2nd and the 3rd war drums were instantly crushed, emitting explosion sounds in the air. Ah! Tu Fu had used one breath to do that. He shouted loudly and continued punching. The 4th war drum was crushed. Crack! Tu Fu's was violently stepping on the ground as he punched the drums. He then made a beat from the 5th war drum, which nobody had managed to do until that moment. After, as if Tu Fu had a surplus of strength, moved towards the 6th war drum. CRRR, CRRR. The 6th war drum was unceasingly vibrating, but at that moment, his strength bounced on the war drum and blew Tu Fu's body 100 meters backwards, but there was already a small crack on the war drum as well. 5th Ling Qi layer and almost made the 6th one emit a beat. Worth being called a former disciple of the Yunhai sect. Too bad that he's a shameless turncoat, said Lin Feng in a low voice when he saw the crack that appeared on the 6th war drum. A cultivator of the 5th Ling Qi layer was nothing in Lin Feng's eyes. Ba Dao was going to teach him a good lesson. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, The Song. Everybody was looking at Tu Fu. Even though he was pushed back by the last war drum attempt, nobody was going to look down on him. Being able to emit a cracking noise from the 6th drum was already a great performance. The people of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu were looking at Ba Dao with cold smiles on their faces. They wanted to see how the man, who was wearing a bronze mask, was supposed to compete with Tu Fu. At that moment, Ba Dao moved in front of a war drum. He looked calm and mystical. An incredible blade energy rose from his body. The crowd was stupefied. Immediately after, they only saw Ba Dao's fist move towards the 1st war drum. Boom! A clear sound spread in the air. However, it didn't sound brutal and explosive at all. The war drum looked like a bean curd that had been split open by a blade. Immediately after, he struck the 2nd, then the 3rd and the 4th one. He had easily made them beat. From the beginning, Ba Dao had done this in a single breath. He moved straight towards the 5th one, slightly raised his hand and immediately after cut it into 2 distinct parts which flew away. As before, he looked relaxed and detached. The scariest part was that Ba Dao looked like a blade that would cut through anything, even before arriving at the sixth drum. Ka-cha! Looking like a terrifying blade, Ba Dao cut the sixth war drum. As before, it looked easy for him to emit the beat, and it seemed like he had destroyed those 6 drums in a single fluid movement, without taking a second breath. At that moment, Ba Dao stopped. He didn't move towards the 7th war drum and no longer looked interested. He calmly turned around and walked back towards the people of the Celestial Academy. "A piece of trash dares to act so arrogantly," said Ba Dao indifferently. Everybody was astonished. That guy surprisingly dared to call Tu Fu a piece of trash. However, in comparison with Ba Dao, Tu Fu was extremely weak indeed. Tu Fu pulled a long face and the color drained from his cheeks. In the past, he used to be considered as a genius within the Yunhai sect. He used to consider himself as an amazing cultivator. At the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, he was considered as an important student, but at that moment, he was being humiliated and had no way to refute Ba Dao. He had needed his maximal strength to make a crack appear in the 6th war drum, but Ba Dao had easily been able to make it beat as he split it in two. The difference between the two of them was gigantic. "Not bad," said Duan Wuya while smiling. He then continued, "Are there any stronger ones out there?" The people in the crowd were looking at each other in dismay. After that, many others stood up to test their strength. They all tried, but eventually, they all failed, unable to even reach the 6th war drum. "Linghu, you are the strongest here, why don't you go and destroy their honor?" At that moment, on the side of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, Tu Fu said while looking at Ling Huishan. Ling Huishan used to be a disciple of the Yunhai sect, so he and Tu Fu had a good relationship. Ling Huishan slightly shook his head and looked at the crowd on the other side. "That guy in white clothes, his name is Wen Ao Shui. He is ranked 3rd at the Celestial Academy. He's discreet and his strength is unfathomable. I hadn't thought that he would come as well, so now I am not entirely sure that I can win." Ling Huishan's words stupefied Tu Fu. Immediately after, he walked towards Wen Ao Shui, who was as beautiful as woman, and saw that these two enigmatic eyes were also looking towards him. They looked like dazzling diamonds. Tu Fu didn't dare look at them anymore. Amongst those who came to the battlefield, the strongest student of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was Ling Huishan. If Ling Huishan took action, Wen Ao Shui would inevitably get involved, and if Ling Huishan was defeated, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu would lose face. Therefore, Ling Huishan wasn't absolutely certain about the result of a potential confrontation and preferred not to get involved. "I will help gain back our prestige," said someone on the side of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. That young man was Yu Tianchen. Yu Tianchen stood up, looked at Duan Wuya and Duan Xianyi and said, "Your Highness, I am obviously the one who should protect the princess. Nobody else can even pretend to be better suited than me," said Yu Tianchen in an extremely arrogant tone. Everybody could see that Yu Tianchen believed the logic of his words. Yu Tianchen was a member of the Yu clan and he had an extremely high social status. Besides, he was also extremely strong, already reaching the 7th Ling Qi layer, and possessed a terrifying spirit to match. Many people, who were stronger than him, didn't dare to provoke him, while those who were weaker than him were only there to be bullied. Duan Xianyi lowered her head without saying anything, whereas Duan Wuya faintly smiled and said, "Well, let's see how many war drums you can handle, brother." Yu Tianchen slightly nodded but didn't walk towards the drums. Instead, he looked at the students of the Celestial Academy, in particular in Lin Feng's direction, and said, "In order to be in a relationship with a princess, no matter if you're a cultivation genius or if you were born from a noble family, you need to stand at the absolute peak. Those who have a low social status and an overrated strength are just nobodies. When they think that they have a chance to win the heart of the princess, it truly is the funniest thing in the world. Those types of people can keep dreaming." When he finished, he walked towards the drums. The crowd was looking at Lin Feng with a strange look. Even though Yu Tianchen hadn't mentioned any names, he was clearly talking about Lin Feng. Lin Feng was trying to gain relations with the princess? At that moment, Lin Feng was dumbstruck. His facial expression looked slightly cold. Lin Feng had an exaggerated strength and was interested in the princess? At that moment, Yu Tianchen said, "Today, I would like to sing a song for the princess." When he finished talking, Tian Yuchen's deep and low voice spread through the air. Men and officers of the vast and boundless Shuiyu, beat the drums and sound the gongs. Boom! An explosion followed Yu Tianchen's song as the first war drum beat. Lords and nobles wearing armor and inspiring ambitions. Boom! With a single explosive beat, he destroyed 2 war drums. A hot-blooded man surrounded by lakes and mountains. Yu Tianchen's voice was deep. The energy he was releasing matched the feeling of hot-blooded behavior. He continued to punch the next drums. The 4th and the 5th war drums exploded into pieces. Not only was it Yu Tianchen's first breath, but he still had plenty of air in his lungs, achieving 1,000 heroic merits. Yu Tianchen continued walking forwards. It seemed like his entire body was defying the laws of space and time and that his strength could annihilate everything in his path. An incredibly loud explosion sound spread filled the atmosphere and the sixth war drum exploded. At that moment, Yu Tianchen stamped on the ground like a madman. The yellow muddy ground seemed to create a terrible wave of earth as it rippled away from his foot. Yu Tianchen's fist crashed onto the seventh war drum, just to be welcomed back as a hero by a beautiful woman. Continued Yu Tianchen in his deep singing voice. Finally, he had run out of air from his first breath. A cracking sound emerged in the atmosphere as the seventh war drum was smashed into 5 pieces. Lords and nobles wearing armor and inspiring ambitions. A hot-blooded man surrounded by lakes and mountains. The people in the crowd were listening to these words while looking at that handsome young man. Their hearts were pounding and it seemed like the blood in their veins had been ignited with the passion for battle. The officers and soldiers were especially enthusiastic and excited. Each and every single one of them had excitement in their eyes as if they were seeing themselves as the man from the song. All right. All the people of the holy courtyard were supporting Yu Tianchen. On his seat, Duan Tianlang was slightly smiling as well and said, Yu Tianchen deserves to be a member of the Yu clan. His heart is filled with great aspirations. Relying on a single breath, he was able to chant and at the same time make 7 drums beat. Such people are a rarity. He would be a perfect match for the princess. He had required only 1 breath to sing his song and make 7 war drums beat. Yu Tianchen hadn't paused for even a moment, he had been singing heartily as he attacked the war drums. It required much more energy than just attacking. After all, he only had a single breath. Yu Tianchen turned around and slightly nodded towards Duan Tianlang. Immediately after, he walked towards Duan Xinyi and warmly smiled at her. Duan Xinyi also smiled in response while remaining as silent as before. Not bad, said Duan Wuya while smiling and nodding. I wouldn't have thought that Brother Yu was as talented as he was creative. That is indeed very rare. I am just some nobody. Your Highness, you're flattering me, said Yu Tianchen with a proud smile on his face. He then immediately glanced towards Lin Feng. In his eyes, perhaps Lin Feng had already become a potential rival. To be more accurate, you are not even some nobody, you are even lower, you are a piece of shit, said a loud voice with a cold and indifferent tone. The crowd was astonished. A piece of shit? Then everybody turned towards the person who was speaking. It was precisely Lin Feng. That guy, how audacious, thought the crowd. When he heard those words, Yu Tianchen narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Lin Feng. He smiled coldly and said, Alright, if I'm a piece of shit, would you want to try? That's exactly what I was planning, said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. In the continent of the 9 clouds, many people were much stronger than him, but Lin Feng was probably one of the most creative people. Lin Feng stood up and started walking slowly towards the drums. He arrived in front of the war drums. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng was serious about trying to beat 7 drums. The crowd was already growing impatient. They wanted to see how strong and talented Lin Feng was. However, being stronger than Yu Tianchen wasn't very likely. Duan Wuya and Duan Xinyi were impatiently looking at Lin Feng, wondering what his plan was. I want to see if you can make 7 drums beat while singing, said Yu Tianchen while smiling coldly. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. It was impossible for Lin Feng to beat him, he would just end up humiliating himself. Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A beautiful melody suddenly came from his mouth. The crowd was shocked as their hearts started to race with excitement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Lin Feng's Song. In a towering rage, I rest under the whistling sound of rain. The sound of his solemn and serene voice could be heard as he took a few steps forward. With piercingly cold sword chi around his body, he punched the first war drum and immediately annihilated it without leaving a single trace. It was only his first attack and the crowd was already stupefied. What powerful sword chi! Gazing into the distance, looking up to the heavens, I utter a long and loud cry. My chest feels painful. Lin Feng's loud and melodious voice resonated in the people's ears. That song had caused them to imagine a hero holding his sword, in a towering in rage on the battlefield. Boom! The another war drum was also destroyed without leaving trace. 30 soldiers now with the dust and earth, the moon and the clouds stretching as far as can see. The young man's hair turned white, he is filled with sorrow. continued Lin Feng, and was unceasingly moving through the war drums. At this point, he had already destroyed 4 war drums, making them beat. He hadn't even used much of the breath he had taken. He was unceasingly moving. His voice was getting louder and was filled with emotion. The humiliation of Duanren. When the officials hate, they destroy. On the back of the armored horses, going to the mountains armed with flowers. Boom! The 5th war drum was smashed and disappeared as dust in the atmosphere. At that moment, the sword energy around Lin Feng's body seemed as vast the sky, the earth, and the clouds. It was in perfect harmony with his song, as if it could annihilate an entire country. At the same time, an insane amount of sword force filled the air. It seemed like it was impossible to stop that force from increasing. It was surrounding the entire crowd. With magnificent ideals in my mind yet starvation filling my stomach, I eat their flesh. To settle my thirst, I drink their blood. Lin Feng's hand seemed to transformed into a sword. It was followed by an incredible amount of force. He easily destroyed the 6th war drum. People's hearts were pounding. He had already destroyed 6 war drums. Clearing from the beginning until the end, the mountains and lakes, moving towards the heavens. But the lyrics of his song were extremely presumptuous and seemed to be challenging the heavens. Around the body of that arrogant young man was an endless burning brilliance which was emerging into the atmosphere. His fist, which looked more like a sword, moved through the air and its incredible white glow crashed onto the 7th war drum, which was smashed into pieces again and disappeared without leaving trace. That young man looked incredibly natural and unrestrained. At that moment, Lin Feng finally stopped moving. His clothes and long hair were fluttering in the air. He looked frivolous, natural, and unrestrained. His beautiful song was resonating in people's minds over and over. In a towering rage, I rest under the whistling sound of rain. Gazing into the distance, looking up to the heavens, I utter a long and loud cry. My chest feels painful. 30 soldiers now with the dust and earth, the moon and the clouds stretching as far as can see, but the young man's hair turned white, he is filled with sorrow. The humiliation of Duanren. When the officials hate, they destroy. On the back of the armored horses, going to the mountains armed with flowers. With magnificent ideals in my mind yet starvation filling my stomach, I eat their flesh. To settle my thirst, I drink their blood. Clearing from the beginning until the end, the mountains and lakes, moving towards the heavens. With such inspiring and exciting lyrics, Lin Feng had risen to the heavens. He was heroic. In comparison, the song that Yu Tianchen had sung a moment before was, indeed, nothing compared to this. Compared with Lin Feng, he actually seemed like a nobody. Everybody looked calm and solemn, but their passion had been ignited. All right, said Duan Wuya while standing up. His expression looked sharp. Such a singing talent was rare, especially coming from a teenager. In comparison with Lin Feng, Yu Tianchen had no artistic talent at all. At that moment, he just had the feeling that he was a buffoon trying to amuse Princess Duan Xinyi. Lin Feng had the spirit and composure of a hero. Duan Xinyi's beautiful eyes were twinkling. Her facial expression was resplendent. Surprisingly, Lin Feng could sing in such a marvelous way. Everybody, no matter if they were from the holy courtyard of Shuiyu or the Celestial Academy, remained silent and was looking at that unconventional young man. The images of Lin Feng singing was replaying in their minds. At that moment, only Yu Tianchen had a hideous facial expression on his face. He had lost, that was a crushing defeat. He had lost in both the artistic and strength, it was really a crushing defeat. No need to talk about their artistic talent, but as far as their strength was concerned, they had both made 7 drums beat and had both used only 1 breath. Besides, Lin Feng had sung longer and in a louder voice. Lin Feng had made the hearts of the crowd start to pound in their chests. The difficulty of Lin Feng's song was also higher. Besides, Lin Feng had not just broken the war drums but he had disintegrated them into powder. He had used powerful sword energy to turn them into dust. From the 1st to the 7th war drum, they had all been disintegrated without leaving trace. Therefore, it was clear at first glance who had won and who had lost. A short time before, Yu Tianchen thought he was above everyone else, and at that moment, he was suffering a crushing defeat. The fact that he had been humiliating Lin Feng remained fresh in everybody's mind, but Lin Feng had also caused him to lose face. What Yu Tianchen couldn't stand at that moment is that Princess Duan Xinyi was staring at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. There was a splendor and radiance in her expression which didn't exist when she looked at other people. Duan Xinyi had also been enchanted by Lin Feng. Yu Tianchen couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Duan Xinyi was supposed to become his wife. That beautiful woman also possessed the power of a blood spirit. Yu Tianchen was determined to win. In the entire Shuiyu country, he had to be the one to win the princess' heart. Even though he hadn't won that battle, it didn't mean that he was weaker than Lin Feng. If used all his strength, Yu Tianchen was convinced that he was much stronger than Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng finally moved. He slowly turned around and looked at Yu Tianchen. There was a densely sharp expression in Lin Feng's eyes. No matter if it is acquired on the path of cultivation, from being born into a noble family or because of one's natural talent, only those who have a high social status can marry a princess. This is despicable. Not knowing the vastness of the heavens because you overrate your strength. You think that you can marry the princess, that is truly the funniest thing in the world. Said Lin Feng. Lin Feng paused and then continued in a cold tone, you criticize me for my social status. I admit that I don't have a higher social status than you, but you also say that I am weak and a nobody. I would like to ask you a question, apart from being born into a noble family, what else do you have? You do not know how large the world is, you are truly ignorant. Lin Feng's words were sharp and poignant, which made an ice-cold expression appear on Yu Tianchen's face. A family's social standing depends on your luck, you cannot change it. Cultivation is something you can change and create yourself. You can decide to become stronger and to improve your abilities, even if you don't have a high social status. If you decide to always surpass your own abilities, you can reach the clouds. I am sure that such people are not affected by their low social status anymore. Once they have reached the clouds, they despise those who, in the past, used to arrogantly look down on them. Only those who are that strong have the power to be arrogant. Lin Feng continued speaking, however, you are part of the other category, relying on your family's social standing. Besides, because you have a high social status, you think that you are true perfection. You are not brave and consider everyone else beneath you. You are only suited to being a big fish in a little pond. If you cannot break free from that way of thinking, then the best you can do is rely on the social standing granted to you by your clan, you are doomed. People will definitely surpass you. A clan with such people is doomed to decline and disappear sooner or later. When the people in the crowd heard Lin Feng's words, their hearts were racing. Those who didn't have a high social status had to be ambitious and brave. That's right, if they were determined to reach the clouds, sooner or later, they could. They would manage to surpass those who possessed everything in the continent. In the end, they would end up despising those who, in the past, despised them. Concerning the noble cultivators, they were dumbstruck after hearing what Lin Feng said. They didn't like to hear what Lin Feng was saying, but they had to admit that he was right. His analysis was extremely deep and precise, besides, it was justified. Indeed, if they didn't bravely move forward, even if they had an illustrious status in a noble clan, sooner or later, their clan, with such useless people, would disappear. The crowd was amazed by Lin Feng's words. He was so young and could understand things so well. He was way too mysterious. That boy, even though he doesn't have a high social status, will have unlimited opportunities in the future. Said Duan Wuya, who was starting to think that Lin Feng would actually really be a good match for his sister, Duan Xinyi. While the whole crowd was thinking about what Lin Feng had just said, Yu Tianchen's facial expression had reached the ultimate degree of ugliness. Even if everything that Lin Feng had said was justified and true, he had been saying all these things on an arrogant tone in front of everyone else, humiliated a member of the Yu clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Situation at the Gate. At that moment the crowd was looking towards Lin Feng and Yu Tianchen. A cold qi-filled atmosphere and the situation felt tense. Duan Wuya looked perplexed. He immediately stood up and said, okay. That's enough. Stop beating the drums. We should start heading off now. Lin Feng, you are in charge of the protection of the princess. When the crowd heard Duan Wuya, they were astonished. In the end, Duan Wuya had chosen Lin Feng. In his eyes, Lin Feng was more important than a young prodigy of the Yu clan. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. After all, they had not seen what happened in the lovesick forest. In other people's eyes, Lin Feng was just Lin Feng. Even though he was outstanding, it was impossible for him to compete with a young prodigy from a noble clan. The crowd had the impression that Duan Wuya had given him the opportunity, even though it was undeserved simply because he liked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also astonished. Actually, if Yu Tianchen hadn't made him angry and attempted to humiliate him, Lin Feng wouldn't have necessarily stood up. Even though the princess gave him a good impression, he still didn't have any feelings for her. It was because of her delicate facial features and general beauty, no man could find her disgusting. Uncle Duan, even though I assign Lin Feng to protect the princess, the others can also participate. Said Duan Wuya to Duan Tianlang. He then immediately continued, from now on, from all the members of the army, only the princess can give orders to Lin Feng. Lin Feng is also the person in charge of the princess security. He can choose to achieve other military merits under his own decision. Besides, the whole army must help and assist Lin Feng if he requires it. When Duan Wuya finished talking, the crowd was astonished. Duan Wuya was giving incredible privileges to Lin Feng.
Duan Wuya is protecting me, thought Lin Feng.
He immediately understood what Duan Wuya meant. Considering that Lin Feng's enemies were everywhere, Duan Wuya was worried that they would attempt to harm him. Therefore, he was giving a status to Lin Feng by making him the personal guard of the princess.
Besides, he was reminding everybody else that attacking Lin Feng was the same as endangering the princess. Lin Feng, did you hear me? Said Duan Wuya while looking at Lin Feng in a cold and indifferent tone.
This time, there was no warmth or friendliness in his voice. There was only the might and power which made him sound like an emperor.
Roger, said Lin Feng while slightly nodding. Lin Feng obviously couldn't refuse protecting the princess. Alright, the princess' security is in your hands, said Duan Wuya while looking at Lin Feng with a profound look. He immediately looked towards Duan Tianlang and said, Uncle, the troops are now under your control.
When you arrive in Duanren City, please cooperate with General Lu San to fight against the enemy. I will be waiting in the Imperial City for you to return triumphant.
See you then. Your Highness, I will spare no effort to defeat Mou and prevent Duanren City from being humiliated, replied Duan Tianlang in a calm and solemn tone. Duan Wuya slightly nodded, glanced at Duan Xinyi, then turned around and left without a shred of hesitation. Duan Tianlang went back to his seat, his pitch-black armor looked majestic. He glanced at the crowd and said, Troops, back to your initial positions. The bronze-armored soldiers quickly moved the war drums away. The people of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and of the Celestial Academy stood up. Among the troops, obedience to the chief commander was absolute. Yu Tianchen coldly glanced at Lin Feng with killing intent filling his eyes. Immediately after, he turned around and moved back to his seat. When Lin Feng noticed Yu Tianchen's hostile behavior, he secretly smiled coldly and said, I hope that you will not continue to provoke me. Then, Lin Feng turned around and walked towards the members of the Celestial Academy. Lin Feng.
At that moment, Duan Tianlang shouted and called out to Lin Feng, which surprised him. He then turned his head around.
You're going to the wrong place, said Duan Tianlang indifferently and then added, Now, you are the personal guard of the princess, you should always be at her side with the troops. How negligent are you? If anything happens to the princess, you will be held responsible.
Lin Feng narrowed his eyes.
Now that Duan Wuya had left, Duan Tianlang was starting to put pressure on Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng couldn't refute Duan Tianlang's argument. I made a mistake, said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently and then adjusted his trajectory to walk towards the princess. Duan Tianlang was the chief commander of the army and was able to put pressure on Lin Feng. Lin Feng had to be careful not to give Duan Tianlang any reason to do so. Sorry for bringing you trouble, said Duan Xinyi when she saw that Lin Feng was walking towards her.
She had a warm and tender smile on her face. She was extremely beautiful.
It is an honor to be in charge of the princess' safety, said Lin Feng politely while smiling. Duan Xinyi looked at Lin Feng and blinked twice. She then snorted with laughter while saying, Lin Feng, how come I have the feeling that you had to force that? It doesn't seem like you.
When Lin Feng saw her magnificent smile, he was stupefied. He immediately shrugged and smiled.
He looked like he felt at ease. What a pervert, said a voice from behind Lin Feng. He had the sensation that someone was staring at him. He turned around and saw Lu Fei, who was glaring at him with evil eyes, which surprised him. That girl, was she jealous?
Lin Feng then looked at Meng Qing.
She looked cold and detached like always. She wasn't looking at Lin Feng. How could this girl be so cold? When Duan Tianlang saw that everybody had gone back to their initial positions, he glanced at the crowd and said in a very loud voice, Troops, let's head to battle. Let's go, shouted the several thousand troops. Immediately after, the ground was shaking from so many people moving towards Duanren City. A few days later, a huge dust cloud covered the horizon. Thousands of troops were riding their horses on an ancient road. From above, their formation looked like a dragon's tail. There was a huge cloud of dust trailing behind them. At the very front were two horses ridden by Lin Feng and Princess Duan Xinyi. It had been her decision to ride a horse at the front with everybody else instead of sitting inside a carriage. She had given up her usual comfort and joined the soldiers.
Of course, in the world of cultivation, there were very few people who were pampered and spoiled even when it came to women. Cultivators could ride a horse over huge distances, for many days without rest, and it was considered normal. They would only be slightly tired, nothing more. The evening sun was on the horizon in the west. The sunlight coupled with the rosy clouds offered a splendid view. In the distance, there was an old and simple city. Above the city the evening sun was slowly setting. It was quiet and tranquil. A small breeze was blowing through it which gave it a desolate impression. Duanren City. The troops finally arrived in Duanren City, but the gate was firmly closed. The people in the city looked cold and remained motionless. Chief Commander Duan Tianlang has arrived, hurry and open the city gate! Shouted some troops towards the people on the gate while raising their banner. The people at the gate looked cold and indifferent. They glanced at the troops and one of them said, "Except for when the general gives us the order, we will not open the gate." But what? The troops were stupefied when they heard them. They wouldn't open the gate? A soldier furiously shouted, "We are the Imperial City troops. Here with the Chief Commander Duan Tianlang. The Emperor has given us the order to come. I order you to open the gate and let us in. Only the general can give us an order," said the person as coldly as before. They didn't listen to anyone's orders apart from those given by their general. Duanren City was under the control of General Lu Sanlan. Apart from him, nobody else could give orders to his troops. Lu Sanlan, how audacious! It seems like he is not attaching importance to the Imperial City troops, said Duan Tianlang coldly before adding, "Does he think that he has the highest social status in the country or what?" When the crowd heard what Duan Tianlang was saying about Lu Sanlan, they started whispering all sorts of comments, and at that moment Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "What Duan Tianlang is saying is impossible. He perfectly knows how strong we are, but the fact that his people are not opening the gate until he gives them the order proves that he knows what he is doing. He taught them perfect military discipline. Besides, why do you say that he thinks his social status is higher than anyone in the country?" When Duan Tianlang heard Lin Feng, he was stupefied. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "What do you think gives you the right to intervene in my conversation? What do you intend to do? You, Duan Tianlang, are wrong. At the moment, I am the princess' personal guard. I will spare no effort to fulfill my duty. What you just said could have very serious consequences to the extent that it could trigger a mutiny. If something happened to the princess during such a mutiny, you would have to bear responsibility." Lin Feng was fixedly staring at Duan Tianlang, sounding neither lofty nor humble. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Invasion. "Shut your mouth!" shouted Duan Tianlang and then said coldly, "You have the gift when it comes to speech and enjoy babbling nonsense. Don't think that because you are the princess' personal guard you can act however you wish. The military has rules. Why don't you shut your mouth? I, Lin Feng, have come to Duanren City to help. I never said that I wanted to give orders to the troops. I am doing exactly what the second prince has asked me to do. I will stay next to the princess and protect her. What gives you the right to give me orders? I am not your subordinate. Lin Feng shouted with the same tone as Duan Tianlang. He had a cold smile on his face. They had already arrived in Duanren City. Why did he need to fear Duan Tianlang? When Duan Tianlang heard Lin Feng, he narrowed his eyes. He looked cold and murderous. In Duan Tianlang's eyes, Lin Feng was part of his army. Even if he was the princess' personal guard, Duan Tianlang still thought that he could play with Lin Feng as he wished. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng was going to contradict him in front of all the troops. What an insanely audacious guy! At that moment, the crowd was also dumbstruck. They were blankly staring at Lin Feng. That guy was really insane. He surprisingly dared contradict his superior, the chief commander. Uncle Duan Tianlang, what Lin Feng said is true. When the people of Duanren City see a military force that overwhelms them with numbers of unknown origin, they must adhere strictly to what they have been told and not open the gate. That is precisely why General Lu Sanlan has ordered them not to act without his orders, and his methods are correct. What you are saying is inappropriate, said Duan Xinyi, surprisingly defending Lin Feng. Everybody was astonished. Under his helmet, Duan Tianlang's eyes revealed a cold expression. He then said indifferently, "Princess, your highness, before discussing whether what I say is appropriate or not, considering the outrageous words Lin Feng has said, I first want to punish him." "Punish me? You want to punish me?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly.
At that moment, Lin Feng already understood that Duan Tianlang and the second prince were not on the same wavelength at all. If anyone wanted to attack Lin Feng, they wouldn't act because of Duan Wuya. He had said in front of the entire army that the princess was Lin Feng's only superior. Not obeying military orders can classify as treason and insubordination, which is an act that must be punished, said Duan Tianlang. Treason and insubordination? Lin Feng was staring at Duan Tianlang. What do you intend to do to me? I don't want to make the princess lose face, so I will not kill you. However, I will make your life a sheer hell and confine you to a prison. Then, I will talk with His Majesty and your destiny will be in his hands. Ridiculous, said Lin Feng with an indifferent attitude. Immediately after, he looked at Duan Xinyi and said, Princess, it is not that I don't want to protect you, it is just that Duan Tianlang doesn't want to let me do it properly. I am leaving. Lin Feng urged his dragon colt horse away using the spurs while saying, anyone who wants to come with me is free to do so. I am curious to see who will dare to go with you, said Duan Tianlang with a cold smile on his face. That guy was extremely audacious. Did he really want to die? But when Duan Tianlang finished his sentence, a great deal of people started moving towards Lin Feng, Meng Qiang, Lu Fei, Wen Aoshui, Yuan Shan, Duan Feng, etc. There was even He Mo, followed by 32 men wearing bronze masks. A huge group of people had come out to follow Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang was astonished. He was wondering, since when did Lin Feng have so many companions? Princess, it's not that I am not willing to protect you, but Duan Tianlang is trying to avenge his wrongs using his current title and doesn't allow me to protect you. Please take good care of yourself. Immediately after, Lin Feng left and galloped towards the city gate at full speed. Everybody else was blankly staring at Lin Feng. The others were closely following him, which made the people in the crowd completely shocked. Kill them, shouted Duan Tianlang coldly. Danger was imminent. Someone behind him took out an arrow and put it in his bow. Lin Feng was stupefied. Cold energy was released from his body, but as before, he continued galloping forwards. He was ready to fight, but still continued towards the city gate. Stop! A furious shout filled the air. That voice belonged to the soft and tender Duan Xinyi. Princess, your highness, they are soldiers. If they disobey their orders, they must die, said Duan Tianlang coldly while staring at Duan Xinyi. A general in the field is not bound by the orders from his sovereign. That was particularly true in the case of Duan Tianlang. Once he left the imperial city, Duan Tianlang was already ignoring Duan Wuya's orders and wanted to kill Lin Feng and his friends. How bold, thought the crowd. Yu Tianshan and the others were smiling. What they didn't dare to do, Duan Tianlang was going to do it for them. Orders? Said Duan Xinyi looking cold. She wouldn't have thought that Duan Tianlang could be that audacious. Today, whoever fires an arrow, I will kill you on the spot. We will see if Duan Tianlang or anyone else will dare to stop me, shouted Princess Duan Xinyi coldly. Everyone was astonished and felt extremely awkward. Indeed, if Duan Xinyi wanted to try and kill them, even if they wanted to fight back, they wouldn't. If they injured the princess, they were convinced that Duan Tianlang wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng were not the same. She was the princess and her social status was extremely high. Duan Tianlang may have been very audacious, but he would never dare cause harm to the princess. Duan Tianlang was stupefied. He wouldn't have thought that the princess would help Lin Feng to such a degree. In a short time, Lin Feng and his friends were already far away from the army and were very close to the entrance into Duanren city. At that moment, even if an arrow touched them, it would not cause them much damage. I am Lin Feng. Brothers, could you please open the gate? Sorry for the inconvenience. Lin Feng shouted these words to the soldiers at the top of the gate. These people could clearly see Lin Feng's face, and they smiled at him and said, It's young master Lin Feng, open the gate. Lin Feng, young master, is show okay? Said the soldiers on the top of the gate. At that moment, Lu Fei took off her helmet and her beautiful face appeared. Shio, you came back, said a soldier, looking excited. At that moment, a rumbling noise spread through the air. Lin Feng and the others urged their horses forwards and entered the city. This scene made the soldiers on the horizon look at each other in dismay. They didn't understand. They had come because of orders from the imperial clan, even Duan Tianlang had joined them, but the city still would not open the gates for them. They are really audacious, General. Should we attempt to take the gate? Suggested someone behind Duan Tianlang. Amongst them were many strong cultivators of the Ling Qi layer. The gate wasn't that high, so it was easy for them to jump onto it. Destroying the gate would have looked like the city was being besieged. If given the order, they would fight to death against Duan Tianlang's enemies. Duan Tianlang turned around and looked at the person with a sharp gaze. I came here to cooperate with Lu Xanlan and defeat our common enemy. Do you want me to provoke them and cause trouble? Get the hell away from me. Indeed, General, said that person when they heard Duan Tianlang's furious shout. They then moved away. The troops were furious and agitated. How disgusting. They had come to help Lu Xanlan fight the enemy, but they were blocked at the gate of the city. The good opinion they had of Lu Xanlan vanished. They didn't understand why Duan Tianlang was accepting such a humiliation. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others were in Duanren City and noticed that the city was calm and in perfect order. There wasn't the slightest bit of chaos. At the same time, Lu Xanlan appeared. He was taking a stroll through the city. Lin Feng, Fei, you're here. Uncle Lu, shouted Lin Feng, but he was only surprised and bewildered. He was staring at the distance. Lin Feng, are you wondering why Duanren City is so peaceful and why I don't let them come into the city? Said Lu Xanlan as if he could read Lin Feng's thoughts. Please enlighten me with your explanations, said Lin Feng without admitting it. Lu Xanlan smiled wryly and said, Lin Feng, I will definitely let you know my reasoning. You came to help us fight against Mou country because they were invading us and we urgently needed help, right? Could it be that is not the case? Lin Feng, when he heard Lu Xanlan's words, narrowed his eyes as if he was realizing something. Lu Xanlan was smiling wryly and had a piercingly cold expression within his smile. Duanren City is very calm. It isn't in danger at all. They haven't come to help us, but rather to seize the power. The Imperial City can't stand it anymore and has decided to attack me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, The Calm Before the Storm. Lin Feng was dumbstruck. A short moment after, he took a deep breath. Oh, my God, whispered Lin Feng. He thought that he had truly been tricked. He had really believed that Duanren City was in a critical situation. The imperial family was really hard to understand sometimes. They were living in two different worlds. For power and influence, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to do. They wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice other people. Are you going to let them wait outside this entire time? Asked Lin Feng. Lu Xanlan smiled coldly and said, Since I already knew their plans, invading my city without fighting is impossible. I want to see how they intend to seize my city as long as it's under my control. But Lin Feng, you shouldn't have come here with Fei, it's a bad situation, said Lu Xanlan with a wry smile on his face. In the past, he had asked Lin Feng to take Lu Fei with him because he didn't want them to get caught in such a situation. He hadn't thought that they would come back at the worst possible time. Since you're already here, you cannot escape now. Lin Feng shrugged without paying attention and just smiled. All right, let's go to the mansion, said Lu Xanlan said while shaking his head and smiling wryly. He was astonished by the crowd following Lin Feng. Each and every single one of them looked like a deity and released a fine qi. They were all very strong, especially the girl wearing a fine veil. She was releasing a pure qi. Lu Xanlan found her very mysterious. Fei, was Lin Feng good to you? Asked Lu Xanlan on the tone of a joke while looking at Lu Fei. Father, said Lu Fei while looking at her father. She then immediately looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng chose to be the princess' personal guard. It is a very big problem. Arg. Lin Feng was stunned. That girl was really vicious. The princess' personal guard? Whispered Lu Xanlan astonished. Father, you also don't know that Lin Feng in the Imperial City, Lin Feng befriended the second prince and that the princess thinks highly of him. The second prince even asked Lin Feng to take care of the princess. When Lin Feng heard Lu Fei's vivid explanations, he couldn't help but had the feeling that he had done something bad and offended his father-in-law. Lin Feng, said Lu Xanlan when he heard that Lu Fei was jealous. That guy was quite impressive. Lu Fei was already jealous of others. Uncle Lu, actually, I think that Lu Fei is more beautiful than the princess, said Lin Feng shamelessly and continued, but it's just that Lu Fei continues to refuse when I ask for her to sleep with me. He. Lin Feng was forcing a smile while talking. Everybody around him was dumbstruck and looking at him with their eyes wide open in shock. At that moment, Lu Xanlan was astonished. Besides, Lu Fei knitted her brows and looked at Lin Feng in a furious way. She then said, "You perverted bastard. Have I ever acted perverted, Fei Fei? You cannot lie in the presence of Uncle Lu. If I have ever been perverted with you, tell Uncle Lu about it," said Lin Feng in a decent way. Lu Fei almost fainted. That guy was really shameless. Lu Canlan was speechless as well. Immediately after, he burst into laughter so hard that tears ran down his face. He then fixedly stared at Lin Feng. It seemed like Lin Feng could make use of any situation. Everybody else was astonished and looking at Lin Feng. How frivolous, unconventional, unrestrained, and stubborn. He never reacted the way that people expected, and his teasing Lu Fei was very comical. His personality at that moment and when he was fighting was completely different, as if he was a different person. The group all continued until they entered Lu Canlan's private mansion. Lu Canlan gave them a comfortable place to stay. However, Lu Canlan continued to leave Duan Tianlang and the others outside of the city and ignored them. Duan Tianlang didn't cause trouble either. He calmly stayed with his troops outside of the city. 3 days later, Lu Canlan, Lin Feng, and the others were having a meal when some shocking news arrived. A sentinel came to inform them that the Prince of Mou, Mojia, was 500 kilometers away from Duanren border with his army. Considering their speed, the troops would only need 2 days to arrive in Duanren border. Lin Feng was surprised and looked at Lu Canlan. Lu Canlan's nickname was the Divine Arrow, and his troops considered him as a deity and knew he was incredibly strong. However, when he heard that news, he lost his calm and stood up. The news was obviously very shocking. Lu Canlan was stupefied and looking at Lin Feng and the others. He then slowly sat back down and said, "Mojia, the Prince of Mou is 17 years old. He is a true genius. He is so young and has already broken through to the 9th Ling Qi layer. He will soon break through to the Xian Qi layer. Besides, he is equally as intelligent. It is said that when he gets involved in a war, he is invincible." Lin Feng and the others were stupefied. 17 years old and had the strength of the 9th Ling Qi layer, that was indeed terrifying. He was much stronger than some of the high officials of Xueyu. Besides, that 17-year-old young man had never lost on the battlefield. "Father, you have never lost either, and you participated in many battles," said Lu Fei. The crowd was silently nodding. Lu Canlan, the Divine Arrow, was famous. He had been accumulating victories over a great number of years. "I am not worried about that. Apart from his strength, he is also very important within the Mou country. If he gets involved in the fight, the country will use all their strength. The first reason is that they want to ensure his security, and the second reason is prestige. Mojia is the symbol of the strength for their country. Therefore, that fight will be horrible for us." Lu Canlan's face firmly wrinkled. There were troubles inside and outside of their country. Inside of the Xueyu country, the emperor didn't trust him and meant him harm, while outside, the Mou country wanted to invade them and had deployed all their forces. There was a huge crisis in Xueyu. At that moment, Lu Canlan stood up and said, "You can continue to eat. I'm going to the city gate to have a look." Lin Feng was stupefied. He understood what Lu Canlan was saying. He wanted to let Duan Tianlang enter the city and go fight the enemy together. No wonder he has such a high reputation. He is extremely wise as well as strong, thought the crowd. He knew that Duan Tianlang had come to seize his city, but he would let him enter to fight against Mojia on his side. That was a very difficult decision to make for an ordinary person. "The Prince of Mou, Mojia," whispered Lin Feng. It seemed that this time, the Mou country was turning out in force and was ready to attack. It seemed like a great calamity. Lin Feng hadn't thought that he would go through such things. "I'm coming too," said Lin Feng at that moment while standing up and then walking towards Lu Canlan. Everybody was stupefied and suddenly followed Lin Feng. At that moment, in the middle of the city, it was still very peaceful and calm. Since Lu Canlan was in the city, nothing ever happened there. However, the calm in the city felt like the calm before a storm. The smell of war was moving closer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, The Dual Spirit. Outside of Duanren, only hills and valleys could be seen over the boundless distance. That area was covered with dust blowing in the wind. In that remote area, white tents were erected everywhere which looked like a small city. The troops stationed there all belonged to the Xueyu country. Duanren border was the only way to reach Duanren city. Besides, Duan Tian border was just a huge valley.
From Duanren City, there was a panoramic view of the valley, so if enemies came, they could easily spot them with a glance.
Therefore, Lu Xanlan couldn't let the troops of Mou enter Duanren border that easily. He had troops guarding the outer border.
Except for critical situations, his troops normally wouldn't go to Duanren border. At that moment, Lin Feng and Lu Xanlan were together above the city gate of Duanren City. They were looking at Duan Tianlang and his troops. They had passed through Duanren City and were heading towards the border.
Lu Xanlan had eventually allowed Duan Tianlang to come into Duanren City, but there was only one condition: he and his troops were not allowed to stay in Duanren City. They had to leave immediately and go to Duanren border and establish their military camp. They had to stay there and defend in case of attack. Duan Tianlang had accepted those conditions.
Once inside Duanren City, he had surprisingly continued and moved towards Duanren border. "Lin Feng, let's go to the campsite," said Lu Xanlan indifferently when he saw that the troops were moving to the Duanren border. Lin Feng slightly nodded and they immediately went down the stairs and headed towards the Duanren border.
In Duanren border, there were countless old broken weapons on the ground.
While walking through the valley, the wind was howling. Immediately after, coldness invaded Lin Feng's body, started in the legs and then spreading to the rest of his body. Lin Feng's heart started beating a bit faster.
There were so many weapons covering the ground in Duanren border.
They had all been broken during the war and their owners had all died on the battlefield. Those days, Duanren border was a sea of broken weapons which diffused a cold energy like mist across the ground. Lin Feng inhaled a deep breath. He looked calm and solemn, but his heart was trembling. It was impossible for anyone to look at such a scene and not be touched.
They walked to the other side of Duanren border where there was a precipice.
Lin Feng gazed into the distance and thought that the cliffs were incredibly beautiful, but he was still aware that danger lurked there.
Lu Xanlan could easily take advantage of the landscape.
Even though there was no imminent danger at the moment, as before, Lin Feng felt an oppressive cold chi while walking in the valley. Only after having entirely passed through it could Lin Feng relax.
PSSHHHH.
There were tents as far as Lin Feng's eyes could see.
At that moment, he took a very deep breath and said, "Uncle Lu, how many troops are there here?"
300,000.
Replied Lu Xanlan indifferently.
In the continent of the Nine Clouds, amongst cultivators, there weren't many who were willing to join the army. Otherwise, 300,000 station troops was a trivial number considering that the Shuiyu country had billions of people.
The Mou country was entirely unified under their emperor. There wasn't any sects which had influence.
In their country, they always say a single army is stronger. Amongst the 9 other countries of Shuiyu, their army was considered as one of the strongest. They had over 3 million troops. They always had ambitions to conquer the other countries. Shuiyu and Mou were neighbors, so Mou wanted to take the initiative to invade. The Sentinels have reported that this time, the Mou army has over 500,000 troops,
said Lu Xanlan indifferently.
Lin Feng was astonished.
That meant 200,000 more than them. That was a terrifying amount.
Duan Tianlang also brought 100,000 troops. If he wholeheartedly cooperates with me, the Mou country is far from being able to invade us.
Our geographical position is very advantageous.
The opponents may have 500,000 troops, but if Duan Tianlang and I manage to efficiently cooperate, then the terrain advantage will make it too difficult for them to invade,
said Lu Xanlan.
There wasn't much hope, but Lu Xanlan had high expectations. The soldiers on the Qixia armored horses were rigorously protecting the campsite. The best soldiers were there. Lu Xanlan and Lin Feng arrived on the campsite and said, "Make Han Man and Pajun come to my tent."
"Roger, General," said an officer.
A short time after, 2 silhouettes entered the tent. The one leading them was a robust young man. His face was well proportioned according to his body. He looked determined and strict. These 2 people were both wearing red armor. Only their eyes, which contained a golden light, were visible.
The 2 people moved into the tent.
They were about to salute Lu Xanlan, but when they saw Lin Feng, they were dumbstruck. Immediately after, inside his armor, a wholehearted smile appeared on the face of the robust man.
"Lin Feng, big brother." Han Man rushed over to tightly hug Lin Feng.
Behind him, Pejun was also smiling warmly. No sharp chi was being released from his body, but he was as full of vitality. "Lin Feng, you guys can chat. I am going to see Duan Tianlang as he settles down," said Lu Xanlan with a warm and soft smile on his face.
Immediately after, he left the tent, leaving Lin Feng and his friends alone. "Han Man, Pajun, are you getting used to this place?" asked Lin Feng. "We are used to it,"
Lin Feng, Big Brother, Pejun and I are now controlling elite troops.
The general has put them under our control.
They are all very strong and all have an outstanding background.
Han Man's voice was filled with pride.
He hadn't been there for a very long time and already had 1,000 troops under his control. To achieve this, he had only relied on his own efforts. Lu Lan wasn't the type of person who gave privileges to people because he was friendly with them, but he knew how to recognize people's natural talents.
Have you been in many dangerous situations?
Lin Feng didn't really care about what his two friends had accomplished, he was more concerned with their safety. We haven't been in many dangerous situations.
Pejun and I have broken through to the 4th Lingqi layer,
said Han Man while smiling proudly, making Pejun smile wryly. Lin Feng, brother, Han Man has become a monster. There were some enemies waiting in an ambush outside of the country. In the end, he ended up fighting against 2 strong cultivators of the 5th Lingqi layer and slaughtered them as well as all the rest of their members. His spirit has awakened and it provides him with endless strength. However, when he killed them, his body was completely wrecked by the time the battle was over.
Alone, he killed 2 cultivators of the 5th Lingqi layer as well as all the other people? Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He was pleasantly surprised.
Besides, Han Man had just broken through to the 5th Lingqi layer. Han Man scratched his head with a shy smile on his face.
He then said, I don't know what happened either.
Since my spirit awakened, it seems like I am able to fuse with the earth and absorb its strength to make it my own. With this power, killing these 2 cultivators of the 5th Lingqi layer wasn't too difficult.
Could it be a blood spirit? Thought Lin Feng.
When Han Man was at the prisoner arena, his spirit had awakened once already when he broke through to the Lingqi layer.
It was obviously different than a normal spirit as it had awakened a second time.
Lin Feng, Pejun speaks highly of me, but he's also been hiding things from us. He is also able to defeat cultivators of the 5th Lingqi layer, said Han Man, which made Lin Feng stupefied.
Pejun was also able to defeat cultivators of the 5th Lingqi layer?
Be honest and explain these things to Lin Feng yourself,
said Han Man while glancing at Pejun.
Pejun shook his head while smiling and immediately walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Big Brother, take a look. While speaking, Pejun stretched his hand and a vine slowly emerged.
It looked like an illusion but was real.
When it reached Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng could feel that it was solid.
That was Pejun's vine spirit, which he could use to attack people by surprise.
But at that moment, a sharp energy suddenly emerged from Pejun's body.
His pupils suddenly became dark and looked piercingly sharp.
A black illusion suddenly slowly emerged from his back. In the middle of that illusion, a long black spear was floating and was pointing towards the vault of heaven.
Dual spirit. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. That was another spirit. Pejun had a dual spirit.
The vine spirit and the illusionary spear vanished in the blink of an eye.
Pejun was smiling indifferently.
His dual spirit were his most powerful trump card.
He even hid it from Han Man for a while.
Awesome, a dual spirit. Pejun, you and Han Man are the same, you are both geniuses. No wonder when I first met you, the expression in your eyes looked so sharp. Lin Feng was smiling wholeheartedly. His 2 good friends were amazingly strong, which made him very happy. Han Man's spirit had been awakened a second time, which probably meant he possessed a blood spirit, and Pejun surprisingly had a dual spirit, which was extremely rare. Having a dual spirit is no big deal, especially when you have a big slave mark on your face.
It's as if I already died long ago in the prisoner arena, said Pejun while sighing.
Lin Feng looked at Pejun and said, Pejun, don't worry about that mark on your face, sooner or later, I will help you remove it.
Every drop of blood could go through a rebirth process on the path of cultivation.
It was very easy to modify and alter the network of blood vessels, therefore, removing that slave mark would be as easy as turning one's hand over.
That's right, don't get depressed. We will get rid of these marks, sooner or later,
said Han Man while smiling, and continued, Lin Feng, let's go for a walk.
I will tell you more about the other troops and the current situation. All right. Lin Feng nodded, and immediately after, the 3 friends left the tent.
They walked towards the troops outside of the tent. Pejun said, Lin Feng, Big Brother, amongst the troops, there are different categories, the guards, the sergeants, the lieutenants, the non-commissioned officers and the officers.
The guards have 10 soldiers under their control.
The sergeants have 10 guards, and therefore indirectly 100 soldiers, under their control. The lieutenants, which Pejun and I are, have 10 sergeants under their control and indirectly control all of their soldiers, which is 1,000 in total. Even higher in the ranks, there are the non-commissioned officers who control 10 lieutenants and therefore 10,000 soldiers, Our troops are composed of a total of 300,000 soldiers.
Excluding General Lu Sanlon, there are 3 officers divided into a left, right and middle. Besides, each officer has 10 non-commissioned officers under their control. Besides, there are also the Chi Xia armored troops with special commanders. Pei Jun and I are part of that category. Lin Feng understood how the military ranks worked. The hierarchy was strict. It didn't differ much from the previous world. The lower ranked had to execute the orders given by the higher ranked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.